few loggers, shandies for me, and then I started on the drive back to Newcastle. I'd left it quite late to drive back, so it was about midnight by the time I started to see signs for the English borders. The roads were quiet, with only the occasional lorry thundering past me, and I remember there being some phone-in thing on the radio, but I wasn't really listening. I was in my old Vauxhall Cavalier, an '82 model that I bought on the cheap about 4 years prior. It normally served me well, and it had been running fine all day, but just after passing a place called Jedburgh, the temperature warning light flicked on. I looked at my dash, watching the needle climbing into the red, and swore under my breath as I eased off the accelerator. Since it normally bought me a few minutes, I cranked the heater up full blast to try and pull some heat out of the engine. But that time, it seems my luck finally ran out because just a minute or so later, there was this loud hiss from under the bonnet before steam started pouring out the seams. Seconds later, I heard this horrible metallic knocking sound coming from under the bonnet, and so I coasted over to the hard shoulder and then came to a stop just in time for the engine to seize up completely. And after that, aside from the ticking of my hazard lights and the sound of hot metal cooling down, there was nothing but silence for a few seconds, until I erupted. I remember shouting, "Are you effing kidding me?" a couple of times, and then, after taking a few deep breaths, I got out of the car and tried to fix it. And I tried it for half an hour, and in that time, a grand total of 2 cars passed me, but even with me waving at them as they passed, neither of them stopped. I didn't just stand there like some plonker for the whole 30 minutes, mind you. I popped my bonnet not long after getting out, but when I did, a load of steam and the smell of burnt coolant came wafting up into my face. And after waving away some of the steam, I spotted a crack in the top radiator hose and then noticed how loads of antifreeze was dripping onto the road and forming a big green puddle. I didn't have a spare hose, and neither did I have enough water to top it up properly, and even if I had, the engine had overheated so badly that I didn't trust it not to seize up again. Basically, I wasn't going anywhere in my old Vauxhall, and since there were no mobile phones back then, at least none for the likes of me, I had no choice but to walk if I wanted to get myself some help. Now, I reckon the nearest emergency phone would have been about a mile down the road, maybe more. And so I locked my car, left my hazards flashing, and then started walking along the dark grass verge with a torch in my hand. Now, I thought I'd be on the move for quite a while, but then no sooner had I started walking, I came to a dirt track, previously concealed by a long hedgerow, which led to what looked like a big 3-story farmer's house. Now, I was so happy that I was literally punching the air because despite the fact that there were no lights switched on the ground floor, there was what looked to be candlelight in both the front-facing upstairs rooms. I felt bad for calling so late, but since the alternative of walking along the motorway was a much more dangerous one, I reckoned that I didn't have much choice. It was a particularly dark night, small moon and cloud cover, so it was only once I got closer to the house that I saw how run down it was. The ground floor windows were either cracked or newspapered over, and there were cracks in the wood too, along with a lot of peeling paint. And as you can imagine, I started to get really bad vibes from the place. But I try not to judge books by their cover too much because you tend to be rewarded more times than you're burned for it. And so with that in mind, and granted very foolishly, I decided to knock on the door. I didn't knock too loud or aggressively, I didn't want to frighten anyone, but when my first knock got no answer, I knocked a little bit louder. Again, there was complete silence. No footsteps behind the door, no talking inside, nothing. But then after taking a step back and looking up at the top windows, I saw someone peeking out at me from behind a dirty-looking curtain. And I can't lie, it did scare me a bit seeing a pair of eyes staring back at me through the dim light. But as soon as I reacted, the eyes disappeared and I began to hear voices inside the house. Now, it sounded like a fair number of people, maybe half a dozen, and they were whispering like they were talking among themselves. I heard a little voice in my head saying, "They're awake, knock again." But before I could even dismiss it, I heard the sound of someone laughing inside the house. Not loudly, though, more like a muted sort of wheeze as they tried to keep their voice low. The bad vibes that I was getting ramped up to 11, so instead of risking a confrontation with whoever was either living or more likely squatting there, I decided to make a move. I turned around and walked back up the dirt path as fast as I could, looking over my shoulder every so often to make sure that no one was following me. Now, I was quite certain whoever was inside was watching me from those windows, but as long as they didn't follow me, then I didn't mind what they did. I'd almost gotten to the end of the path to where those two wooden gate posts held no gate when I started smelling something strong on the breeze, something that smelled like burning. And then when I turned the corner and could see out onto the road again, I felt this almost involuntary scream jump out of my mouth as I realized what the smell was. It was my car. My car was on fire. Now, I suppose I acted on complete instinct in running over to it because there was absolutely bugger all I could do about putting out that fire. All I could do was just stand there, effing and blinding and looking around for whoever might have done it. But as you can probably guess, there was no one, and the whole area looked deserted. And I knew for a fact that it wasn't. When I realized just how much of a bad situation I truly was in, I started jogging along the road until I got back on the motorway. Now, it was only a 4-lane carriageway, so I could walk along the verge without being in too much danger, but no matter how much danger passing cars posed to me, it still seemed safer than hanging around my burning car in that creepy house. Now, I think probably about a half an hour must have passed with only the odd car going past me, and in that time, I didn't try to get anyone's attention just in case it was the people from the home. I mean, the joke was on them in a sense because that poor cavalier was definitely on her way out, but on the off chance they wanted to do more than just burn my car, I had to be very careful about who I revealed myself to. Now, I was bloody nervous for that first half an hour, but after that, I started to calm down a wee bit. I hadn't seen any cars or anything parked outside the house, and if they really did want to chase me down for whatever reason, I reckoned that I'd have encountered them already. So once I'd calmed down a bit, and after maybe 2 or 3 more cars passed me with me sticking to the trees on the verge, I made my way to the edge of the road and then stuck my thumb out at what looked like a Land Rover of some kind coming my way. Now, it slowed down as the driver saw me, but then instead of switching on the light above the wheel, someone in the passenger seat started shining a torch in my face after lowering their window. And right away, I knew that wasn't promising behavior when I realized whoever was in the car didn't want to be seen, and I turned and started walking away. Now, a second later, I heard a very promising, "Need a lift, pal?" Now, one that was just friendly enough to slow me down and make me think that I might have been overreacting. But then the second I slowed, I turned back to face the car, and the passenger doors opened up and I heard someone shout, "Get him!" Now, I remember running right at the trees at the side of the road. Not along the road where the car would have been able to cut me off, but at and then through the trees and bushes at the side of the road. I remember closing my eyes as I felt things scratching against my face, and then when I opened them, I found that I'd come to a fence on the other side. I hopped over it with speed and power that I didn't even know I had in me. I mean, I was hardly some couch potato back then, but I wasn't exactly in perfect shape either. But I swear, I think I vaulted that fence like an Olympic athlete for fear of what might have happened if those men had caught up with me. It's strange thinking back on it as well, because these days, all I do sometimes is sit and wonder why those people chose to go after me like they did. But in the moment, as I was running, it didn't matter a jot to me. All I knew was that those people were out to get me, and all that mattered in the world was getting away from them in that moment. Now, I ran across this big dark field for what felt like ages, running and running until I couldn't anymore. And then when I got to the other side and spotted a road ahead of me, I swear I saw that same Land Rover driving along the road with someone shining a torch out into the field. I had to change my route and head off at an angle to avoid the Land Rover, and along with anyone to my rear who might have followed me. I had to force myself to run when I didn't think that I could run anymore, and even though I was quite a fit young lad and one pumped full of adrenaline, I soon felt like that I was about to cough up a lung and fall over. In the end, I found myself staggering onto a road and then right back onto another dark field because I was too scared to be out in the open with a car full of blokes trying to find me. I kept on going like that until I came across a small town. And then as I was walking its dark and empty streets, looking for anyone who might be able to help, a police car appeared, and an officer asked what I was doing walking the streets alone like that. When I told him what had happened to me, he told me to jump in the car, and then off we went to the police station for a cup of hot tea and a few biscuits while I went into more detail about what had happened. As soon as I mentioned the house that I'd stopped by and mentioned how there had been people inside, I remember these two officers giving each other a look because they told me that the people inside must have been squatters. I thought that they might have been, partly because of how run down the house was, but the police confirmed that it was derelict and that there shouldn't have been anyone in there. They said that they'd head over and check it out, but they doubted anyone would be there. Squatters are kind of like rats. They're annoying and sometimes they're dangerous, but they're not stupid, and they just move on someplace else and then maybe return when things all blew over. But in all likelihood, they were gone from that house for good. I remember asking the two policemen why. As in, why had they burned my car before trying to hunt me down like that? And the first words out of the policemen's mouths were, "Well, what did you see?" He was convinced that I'd seen them doing something that they shouldn't have been doing, and after spotting my car, which they assumed was still functional, they tried to make sure that I couldn't get away before chasing me down. But that was the thing. I hadn't seen anything, and once I'd established that, all we could think of was that those squatters just wanted to scare me off. One of the policemen said that since they didn't know who I was, they might have assumed that I was some kind of bailiff or law enforcement agent, and at first they might have been worried that I was a policeman, but then when they realized that I wasn't, they must have reckoned that I was fair game for a kicking. And if only to make sure that I was too scared to return. And with nothing else to say, I gave the police the phone number for my flat in Newcastle, and then, since I literally lost everything but my wallet, one of them was kind enough to give me a lift to a nearby train station. It was long past dawn by then, so the trains were running, and I didn't have to wait long before I was on my way back to Newcastle. They phoned a few days later saying that that house was empty, and there wasn't much in the way of evidence tying anyone to the arson. They promised to keep their ears to the ground and would let me know immediately if there was any progress, but till then, they advised me to be patient because things like that took time. Sadly, that was the last I heard from the police, marking the end of my first encounter with squatters, and hopefully my last too. I had no idea that those people could be so violent. I mean, call me naive, but the squatters I was familiar with were the hippies who took over empty houses in London in the 60s. I thought that they'd be more into peace protests and drum circles than chasing down strangers. But I suppose times had changed then, and people changed with them. Almost 10 years ago now, way back in September of 2016, I drove all the way from LA to Phoenix to visit an old high school friend. Now, I was 31 and female, but still Hispanic and still small, and I drove out on a Friday and we spent all day Saturday together. And then, even though I planned to drive back home in the mid-afternoon on Sunday, I didn't end up leaving until about 9 p.m. at night. Now I know, I should have left earlier, and I know what I'm about to tell you is basically my own damned fault for not sticking to my plan. But even so, there are still nights sometimes, even all this time later, when I find myself waking up from nightmares with a cold sweat forming on my chest, having relived it all over again in my sleep. It was just after midnight when I rolled into Riverside County after passing over the Arizona state line. Now, a few people were still up in that area, so it wasn't completely dead, but after I passed the airport and the Mesa Verde complex, the 10 got super quiet again, and it seemed like there was no one but me out there for miles and miles. I was just trying to keep myself awake with some music and by blasting some cold air when suddenly, I noticed a pair of headlights in my rear view. Someone was coming up on me, and really fast too, and seeing how fast they were going, I honestly figured it was the police. I didn't panic or anything, I wasn't doing anything wrong, and I didn't have anything in the car that I shouldn't have, and so I just sat tight, kept my speed, and let them get closer and closer. When they got so close their headlights were blinding me if I looked up into the rear view, I figured they'd pass and keep going. But they stayed put, right behind me in the same lane, and didn't budge for at least a couple of minutes. I'm trying to figure out if these guys really are cops, because it looked like they were driving in one of those big sliding door vans. Only this one was all blacked out, like even the windows looked like they were tinted. Now, there was nothing on it to say that they were police and no lights on the top either, so I started getting really nervous thinking, what the hell do these guys want with me? Like I said, they stayed behind me like that for a couple of minutes, and then by the time they dropped back a little, they sped up to try and pass me, and I was actually super relieved. Now, I thought because they weren't trying to follow anymore, I was out of danger, when in reality, I was in more danger than I could have ever even imagined. I just let them pass, because what the heck was I going to do? But then instead of passing me and speeding off, the black van pulled back into the same lane as me and then started cruising maybe 10 to 15 minutes in front like it was trying to block me. I thought, oh, big deal, right? Like I could just slow down and lose them. But I didn't think that I'd need to, so I didn't. I stayed right where I was, slowing only a little to just a safe distance between us, and then kept on cruising just like the van was. Oh, I had no idea what they were up to, and I think maybe curiosity really did almost kill the cat here, because when the van's rear doors swung open and I saw a man in leathers with some kind of bandana wrapped around his face, I kind of just froze up. I couldn't think of a single good reason why he'd want to open the back doors like that, and for a second I thought that he might be planning on jumping out for some reason. I don't know what I was thinking. All I did was lean on the brake a little and put just a little more feet between myself and that van. I just had no idea that I'd moved right where he wanted me. I dropped back a little more, still wondering what the hell these guys were doing and why they didn't have any plates on the back of their van. I then watched as the man with the bandana around his mouth began to smile at me. I obviously couldn't see his mouth, but I could see it in his eyes. That or the dust was getting to him, because it's like he squinted before turning his back on me and carefully leaning down to grab something. Now, I might sound crazy or dumb to y'all who are reading this back in almost slow-mo, and maybe I was just too tired and slow or naive as heck, but I could not conceive of what he was about to do next, no matter how obvious it seems looking back on it. And so I just watched as the guy hauled something up into his arms, turned around, and then tossed it out onto the freeway in front of him. I saw what it was way too late, and I guess that moment of panic really did slow me down, but I had just enough in me to turn the wheel at just the right moment, so that when that old engine block came bouncing up off the blacktop, it smashed into my windshield on the passenger side and not into me. And once it hit, instinct told me to slam on the brakes, and so that's what I did, bringing my car to a spinning, screeching stop. Before I realized that I was covered in glass and there was basically a giant gaping hole where my windshield used to be. I just remember sitting there and shaking after I turned off my engine, and then I got out, walked to the side of the highway with my phone and dialed 911. And it wasn't until I described exactly what had happened as calmly as I could that I suddenly just broke down when the operator told me to stay on the line while she transferred me to someone. And after that, it was a case of guiding the cops and EMS to where I was so I could be taken to the ER. Aside from a few cuts and some mild whiplash, I was pretty much good to go, but I was reminded of just how lucky I'd been by that doctor. The cops had said the same thing, and that's why I say reminded, but at the time it didn't all the way feel lucky, and it wouldn't for quite some time. I knew I was lucky to be alive, and it wasn't like I was completely blind to how lucky I'd been in that respect, but all I could think about in the months afterwards was, why me? Like, why did they pick me of all the people they could have picked to throw a damn engine at? Like, I know they were trying to kill me. I just want to know what it was about me that made them think, yeah, this is the one. Let's turn her into hamburger meat. The cops didn't find that van or the people inside it, and I don't mean any disrespect to the boys in blue when I say this, but I didn't have much faith that they would. It was a black van, no plates, traveling in the middle of the damn night in the middle of the damn desert, and it might as well have been a ghost. And that fits too, because you know something? It sure as heck haunts me like one. More than 20 years ago now, back when my son James was still in elementary school, we took a trip down to Bethesda, Maryland from New York so he could see his grandma. Now, it was kind of messed up from the start, I guess, because I had something come up at work on the Friday we planned to leave. and this meant that I couldn't get on the road until about 8:30 in the evening, meaning I wouldn't arrive in Bethesda till after midnight at the latest. Now, I called ahead to my mom and made sure that was all okay, and she wasn't happy at having less time with her grandson, but there really wasn't much that could be done. And so after getting her to agree to stay up later than usual, me and James hit the road. About 2 hours into the journey, I stopped at a little gas station in Maryland when I realized I needed a coffee and a bite to eat. James was asleep in the back seat, and I was worried about waking him up as I shut my car door, but he was still at that age where when he was out, and his eyes stayed closed after I shut the door. I got one of those big, super strong gas station coffees, a soda for James, and then a bag of those mini powdered donuts because I knew all that sugar would push me through the rest of the way. And then after walking back to my car, I found James was awake. And thinking that shutting my car door really had woken him up, I apologized and then turned in my seat to hand him his drink. And that's when I saw the key ring that he was now holding. At first glance, it looked like a little clown holding a sign of some description. And I asked him what it was while taking a look at it and saw how the clown's little sign read, "Flying Plow Circus." It wasn't plastic either, like it was mass-produced. It was wooden and looked almost handmade. And when I asked James where he got it, he said a man had given it to him. Now, naturally, this didn't ring any alarm bells at first, and I was about to just let it go. But then I asked when the man gave it to him, to which James replied, "A minute ago, while you were in the store." Again, this didn't scare me like it should have, because I'd locked my door. Now, I'd never leave my kid in an unlocked car like that while I went into a store, and since sleepy 6-year-olds aren't the most reliable and frequently play pretend, I didn't really take them seriously. But that's when James said something along the lines of, "Yeah, he did something funny to the door, like, then it opened, then he told us to go visit sometime." Now, I remember my pulse getting faster as I asked James if he was serious and if he was sure. He told me he wasn't lying, and that the man used some kind of wire to open the door. Now, by the time he said that, my heart felt like it was about to burst out of my chest. I asked what the guy looked like, and James just said, "Normal." And then as I got out of my car and looked around the parking lot, I don't think I'd ever been so close to a panic attack in my whole life. I tried to calm myself down as best I could, and then I asked James to tell me the whole story again from start to finish. He was starting to pick up on my vibe, so he was starting to get all confused and kind of upset, and I had to assure him that he hadn't done anything wrong and that he just needed to tell me what happened, and then he went over it with me a second time. It made my skin crawl to think about, and it still does. The thought of some creep watching people, waiting for an opportunity to break into someone's car so they could creep on their kid. Like, I know all the guy did was give James a keyring, but that's his cover story, right? All he's doing is giving the kid a keyring till the parents take too long coming back, and then it's diddling or abduction time. I asked James if he said or did anything weird, or if he acted in a weird or creepy way, and James said the only weird thing he said was, "Your dad knows me." And even though he was 6, he was skeptical seeing that we didn't even live there. I was freaked out, y'all. The idea of what might have happened scared the hell out of me, but once I saw that there was no one around for me to blame, that fear turned to frustration and then straight up anger. I think if James had pointed someone out like that's him, I'd have straight up torched that dude, and I'd be writing this from prison or something. Not that a jury in their mother effing land would convict me of something like that, but you see my point. I told James to hand me the keyring, and then told him if anything like that ever happened again, he should yell for me, as loud as he could, and he wasn't to stop until I'd appeared to protect him. I told him he'd been very brave and he hadn't done anything wrong, and then gave him the speech on how not everyone who acts friendly wants to be friends. And then once all that was said and done and my heart rate had returned to normal, sort of, we got back on the road again. I remembered the name of the road that I was on a couple of minutes later because I looked it up later when I decided to call the cops. It was called Conowingo Road, a name I don't think I'll ever forget because I was driving down and I saw the sign saying Flying Plow Circus 1 mile ahead. I remember how the rage boiled up in me like you wouldn't believe, and I actually put my foot down thinking I'm going to give these a-holes a piece of my mind. I powered along the highway, probably dipping over the speed limit a couple of times, till I finally found a sign saying Flying Plow Circus next right. I don't know exactly what I was planning. Maybe just find where the carnies' trailers were, then curse up a storm on how they needed to keep a leash on their pedo coworkers before he gets himself shot. I wasn't dumb enough to start a fight with a whole bunch of random circus folk, and I wasn't about to let their buddy get away with what he did either. But then after making the turn and driving down this dark dirt road to where a circle of trailers were sat, I changed my mind completely. If I could describe that collection of trailers in 2 words, those 2 words would be horror and movie. And there was a fire in the middle of them and a bunch of people gathered around it. And then when they saw my car, I saw a couple of them turn to look at me. I couldn't make much out. They were just these dark shapes with the fire in the background, but that made them even creepier looking. I realized that it might not be a case of one rogue carny, and for all I know, the whole gang might have sent that one guy out looking for a kid to snatch and bring back to them. Now I just kept on watching them, watching me for maybe half a minute more, and then after taking one look at James in the back, who by then had fallen back asleep, I thought, screw this, and then turned around and drove off. Now before James was born, if something like that happened where someone made me mad enough to hunt them down, then yeah, maybe I'd have gotten my car and been dumb enough to get my ass kicked by a dozen pissed off carnival folk. But after he was born, it was like I had this safety software installed onto my brain where everything I did sparked the thought of, how is this going to end for me? There was no point trying to defend him from something I wouldn't survive confronting, because being a parent is literally all about living to fight another day. Life's not a game anymore for me. I have to do everything I can to protect my kid, and it's just scary as hell when you try and do all the right things and still end up with some creep breaking into your car. I called the cops from my mom's place that next day after telling her all about the man, the key ring, and all the signs from the Flying Plow Circus. They called me back basically saying that they'd been stonewalled and that no one admitted to slipping out from their camp after dark, not even for a second. And that's what confirmed it for me. If they were just a bunch of innocent, good-natured carnies just making their way in the world, then I doubt that they'd have stonewalled a pair of cops who came around asking about a kitty creeper. If there was some sketchy loner on my crew and I thought that they were up to no good, and I mean really up to no good, I'd want them gone. So the fact that they all sort of said, "I don't know what you're talking about, officers," and that made me think that they were in on it and they were just covering for their boy. On the journey back from my mom's and while driving in daylight, I slowed near that turn that I'd seen the trailers on but didn't see any signs for the Flying Plow Circus. Now, I'm guessing that they moved on after the visit from the cops, and after looking it up, I don't think the whole Flying Plow thing was their regular name. Flying Plow something, I can't remember if it was a road or a lane or whatever, was the name of the place that they set up on, so wherever they went, they'd probably put up some new signs and under a new name, and then on they'd go. I don't even know if they were running an actual circus. I saw plenty of trailers, but no big top. But what I do know is that one of them went out looking for kids, and almost certainly for no good reason at all. My name's Hank. I'm a proud Texan, and I work as a bus driver taking folks all over this great state of ours. Most of those journeys take place during the day, but sometimes I like to earn a little extra pay by taking the overnight journeys, or what you might call the red eyes. I fire up that big old rig around dusk, load her up with the sleepy travelers heading either home or away, and then take off along those long, lonely highways that stretch from Houston to El Paso and every place in between. I wouldn't call it a difficult job, but as long as you can keep the wheels turning through the witching hours and dodge all those back road deer, you can almost guarantee everybody gets where they're going safe and sound by sunup. And it's not often the bus causes you problems, because if you keep her clean and well-oiled, and she'll keep you moving and happy. It's the people that complicate things, though. Not every kind of person, but a certain kind, and all the worst rides have been down to that certain kind of person. Including this one, which was probably the worst I have ever experienced. Driving the bus across Texas at night with nothing but country songs and the stars to keep me company, it sometimes makes me feel like a night watchman, one charged with guarding the whole damn state. Now, I meet all kinds of interesting people on that open road under the big Texas sky, and then watching the sun rise over the prairies after a long shift, it's pure gold, but the cons hit hard too. Your sleep schedule gets all turned around, so whenever you're working nights, you miss out double on family dinners and weekends with the kids. The fatigue creeps up on you too, and dealing with rowdy passengers or breakdowns in the middle of nowhere is no picnic. But every so often, you get a special kind of rowdy. The kind that's not just drunk and loud or complaining about fellow passengers' body odor. The kind that's dangerous. Real dangerous. Back during the fall of 2007, I was on a run from Dallas to Austin, driving through the pitch black with nothing but tumbleweeds and truck stops for miles. I had this fella riding with me about 6 rows back, one that had been staring out the window and kind of muttering to himself, at least according to a fellow passenger anyway. I couldn't hear him at first, so it must have been nothing but a few grumbles and not enough to cause a scene. But then after maybe an hour on the road, I started hearing him as he started to raise his voice. I looked up into my mirror to see folks shifting uncomfortably in their seats, but nobody said a word. That happens more often than not. People learn to tune out the oddballs on long bus rides like that, but the guy didn't get any quieter. He only got louder, and as he did, the tension in the air got thicker and thicker. My guy twisted something fierce knowing trouble was simmering, and I just prayed that it'd blow over, sort of like a false alarm, but it didn't. When it came, the guy went off like a firecracker on the 4th of July, almost like his fuse was sizzling away for a while, and then bang, off he went, and there was no stopping him. I heard someone say something to him, I guess a sort of shut up or something to that effect, and the guy replied with a full-throated roar, and then went at that challenger like a freaking skunk pig. I looked back for just a second to see him leaning across the center aisle, lunging at the person I assumed did the back-talking. I had to keep my eyes on the road, but I looked up into the mirror to see fists raining down, and then the sound of passengers screaming along with a doom, doom, doom of the big guy's fists against the other's face. They weren't fighting. It was like a beating, the kind that, if it wasn't stopped, was going to end in a casket and a family dressed in black. The bus exploded into chaos as the beating continued, with some people running for cover toward the rear and others charging the attacker to try and end the assault. And when he realized what was going on, the attacker sort of wheeled around and started swinging on the folks trying to stop him. And let me tell you, this man was no small specimen. From what I could tell, he made short work of the people trying to stop him, and I think he straight up knocked a guy out too, because something freed him up to go back to wailing on the first guy he attacked, who by then was out cold and leaking blood from his nose and mouth. I didn't get a picture of all of this until later, obviously, because I was mostly trying to keep my eyes on the road while keeping an eye on the situation behind me using my driver's mirror. But then as soon as I realized the violence wasn't about to stop anytime soon, I started slowing us down so I could pull us over and get as many people as possible off that bus. I didn't hit the brakes in a sort of screaming tires kind of way. You can't do that on the bus with people standing unless you want them falling head first. And while I didn't mind if our psycho attacker banged his head on an armrest, I had to consider the other passengers too. I brought the bus to the side of the road as fast as I could, which felt painfully slow given what was happening right behind me. And then once we'd come to a stop, I opened up the doors and began hollering for people to get out as quickly as they could. I think I herded about 12 to 14 people out of the front, and there were women clutching their children, a couple of old-timers who couldn't move as fast, but everyone else moved like greased lightning. Everyone except the people trapped on the back of the bus who were being blocked from the front exit by our raging psycho. We had an emergency exit at the back of the bus, so I started yelling at the people in the back to pull the lever and push the door open so they could all scramble out onto the road. I don't know if they just couldn't hear what I was saying over the sound of their screams, or they were too scared to turn their backs on that attacker, but they didn't do as I asked. I kept on yelling louder and louder, but then the psycho turned his attention to me and then came charging down the bus while roaring like some beast. I tried to put something between us, that something being the driver's seat, but as most of you can probably imagine, All he had to do was move a yard to the side and his fists had unfettered access to my face. I felt a couple of punches and kicks, but all I could do was try and shield my head in the hopes that he didn't do any serious damage. At one point, the guy actually grabbed one of my arms by the wrist and pulled it away so he could punch me right in the eye. All it took was one punch, and it felt like I couldn't see out of it anymore, and I knew it'd only take a couple of more of that to do some serious damage. The same pattern played out again, with people trying to get him off of me before being beaten back, and then he turned back to me and started all over again, but he didn't last long because maybe a second or two later all I heard was, "Hey, right here!" It was a young voice, almost sounded a bit like a kid's, and then bam, there was a gunshot, and then I heard that attacker start to groan. I looked around, the vision in my right eye still kind of cloudy, and I saw the attacker was curled up on the floor of the bus near the exit stairs, and he was clutching at his belly with a blood stain getting bigger and bigger on his shirt. Standing over him was this black kid with a gun, and I say kid as he must have been in his late teens, probably early 20s, but there he was, standing over the guy with a smoking pistol, telling him if he tried to get up, he'd blow his head off. With the attacker put down, and with all the fight having left him, the other passengers were able to get off the bus. People were treating the kid with the gun like he was some hero, but all he seemed interested in was getting out of there. I told him to hold his horses because the cops wouldn't arrest a man for defending people like he did, but he turned to me and, with a sort of scared look in his eye, he says, "It ain't legal. It ain't legal, man. I gotta go now." And then off he went. Lord knows where, and that's honestly the last I saw of him. With folks huddled outside in the cold, yes, Texas nights can get cold, I called in what had just happened on my cell and then waited with the rest while they either cried, hugged each other, or just stared into space like I did, wondering how the heck things all went so bad so fast. And not long after, we all saw lights flashing red and blue across the flatlands, and then as they got closer, they were joined by sirens. State troopers rolled up first. Their guns were drawn so they could secure the scene, and then I gave them the lowdown on that berserker. I mentioned the shooter too, and I know I should have been honest with them, and I might have been a little selective over what I remembered because God knows I didn't want that kid's good deed treated like a bad one. Once the cops had the scene secure, the EMTs came right behind them. They hauled off that unconscious fellow with his face all busted up and then stretchered off that young woman too, the one the attacker had given a few hard licks. And they even checked the attacker too, who was still alive but in a lot of pain, and then with him handcuffed to a stretcher, they took him away with a cop sitting in the back of the ambulance with him. The cops questioned everybody, taking statements while I stood there feeling like I'd aged a decade in about an hour. And the company I worked for got a replacement bus out to us as quickly as they could, and then once the dust settled and the authorities cleared us to go, we were back on the road again. We were minus a couple of passengers because some had chosen to wait for kin or friends so they could ride with them instead, but we were also plus one because I got to sit back and enjoy the ride with the new driver at the wheel. The atmosphere on the bus now was pretty dark, with folks whispering to each other about what had just happened. But I preferred the talk because, when it came, the silence was honestly heavier than a lead blanket. I still think about that kid sometimes, the one who shot our attacker before he could do any serious damage to me. I guess if you told me about a guy like that walking around with an illegal gun, I'd have assumed that he was the bad guy. And I guess he sort of was one of the bad guys if he was a felon or what have you. But then all it took was one pull of the trigger at that right moment, and he became kind of a hero to me. I know there's no such thing as a perfect person, but since that night, I've never been so convinced of the existence of flawed heroes. So I used to drive taxis in Liverpool back in the 80s. Now, it was great money for what it was. And so even though I only planned on doing it long enough to find a replacement for the job I'd lost, I ended up driving for almost 3 years before I finally gave up. A big appeal was that I could work when I wanted. If I had something that needed doing in the daytime, be it something with the kids' school or whatever, I could just take a few hours off, take care of business, and then head out on the jobs again at night to make up the hours. And there was no doing that in a factory or down on the docks, not without getting your pay docked anyway. But it wasn't all sunshine and roses, and I remember one particular job where for a minute or two, it didn't look like I was going to make it home to my family that night. It started when a job came through just after 10 p.m., asking me to take someone from Agberth Vale to Anfield. I got the address, drove over, and then parked up outside a small 2-up, 2-down on a dark and quiet street. I didn't want to beat my horn, which was the usual method of letting a customer know that we were outside, so I gave dispatch a buzz on my radio and asked them to call the customer back to let them know that I was waiting. Dispatch said no one picked up the phone, but then maybe a second or two later, I saw someone walking out of a house and towards my car. Now, as I said, it was dark, so even though I saw the shape of them moving towards the back passenger door, I didn't get a good look at them until they were sitting behind me, and when I did, I almost pissed my kecks. He was wearing a balaclava, and after he shut the door, he sank down low in the seat to make it harder for him to be seen from the outside. Now, he had what looked like a jerry can of petrol in one gloved hand, and then with the other, he pulled out what looked like an old detective gun from his jacket, like a proper six-shooter, and pointed it directly at me. He said if I tried to run, I'd be shot. In fact, if I did anything that even remotely upset him, I was a dead man. Now, my only job was to do what he said, and when he said it, and if I did, I'd go home alive that night. And so, seeing as I didn't have much of a choice, I drove where he told me to go. We ended up parked up across from a pub not far from the Rialto on Upper Parliament Street, I remember, and the lad in the back told me to turn off the engine and then spent the next 15 minutes or so checking his watch and peering up over the solid part of the door to watch the pub through the window. He kept on checking his watch, and I kept getting the urge to try and talk him out of whatever he was about to do. But every time the words were about to come out, something stopped them. I stayed quiet, and then noticed that when the clock on my dash hit 11 p.m., the lad in the back started getting even twitchier. When I noticed people coming out of the pub, obviously around kick-out time, the lad told me to start the engine. He was watching the pub doors like a hawk, and then suddenly, he started rolling down the window all frantically before he pointed the gun out the window, shouted something I couldn't make out, and pulled the trigger. One of the fellas who just walked out of the pub hit the concrete like a wet sack of spuds. Someone screamed, and then the guy in the back seat let out a scream of his own as he told me to drive. I obviously had to stay under the speed limit where possible, but it was tough with a gun pressed in the back of my head every so often, with its owner telling me that if I stopped for the police or took us down any dead ends, I'd be getting one to the back of the dome. The lad directed me to drive all the way out towards Speke to some of the derelict land near where the airport is today. He told me to get out of the car and then started emptying that can of petrol all over the seats after joining me outside. And that was the closest I had got to trying to do something when I realized that I was about to lose my car. I know that probably sounds horrible, seeing as I didn't do anything about him shooting that fella outside the pub, but I wasn't really in any position to do anything back then, whereas watching him pour that gasoline with his back to me, I knew that there was a very slim chance that I'd be able to get the drop on him. But if I didn't, I was a dead man. And so I basically talked myself out of it in my head and then watched as he set my car on fire and then ran off into the darkness. I just remember feeling numb. Less than an hour before, I hadn't even received the job yet, and then just a short while after parking outside that house to pick them up, my life had been changed forever. We obviously didn't have any phones back then, so I couldn't just call the police with a mobile like I would now. I had to walk all the way to a payphone, which took quite a while before I could contact the police, and only then could I give them any details. All I wanted to do was go home, get in the bath, and crack open one of the beers that I had waiting for me in the fridge. But the police wanted me to wait where I was so I could guide them to where my car had been dumped. It honestly didn't take all that long, and I'm grateful the police got out to me so fast, but the last thing in the world I wanted to do was go back to where my car was still smoldering and repeat my story for a second time. But I had to, because the most important thing was making it really bloody clear that my part in the murder was an unwilling one, and I did that by giving them as much info as possible on the man that had done the shooting. But when they asked if I'd be willing to appear in a court at a later date, I told them no. Call me a coward, but to me, you'd have to be mental to testify against some gangster in this city. Maybe if I was in London or New York or somewhere like that, but not Liverpool. because everyone knows everyone around here. And they said that I might get asked again if murder detectives were put on the case, and they... Hey guys, before the video begins, I just wanted to let you know I opened up a new tier on my Patreon where some friends and I will be reviewing horror movies. It's called the Dead Astronauts Movie Review Podcast, and the first episode is up, and it's a review of an awesome cult classic, The Exorcist. Go check it out, link down below, and thank you to everyone who listens and supports the channel. God bless. My name's Allie. I'm from Las Vegas, and growing up, I was something of a problem child. I hit rock bottom after getting so drunk in my teenage years that I gave myself alcohol poisoning, and I had to go to the hospital to get my stomach pumped. And then when I woke up, I had the single worst hangover of my entire life, and my parents were there. It was a whole thing. Mom just cried. My dad was mad as hell, though, and said that I had two choices. I could go dry out on my uncle's farm up north, or they'd send me to some Christian sober camp full of born-again weirdos. They didn't have the money to send me to some fancy smanchy rehab center, so those were my two options, and I chose the farm. Technically, Uncle Alan wasn't exactly my uncle. He was more like one of my dad's third cousins, but he'd been living up north on this little ranch for the past 20 years or so, and since he and Dad were close when they were kids, he figured that he could call in a favor. Alan agreed, and so off I went for a whole 2 weeks so I could dry out and learn the meaning of hard work. The ranch was up near a little town called Wild Horse, and to get there, we had to drive into the hills for a few miles before we reached a large green gully, like a dimple in the hills, kind of. And that was my uncle's farm. It wasn't big, but he had plenty growing there. He had a tomato patch, a plot for all kinds of chilies, and then on the other side, he had a big watermelon patch and a whole orchard full of apricot trees. It was a really beautiful place, and I started to think that it might be a pretty cool place to dry out for a while. But bearing in mind that we're arriving at night, so as Dad's headlights hit it, I suddenly saw just how run down the house was. It looked like it used to be a nice place, like back when it was built, but by the time I arrived there, it looked bad. There was also a part of me that thought it would be like, "Hey, long time no see, kid." But no, this guy did not seem pleased to see me at all. He and my dad said hi to each other, then I just stood by thinking that I was about to be introduced or something, but my Uncle Alan cuts my dad off as he's speaking and then very sternly tells me to get in the house. Now, I'm kind of stunned that he'd even talk to me like that, especially right in front of my father. But all Dad did was tell me to listen to Alan. This was after sundown too, maybe like 9:30ish, so I started walking towards the lights of the house in front of me while in a total state of shock. I remember thinking how I should have chosen the Christian camp and how at least they'd have been nice to me. And then the first thing I noticed as I walked towards the house was how all the windows had been papered over with old newspapers. I walked inside thinking that I made the second biggest mistake of my life, the first being alcohol poisoning, and then after putting my bag down, it wasn't long before Alan walked in behind me, told me to take my bags upstairs into the guest room. No "hi, how are you," no offering to help me, just grab your crap and get moving. The guest bedroom's window overlooked the front of the house, and it would have made for a nice view if it wasn't papered over. And then just seconds after sitting down in the bed, wondering what the heck I got myself into, I heard Alan suddenly call me downstairs. And that's when he laid down the rules, and they were harsh ones. Basically, it all came down to three things. I was going to work, and I was going to do what I was told, and I was forbidden from leaving the house for any reason at all. The first two I kind of expected, but not being able to leave the house at all had me thinking, you gotta be kidding me, right? Well, he was not kidding, and if I didn't like it, I was welcome to march my ass back into Wild Horse to catch the bus back to Vegas. And since I didn't have so much as a penny to my name, I was basically a prisoner there. I figured the only thing that'd get me through was going for walks in the orchard or picking ripe watermelons for us to eat. But no, I had to stay inside and either cook, clean, or read. Not because Alan had decided those were my options, but because there was literally nothing else to do. I just cried that first night. I cried myself to sleep, actually, thinking the next 2 weeks were going to be hell on earth. But while I sure got a little taste of hell, it came much sooner than I was expecting, and it didn't come from Alan. The first day started pretty well, actually, because if there was one thing Alan was good at, it was cooking. I got this big breakfast of bacon, eggs, biscuits, and black coffee, and it was all great. But that breakfast wasn't so much a treat as it was fuel for the work that followed. He had me cleaning that house all freaking day, stopping only for an admittedly very good lunch of chicken salad sandwiches. And that was the friendliest Alan got with me. When I asked if he'd grown the tomatoes that we were eating, he said yes. I said they were good, and then he kind of pursed his lips and nodded before we kept on eating in silence. Now, I guess that's how I knew that he didn't completely hate me, but it was clear that he didn't exactly want me there either. And so after lunch, I went back to work to earn my keep. That first day sucked, and the second day was more of the same. But then weirdly, by the end of the third day, I was actually starting to feel kind of at home. I guess it was the psychological effect of the place looking and smelling nice, but I started feeling this weird sense of ownership, and I found a newfound appreciation for sobriety. Alan didn't exactly warm up to me, ever actually, but he did stop being such an a-hole with me once I started to sort of get with the program. But then that night, the third of my stay with him, I realized that there was a lot more to him than met the eye. So remember how I said that my windows were papered over? Well, there was a tiny little gap in one of them between the paper and the frame, meaning that I could look out over the driveway and some of the vegetable patches if I put my eye up real close. Well, that night, I'm lying in bed, not able to sleep, when I heard voices outside the house. I got curious, and so I ended up rolling out of bed and creeping over to the window to see what's going on. Now, the first thing that I saw were these two dark figures, only dimly lit by the lights coming from the ground floor. And then at their feet, there were two big sacks of what looked to be Alan's produce. They looked like they were leaning over and checking out what the sacks held, and then when I heard the sound of the door opening and closing downstairs, the two figures stood up straight and backed off a little, like they were wary of what Alan might do. Now, I couldn't hear exactly what Alan said to them, but once he'd said it, the two figures reached down and picked up the sacks and then walked off into the darkness. It was weird because, while it looked like a fairly innocent exchange, it didn't seem friendly at all. Alan stayed watching them after they turned and walked off, almost like he didn't trust them. And I don't think these two guys said a single word of thanks, as they took a heck of a lot of fruit and vegetables, too. It just looked so odd, and I couldn't help but wonder who these two guys were as I drifted off to sleep that night. Now, the next morning, when I asked who the two nighttime visitors were, Alan looked very shifty before claiming that they were his friends. He also said it in a way that suggested that I shouldn't ask him any more questions, and so I decided to leave things at that. And then maybe an hour or two later, I'm peeling potatoes for that night's dinner. Alan announces he's driving into town. Now, he told me the rules still applied, especially when he was gone, and that I wasn't to leave the house for any reason whatsoever. Not unless it was for an absolute life or death emergency. Well, no sooner had he left, and in spite of how much he clearly trusted me not to, I went outside. I mean, can you blame me? The whole outside rule just seemed bizarre at that point. I get that I had to work and stuff to keep my hands and mind occupied, but the idea of not being able to look at all those beautiful trees and the sky, it just seemed ridiculous, you know? Now, I wasn't even considering running off to find drugs or alcohol by that point, so I figured why the heck not, and walked out onto the porch to enjoy the mid-morning sunshine. It was really beautiful out there, and not seeing the sky for about 3 days gave me a real appreciation for being outside again, and it didn't really sink in for me until that day on the porch that Alan had his own little slice of heaven up there in the hills. Assuming that he'd stay in town for a little while, I figured Alan might be gone for 40 to 45 minutes tops, And that gave me at least 20 to 30 minutes to sit out on the porch and enjoy the sunshine before it was back to being a prisoner again. I remember taking a book from Alan's collection, some local history thing that looked like it might be interesting, and then I sat flicking through it until I gave up and started gazing out into the apricot trees. Now, I figured if I got lost in the book, I'd lose track of time, at which point Alan might come home and see me out on the porch, and well, I didn't want that to happen. But then as I'm sitting there, just kind of soaking up the scene, I see someone standing in the apricot orchard maybe 50 yards away. Apricot trees aren't very tall, at least these ones weren't anyway, and they looked more like big bushes and were wide enough so that someone could kind of hide behind them. At least hide their body anyway. Because as I'm looking through the orchard, I see this pair of legs sticking out from under a big patch of green leaves. They weren't moving either. They were just sort of standing there, and from what I could tell, they were just watching me through a gap in all that greenery. Now, my first thought was that it was one of Alan's friends, maybe even one of the guys who visited the previous night. And so, not wanting to be rude or anything, I raised a hand and gave the person a little wave. Not just to say hello, but to say something like, "I see you watching me there, and it's kinda creepy." Now, I figured they'd either move out of embarrassment that I'd caught them staring, or at least wave back. But they didn't move. They just kept on watching me through the leaves of that apricot tree. We entered a kind of lopsided staring contest with me staring at the tree and him staring back at me through that greenery, and then before long I started to get a little creeped out. I remembered how frosty the previous night's exchange had been, how Alan had claimed those guys were his friends, but I didn't believe him. Then, realizing the person I was staring at might have been less than friendly, I got up off that porch swing and then walked back inside the house and went upstairs to watch from my little spy spot. Now, Alan returned not long after, and then after a little bit of lunch, we each kept on working until dinner time. I wanted so badly to ask Alan about those visitors, especially the one who appeared in the orchard that afternoon. But as you're well aware, doing so would have been an admission that I hadn't followed the rules, which was completely off the table for me. Now, I'd only just started to feel settled, so the last thing I wanted to do was piss Alan off so bad that he actually kicked me out, at which point I'd have to walk the entire 10 miles back into Wild Horse, which I definitely didn't want to do. And so, without so much as a word about it, I went to bed hoping that he'd take another trip into town at one point so I could go for a little stroll in the orchard. Now, I didn't want to bump into whoever had been staring at me, that's for sure, but that's just where my head was. Now, anyway, that night, I remember waking up to go to the bathroom, and then when I got back, I heard voices outside again. I went to the window and then looked through the crack between the paper and the frame again. Just like the previous night, those two shadowy figures were standing there, but without any produce at their feet. There was a skinny, taller one and a fatter one, and to me, it looked like Alan was trying to convince the two men of something. I just couldn't figure out what. And then the next thing I knew, Alan was stepping off the porch and making aggressive-looking gestures towards them. I figured they might back off like they did the last night, because I was pretty sure those guys were sort of scared of Alan based on the way they acted when he walked outside to greet them. But this time, their reaction was the complete opposite. They didn't back up. They moved forward, fast. And after knocking Alan off of his feet, they started kicking him again and again and again. I was terrified, and the only thing I wanted to do was hide under the bed until everything had stopped. But I knew that wasn't an option. I ran downstairs to the kitchen to grab the big carving knife that Alan kept in his knife block. And then after running outside onto the porch, I pointed the knife and yelled at the two men to leave him alone. Now close up, these were the two ugliest SOBs I had ever laid eyes on. I don't want to go guessing and saying that they were inbred, but they sure as hell looked like it. They backed off a little once they saw the knife, but neither guy ran off. Instead, the skinny one smiled and pulled a gun on me, and while the other one just sort of laughed. I didn't drop the knife or anything, and I didn't back off either, but a part of me was convinced that I was about to die, and I started shaking like a leaf. Yet for a reason unknown at that moment, the tall, skinny one didn't shoot. As Alan crawled towards me and picked himself up, he told me to get inside in a voice that sounded like he was in a lot of pain. Now, his whole thing had been do as I say, but I knew the moment that I was inside, those two guys were going to keep on kicking the crap out of him, or they were just going to shoot him. It didn't occur to me at the time that if they wanted to shoot either of us, they would have just done it. But like I said, I had no idea what those guys wanted or who they even were, so I didn't know what to expect. And once Alan was back on his feet and moving again, I followed him back towards his front door, taking little sideways crab steps until we were almost back inside again. Now, I yelled that we were going to call the cops, but both guys just started laughing again. Alan didn't have a phone and they knew it, so they were still laughing as they turned and walked off into the darkness. But not before one of them said, in a way that made my skin crawl,
"I'll be seeing you real soon, little girl. Real soon."
And when we got back inside, I was mad at Alan, yelling, "What the hell is going on? Who were those people?" But he came right back at me with the same energy, yelling, "What the hell were you thinking? I told you not to go outside." It took me a second to figure out how he knew, but then things made sense. The guy who had been watching me in the orchard that time, it was either one of those guys or someone who knew them, and they'd gone and mentioned it to Alan. Now, I had no idea how this was all connected to him getting beat up, but it was very obviously connected somehow. So I remember getting this overwhelming feeling of, oh crap, I messed up. I just didn't know why I'd messed up so bad. All I could do was apologize as Alan ranted and raved about how he'd warned me not to go outside. He mentioned something about papering over the windows too, and how he did it so they wouldn't see me. I wasn't mad. It was more like pleading, but I started asking Alan who they really were, because they were quite obviously not friends of his, but also asking him why the hell he'd let me stay there if I wasn't safe. Now, I didn't think that he could get any madder, but when I asked him that last thing, he exploded and said the only reason that he'd done my dad the favor was because he said I'd die otherwise. He said things would have been fine had I just followed the rules, and while I don't entirely believe that to be true, I definitely accelerated whatever was coming by showing myself like I did. It was just a whirlwind of emotion in the moment. Now, first off, I was mad at my dad for choosing Alan's farm of all places. And what the actual F was Alan thinking in not letting my dad know that he was being extorted by some kind of redneck mafia, it seemed like. If I'd have known, I'd have chosen that freaking Bible camp in a heartbeat. But I had no idea what was in store for me, and I guess my dad didn't either, or he'd never had wanted me there in the first place. Now, I never found out exactly who those guys were, but then again, Alan didn't really know either. All he said was that they showed up at the farm one night and gave him a choice: provide them with food every so often, or they'd burn it all down. Then, giving the nightly visitors what they wanted kept them from stealing more than they got, at least for a while anyway. They never saw eye to eye, but the way Alan saw it, it was the price that he had to pay to live in his own little slice of heaven, and much more preferable than starting a blood feud with a bunch of cousin-loving sons of bitches, as he put it. Which brings me to the second thing that had my head so whacked out, and that's why Alan and the visitors had gotten into their little altercation. So on the third night, the visitors came to collect the fruit and vegetables, right? But Alan said that he figured they weren't happy with what he'd given them. Then on that afternoon, when I took it upon myself to sit out in the porch swing, one of the visitors spotted me after coming to steal extras. To me, that was an innocent if not fairly creepy encounter, but to the visitors, it meant that Alan had something new to offer them instead of fruit and vegetables: myself. Obviously, when asked if they could take me away with them for a couple of nights, Alan said hell no, and then when the discussion got so fierce he insulted them, they attacked him. And that explained why the guy didn't shoot me when I appeared with a knife. They wanted to take me alive. I remember that full-body, terror-stricken, this cannot be happening sort of feeling, where I had to drag myself back from the brink of a panic attack. And then once I'd gathered my thoughts, only one of them stuck in my head, and that's how we needed to get the hell out of there, pronto. But not only was Alan in no condition to drive, at least until a couple of painkillers had taken effect, but it wasn't safe for us to drive at night, not with the visitors hanging around and expecting such an escape attempt. And the best thing to do was to just stay put until morning. Now I'm losing my crap at this point, saying, what are they? Effing vampires? But Alan said no, they were just men, and that I should just go get his rifle out of the closet up in his room. We turned off all the lights, and then once Alan was able to walk around and shoulder his gun, we patrolled the house after peeling off all the newspaper from the windows. It was the scariest night of my whole life because it really sunk in for me that there are things much worse than death, and being carted off by those inbred freaks would have been a fate worse than dying. Thankfully, they didn't come back that night, I guess because they were rounding up reinforcements probably for a return visit. But if they did show up again, I was long gone, because Alan drove me into Wild Horse with a shotgun on his lap at the very break of dawn. Now, I thought that I might cry with relief, but I barely even breathed as we drove through those hills, thinking at any moment Alan's truck was going to start getting shot at by people on both sides of the road. I guess the adrenaline only wore off once I was on a bus down to a place called Elko, but even after a sleepless night, I still couldn't rest my eyes enough to fall asleep, and all I could really do was cry. I mean, the fact that I was riding on a bus didn't help, but I think even if I got a motel and a comfortable bed, what happened that previous night would have had me lying there wide awake, wondering what the hell I just escaped from. And the aftermath was obviously messy, but much more boring and depressing compared to the stuff that I just told you about. Dad actually didn't believe me at first, and thought that I might have actually escaped as a way of getting out of rehab. By the time he did finally believe me, he was mad as hell at Alan for not telling him what was going on there. I get the misunderstanding, especially if my dad was telling Alan how I was on death's door, but it was one hell of a thing to suddenly find myself in the middle of, and just days after I almost drank myself to death. Mom later said that Dad drove up to Wild Horse again to confront him, but found no one home when he arrived at the house. All he found was a bunch of broken windows and empty shotgun shells on the front porch. He reported both to local law enforcement, but he never heard back about it. He took a brief look inside, and the fact that he didn't see any blood anywhere gives me hope that Alan is still alive someplace. But I fear his little slice of heaven up there in the hills of northern Nevada belongs to someone else now. So let me tell you about this girl called June, who I was friends with back when I was a kid. I had to move schools near the start of 7th grade, which was a real pain in the butt in terms of settling in and making friends, especially since I'd gone from the city to the country, which might as well have been two different worlds back then. June was the only one in school who bothered to take the time to get to know me, because she also knew what it was like being the new girl. Until just the previous year, June had been homeschooled by her parents on their farm out in the sticks. But then, for whatever reason, they decided to place her in middle school so she could be properly socialized or what have you. And when I say her family lived out in the sticks, in the middle of nowhere, boy, do I mean it. June had to wake up at 4:30 in the morning so her dad could drive her to the nearest town, just so she could catch the 7 a.m. bus to school. Now, she must have felt like double the outsider having to start in a brand new school, having never even been to one before, and I guess that's why she took so kindly to me after I showed up in town. We spent pretty much all of our school days together, and she really helped me settle in. But unlike other kids who'd call each other or go over to each other's houses after school, me and June couldn't do really any of that thanks to how far apart we lived. Now, it was just too far to drive for either of our parents, especially after their long days at work, but that was to be expected. What wasn't was how June's family didn't have a phone line on their property, which obviously meant that they had no phone. That was the first real clue that I had that June's family were different. I mean, aside from the fact that they lived in the middle of nowhere, I didn't even think that it was all that strange that she was homeschooled, since I'd known that was a thing for quite a while. But then in the summer between 7th and 8th grade, I went to stay with June and her family for about a week, and it was then and only then that I realized just how different her family really was. And so, like I say, visiting wasn't so easy with June since she lived so far away, and then by the time summer break came around, we couldn't bear to go months at a stretch without seeing each other, so our families made an arrangement. For a whole week, I'd go stay with June and her family out on their farm, and then at some point later on, June could do the same and come stay with us for a week. Now I was really excited to go see her and meet her family, and just as excited for her to meet mine. And then when the time came, I packed a week's worth of my best clothes, a bunch of other stuff that I wanted to show her, and then my dad and I set off on the 4-hour journey to where June lived. Now it felt like we drove forever, mainly because I couldn't wait to see my best friend, and then when we arrived, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It was like Junebug, my nickname for her, was living in her very own Disney movie. Her family had their own homestead out there right on the very edge of the wilderness and farming country, and not only was it a really beautiful place, but they had horses too. Junebug ran out in her Oshkosh to give me a hug, and then our dads had a talk and shook hands before mine announced that he was leaving. We hugged and I promised him I'd be good, and then off he went, and I thought I was about to have the best week of my whole life out there on June's family farm. But holy crap, was I wrong about that. That first day and night were great, with her parents and older brother and sister all being super nice to me. But then on the second day, I saw something which made me think all was not as it appeared to be. We were playing around the side of the house and her dad was fixing his truck out near the driveway when I saw this man walking down the dirt road the house was on. I saw him first and then pointed him out to June, and then she yelled to her dad, who looked up and saw him last. It was an older man, one who walked with a slight limp, and I figured it must have been one of June's neighbors. But she said that she'd never seen him before in her life, and when her dad saw him, he started marching up the driveway to cut him off like he didn't want him coming near the house. Now June and I kept on playing, but I kept my eye out on the two men, and while I couldn't hear what they were talking about, I watched them for a minute or two before the older man suddenly dropped to his knees. He was begging June's dad for something, but he was gesturing all mad, pretty much saying, get up, and trying to shoo the man off. It was really weird, and even June stopped to watch as I asked her a whole bunch of questions that I didn't know the answer to. Now that's when I first started to suspect that her dad wasn't the super nice guy like I thought he was. And while he was never anything but wonderful to me personally, things got really strange from there on out. Like when I found the shed at the very back of the backyard. June's family had a gigantic backyard which led onto this big patch of woods that her dad and brother sometimes went hunting in. Then, while we were out playing in the backyard on the third day, I ran over towards the shed only to hear June yell for me to wait. I stopped and turned around, and she was running full pelt to reach me. Then, as she caught her breath, she explained how we weren't allowed to go anywhere near that one shed, and that her dad would be really mad if he caught us. I have to stress, too, the shed wasn't like sitting there out on the lawn. It was way back among the trees, so far you couldn't even see it from the back porch. So when June told me that we had to stay away from it, it kind of made sense that her dad wanted to hide something away in there. I wasn't allowed up near our attic because my dad kept all those dangerous tools up there, so in my head, it made all the sense in the world that June's dad kept things away from the kids. But these days, I don't think that there was anything godly or innocent in there at all, let alone tools. On the fourth day, June's dad and brother went out on a hunting trip. I asked June if we'd be having whatever they caught for dinner, but she said no, that only rarely did they go hunting for meat. I started asking her a whole bunch of questions that she didn't know the answers to again, but we didn't focus on it for long. We were always playing and laughing and talking about what 8th grade would be like, so even once I'd started to notice things, there were too many distractions for me to get too freaked out. A few hours later, June's dad and brother came back with a couple of turkeys. We spotted them walking back through the woods when we were playing in the backyard, and that's when I first noticed how they didn't have any guns with them. Now, I pretty much learned to stop asking questions by then because June didn't seem to know much about anything, bless her heart. But to this day, I wonder to myself, how the hell did they catch those birds if they didn't have guns? Now, for anyone who doesn't know much about turkeys, they're not slow. They can easily outrun a human if they need to, and if they take off flying, forget about it. You're not catching one on foot. So how the heck did her dad and brother manage to catch them by hand? Granted, I know they could have had traps laid out, but their horses roamed all over too, so I don't think that it'd make much sense to risk hurting them, and not just those turkeys. But that was just the smaller side of things, because what really got my attention was how June's brother had all this blood and gore around his mouth and neck. Her dad laughed about how shell-shocked he looked later and explained it as a little rite of passage that his own father had him go through too. But to me, it feels like another one of those things that had a deeper and much darker meaning behind it than what I was being told. We didn't see any of that turkey meat either, just like June said. Her dad just took those things out to his forbidden shed and did God knows what to them. And that night, we woke up to hear June's sister screaming at the top of her lungs. The sound scared the ever-living crap out of me, but June just wrapped a pillow around her head and said it happened all the time. It turns out her sister had these really bad night terrors, and even after she woke up, she wouldn't quite know where she was for the first couple of seconds. And that meant that she sometimes screeched out things like, it's here," when her dad went to wake her up, which is what she yelled the first night she did. She did it again the second night, only she shouted, it won't stop. That second night, it just felt sad. Like listening to the way she cried, how tired she sounded, I just felt awful for her. But I think the thing that bothered me the most, and the thing that I still think was the weirdest and creepiest thing of all, the fowls. And so on the 5th, 6th, and final day of my stay, June's dad was super busy dealing with pregnant horses giving birth. This wasn't a total surprise, as June had already pointed one out before telling me it was pregnant. But apparently 3 of them all decided to give birth right at the same time, which obviously posed quite a challenge to June's dad, brother, and older sister, who joined him to help out. I remember asking June if she was excited to have some young horses running around because they would no doubt be super cute, but she just shrugged and told me how they never survived for very long. And as you can imagine, she didn't know very much. She just said it happened a lot, and that her dad always took the newborn fowls to the shed to try and nurse them, but they never survived because they came out different. And when I asked, what do you mean they come out different? June told me they came out looking wrong, and it was clear that they weren't going to survive. And then when she said that some of them didn't even look like horses, I told her not to say any more, as the thought of those poor things coming out all confused and in pain just made me want to cry. It was like that for 3 days, and in that time it was mostly just me, June, and her mom around the house. And then every so often the dad, brother, or sister would appear all covered in blood and gunk, usually to grab some water or a bite to eat before heading back to keeping on with their work. It was horrible, and sometimes you could hear these horrible horse screams off in the distance, and so by that 7th and final day of my stay, I was more than ready to go home again. I remember my dad coming to pick me up, and when he asked if I had a nice time during the ride home, I just started to cry. Once I stopped, I explained everything to him, how June's family were nice, just really, really creepy at times. My dad listened to all the stuff about hunting with no guns, the thing about the horses giving birth, and how June never saw the results of any of it, and he was just open-mouthed by the end of it. He and Mom agreed that I was just to never go there again, and they were kind of weird around June when she came to stay with us later in the summer. We stayed friends, at least until the end of middle school when my family moved all over again. Sadly, we didn't end up staying in touch for more than a year, and I have no idea where she is now or what she's doing with herself. I hope she's okay, but I've never, ever forgotten all the strange and frightening things that happened that week that I stayed over at Junebug's place. Hey Joel, I've been a fan for the longest time now, and I always thought that it'd be kind of cool to send a story in. But then, since that also means some terrible and frightening thing has to happen to me, I'm always kind of glad that I don't have one worthy of submission, you know? But then after going through my grandpa's old box of keepsakes, rest in power, Grandpa, I found an old letter written by a man whose name I'd only ever heard of in passing. That of my great-great-great-grandpa, Joseph Paget. Now, I didn't know that much about him before I read the letter, and I had to have my grandma kind of confirmed what it was before I could be certain of it. But after reading through it all, I realized why my grandpa kept it around and why he didn't take it out of its plastic wallet much, especially around us kids. And then, rather than just describe it all, I figured that I'd just type it out, word for word, and maybe see what you guys think for yourself. It was dated July 17th, 1851, to my dear friend Robert. I must first convey my most sincere gratitude for your kind recommendation of Tremont House in the port of Galveston. The accommodations proved altogether comfortable and commodious. The excellent bottle of Chablis which you so thoughtfully procured in advance was much enjoyed, and I am given to understand that the faithful Francine continues to attend to dear Evelyn with every care during my absence. Your steadfast friendship remains among the choicest blessings which a merciful Providence has seen fit to bestow upon me in this life. Yet I regret that this might be the brightest note sounded in my present correspondence, for the tidings I bear are of the most grave and sorrowful nature. You will recall that shortly after Christmas last I received a most generous offer of employment from the governor of Texas. I informed you at the time that the position was one of medical residency, and while that statement was in it itself truthful, I fear I have not been altogether candid with you. Though my secondary duty was indeed to advise and assist the physicians of San Antonio, my principal charge carried me far beyond that settled place, into regions I am certain you would have strongly counseled me to avoid, the scattered settlements of the Texas frontier. You have expressed your views upon the subject of westward expansion with such frequency and force that I may safely presume you know them to be ever present in my mind. I respect those convictions deeply. Yet I have seen with my own eyes a clear, pressing, and most urgent want of competent medical men in those distant outposts, not only for the preservation of the settlers themselves, but for the safety of us all. For in this age of steam and rail, the maladies of even our remotest neighbors may swiftly become our own. I speak chiefly of pestilence and other contagious distempers. While I fully understand the hesitation of my colleagues, I could not escape the question, if not I, then who? I arrived in San Antonio in the spring following a dire and dusty journey from the coast, and upon my arrival I was immediately struck by the brilliance of the old Spanish cathedral of San Fernando, which rises over the main plaza. Surrounding it was a curious mix of ancient adobe homes and newer, more contemporary-looking buildings, and while the streets teemed with both Tejanos and a great many European settlers, among them were a handful of soldiers and the odd Comanchero trader. Those were the men who caught my attention the most, not only for their strange manner of dress, but for the surety with which they carried themselves. They aren't natives, of course, but Tejano Spanish who forged trading arrangements with certain bands of less aggressive Comanche. They are fearsome to behold, and appear as men who've seen things of great magnificence and great terror, and I despaired to look at them. For it was the plains on which they lived, fought, traded, and died that I myself was destined for. After a night spent in lodgings much more humble than Tremont House, myself and some hired guns rode westward onto the open plains toward an isolated settlement known as Fort William. We rode for 2 days and 1 night, camping on the open prairie and beyond the ring of older settlements. The land opened up into a vast rolling sea of grass, dotted with mesquite and prickly pear, with a horizon so wide it seems to swallow a man's very sense of scale and proportion. We made a good progress the first day, albeit beneath a fierce sun, and paused at a spring-fed creek among a small party of traveling settlers. The night was spent under the stars with a low fire, the coyotes singing their eerie chorus while we kept watch against ever-present threats. The journey tested both our horses and constitution, and the second day brought a drier country still, with the desolate distance shimmering in the heat. We rode for hours until at least the modest stockade of Fort William appeared on the plain, appearing as a lonely sentinel among a vast expanse of nothingness. I must confess to expecting something a little more professional, but what greeted us was a small and rather haphazard collection of picket walls, log huts, and adobe structures, which appeared to have been thrown up with more haste than order. A mere dozen or so families made their home there, mostly hardy frontier folk, a few soldiers and some teamsters clustered together for mutual protection against the savagery that abounds in this place. Water is drawn from a brackish creek, meat from the hunt, and news from the outer world arrives only when a rider chances through. Life is stark and unyielding. The women tend small gardens and mind the stock, while the men work construction or stand watch. Evenings are spent around common fires with stories, hymns, and constant vigilance. The sky is immense and the winds ceaseless, and one somehow feels both the freedom and the peril of such a remote place all at once. Yet it is there that these people choose to make their home, and for that choice, they paid dearly. On the second day, a curious incident occurred that set the families on edge. As late one afternoon, a lone rider appeared far out on the prairie, moving slowly across the crest of a distant rise. At first, we took him for a welcome messenger or a lost traveler, and several men rode out a short way to hail him. But the stranger halted upon a low rise, sitting motionless upon his horse for a long while, and simply watching the fort with a stillness that carried no friendly greeting. No signal was returned, nor any approach made, and then after some minutes, he returned and rode away at an easy pace before being swallowed by the distant horizon. The fear that settled over the little community was palpable. Mothers drew children close, rifles were checked, and quiet talk of Comanche scouts or worse lingered well into the night. The next morning, tensions rose sharply when the inhabitants awoke to find dead birds deposited near the fort's walls. Doves, meadowlarks, and blackbirds were found strewn about, as though some unseen hand had cast them down in the night, and the sight unnerved the entire settlement. Some of the other frontiersmen muttered darkly that it was a deliberate warning from the Comanche, a sign that the fort was marked for destruction and that the warriors were closer than any scout had detected. Others, their faces set like cut flint, declared that they would die where they stood before they abandoned their homes and fields. Rifles were oiled with greater care that day, children kept close to the cabins, and a heavy silence fell over the fort, broken only by the melancholic howling of prairie winds. Tensions were already high after the lone rider and the grim discovery of dead birds scattered about the fort, but on a moonless night, they rose to outright terror at a sound that came drifting on the winds. For emanating from the darkness beyond the pickets came the unmistakable sounds of a war dance. We heard drums beating low, steady rhythm that seemed to cut through our very bones, but these were nothing compared to the screeching chants of the warriors. Their war songs drifted across the prairie like the wails of tormented spirits rising and falling in eerie cadence, fierce yet mournful. The fort's families huddled together in their cabins, while the men gripped their rifles at the walls while peering into the blackness. No one slept, for every soul feared that at any moment the darkness would erupt into an onslaught. The ghostly songs continued for hours before fading into the emptiness, leaving the little fort shaken to its core, yet still they did not waver. For several days afterwards, a strange lull settled over the fort. No further riders appeared, nor war songs drifted on the nightly wind, yet the tension remained as taut as a hostile's bowstring. The fort's occupants went about their tasks, but rifles were never far from reach. Sleep came lightly, with every gust of wind or distant dust devil drawing anxious eyes to the horizon. Then one night, a loud alarm was raised when a sizable party of Comanche warriors came riding boldly toward the fort from across the prairie. The menfolk rushed to the walls, preparing for desperate battle as they loaded rifles and primed pistols. Yet to their infinite relief, the riders halted well short of range and raised a large white flag high above their heads. On the assumption they wished to parley, the fort sent out a small armed delegation of 3 men. Yet scarcely had greetings been exchanged when the trap was sprung. With a sudden and violent screech, the Comanche overwhelmed the delegation, impaling them on their war lances. Warriors then dismounted and began butchering them alive, all within plain view of the man on the fort's battlements. The effect of the delegation's screams of agony had a terrible effect on the defenders. Then, once terror had settled firmly among their ranks, the main body of the Comanche war party surged forward. They forced the gates with sheer numbers and fire, then poured inside, running amok among the cabins and corrals. What followed was a protracted and brutal struggle. Men fought hand to hand with knife, tomahawk, and clubbed rifle as the air filled with smoke and screams. Warriors attempted to drag women and children away into the plains, with several only being stopped by desperate point-blank shots or the fierce intervention of husbands and fathers wielding axes and knives. The battle raged across the dusty enclosure for what seemed an eternity, with every hut and wall becoming a separate field of combat. For a short period, I feared all was lost. But by God's mercy, the defenders prevailed at last, driving the attackers out and securing the shattered gates. But the victory came at a terrible cost. Many good men lay dead or dying, women and children were wounded, and the little fort ran red with the blood of both attacker and defender alike. I remained there for days afterwards, tending the injured as best my skills and limited supplies allowed. I set broken limbs, extracted rifle balls, and dressed cruel lacerations. I also eased the passing of those beyond earthly help using a meager supply of morphine I carried with me. The survivors now face the future with grim resolve, but the price of holding that lonely outpost upon the plains has already been dearly paid. After doing what I could for the wounded at Fort William, I moved on to another small settlement some miles further west, one that had suffered a recent attack all of its own. There I found a man lying in a darkened cabin, sorely wounded by lance and shot, yet the deepest injury of all was to his spirit, for I came to learn that his wife and young daughter had been dragged away by the Comanche during the assault. Day after day I dressed his wounds and tried to raise his spirits, but he would only turn his face to the wall and whisper that he could no longer care to live. The light had gone out of his eyes, and he seemed a man already half departed from this world, waiting only for the final summons. All of this has left me with a heavy heart and the clear conviction that a great and terrible conflict between the settlers and the Comanche is now inevitable. The hatred runs too deep, the outrages too many on both sides, and the frontier too wide and lawless for any lasting peace. I therefore mean to finish my immediate duties here and make arrangements to leave these western plains before the storm breaks in earnest and this entire region is consumed in fire and bloodshed. May God protect you, and may He in His wisdom reunite us soon. Your faithful friend and servant, Dr. Joseph Paget. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and there are super fun live streams on Sundays and Wednesday nights. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email, letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and you might even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel here on YouTube. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories and big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. I also have a true crime channel called Saturn Soul. All links for everything are in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, zinc is the answer. My name's Drew, and back in the early 90s, I was a student up at Evergreen State College in Washington. It's a beautiful campus, but it was also kind of out of the way. So unless you had a car, you had to either attach yourself to someone who did, or you had to find something to do on campus in between cramming or part-time jobs or whatever you're up to. Now Josh, one of the guys I shared a class with, worked at the campus TV station. And then one day, since they were short a few people, he asked if I wanted to come over and help out for an afternoon. Now, I didn't have anything better to do, and it sounded more exciting than sitting around the quad all afternoon doing nothing, and so off we went. Now, it was hard to believe that they were making actual TV shows there, but that's exactly what I watched them do, and with an impressive level of professionalism, too. The week after, I asked my buddy if he needed any extra help again, and then before long, I was running the audio board for other people's shows or editing tape on those big linear editing decks that took forever for stuff to queue up. Now it was fun as hell, and I got to meet a ton of weird, cool people. Like this one guy doing a dorm room cooking show with nothing but a hot plate, or this other guy who used to rant about the Seahawks until he was red in the face and the veins were bulging in his neck. We'd record the shows, transfer them to VHS, then after sending them off to the cable channel, we'd throw little watch parties whenever they aired. Now, it was an awesome feeling seeing it go out over the airwaves, and I immediately started thinking how cool it'd be to have something I'd made broadcast as far as Tacoma. Now, I had to wait until someone quit their slot, of course, as there weren't any free ones available. But when our Seahawks guy finally ran out of trash to talk about his team, I had an opportunity to take a slot for myself. The only question was, with what? Now, I brainstormed all kinds of ideas and briefly entertained the idea of doing comedy skits. But then, I had a brainwave. Everyone has at least some local pride, right? And the one thing everyone enjoys is a damn good mystery story. So if I planned out a show that involved investigating local mysteries and led with a story that everyone would identify with, I might actually get some eyeballs on my work. And the one local legend that got not just national, but international attention was good old Bigfoot. Now, Bigfoot was actually a personal interest of mine, just not in the way you think. I was a believer once, and after moving to the Pacific Northwest, I read On the Track of the Sasquatch and The Apes Among Us by John Green, as well as The Bigfoot Casebook by Janet and Colin Board. The Apes Among Us is a particularly fascinating read, and Green is very passionate about the subject. There's just one problem. I don't believe a word of it anymore. Logically speaking, we'd have probably found Bigfoot's skeleton by now, and I'm not just talking about Peter Kane dog trainer, as while there are a plethora of other reasons why the Bigfoot myth is just that, a myth, the biggest debunker is the issue of the remains. But what I'd never personally seen is anyone putting those reasons to a true believer, one who'd actually done the research on it themselves, and if done respectfully and amicably, I figured I might have cracked the formula to some pretty great television. Now, I managed to find a guy who ran a guided Bigfoot tour that included a night of camping in areas where there had been plenty of sightings, apparently. Now, I'm guessing the camping alone gave the guests a spooky enough atmosphere when all they were really doing was hanging out and having fun together with some like-minded people. Now, I get it, man, I do. It's fun to have friends and tell spooky stories, but I wanted to know if what the guide was saying stood up to any scrutiny. And not in a mean, you're a liar, mister kind of way, more like as a way of exploring the veracity of the subject in a way that didn't sensationalize it, and asking all the questions folks at home wanted to ask on their behalf. Now, I didn't think that'd be an attractive prospect, but luckily, Brandon, the tour guide, actually agreed to it. Now, Brandon was a real character. He was warm, friendly, and immediately saw my offer as an opportunity to promote his business. He said he didn't mind if I had questions because he'd been answering them for the better part of 20 years. And as long as I didn't try making him look stupid in front of the other folks on the tour, I was welcome to ask anything I wanted. Now, my buddy Josh and I went out to meet him one weekend to shoot some opening footage that had run before that of the actual tour. Brandon looked like I imagined him. Flannel shirt, jeans, big mustache, and beer gut. Now, he was also so excited to be on a TV show, even if it was just public access, that he made for a fantastic interviewee. By the time we were done with the segment, I was actually psyched to go on the tour with him, if only for the fact it'd be fun to hang out with him overnight in the woods. And even if I didn't get to debunk the whole Bigfoot thing, and in the space of a half-hour cable access show, it'd still make for great viewing. And when the Saturday of the tour rolled around, me and Josh drove out to where Brandon was based. We borrowed a car and one of the station's crappy camcorders, and then once all of Brandon's tourists were assembled, we hit the trails, and it wasn't long before my questions began. When Brandon talked about eyewitness sightings, I brought up how unreliable they were. Then when he brought up tracks and footprints, I brought up how the famous Patterson-Gimlin tracks were eventually proven to be a hoax. I kept it friendly. There was no gotcha moments, and the other guests actually enjoyed us talking about Native American references to megafauna. And we agreed, and quite excitedly too, that modern technology brought us all closer to a definitive truth. But at least one of the other guests did not appreciate our approach. There was this older guy who looked to be in his late 40s, jean shorts, hoodie, ball cap, shades. Now, he'd been quiet for almost all of the hike, but his facial expressions and body language were getting louder and louder. Then when me and Brandon started discussing Bigfoot population numbers, he boiled over completely. Brandon made the point that animals which adapt to colder climates generally exist in low numbers, like in the case of polar bears or certain kinds of whales. It was a pretty solid retort to my point that an ape the size of Bigfoot would need a large population to avoid inbreeding. But when I circled back around to the point about calorie consumption, as Bigfoots would have to eat crazy amounts of food and would therefore leave a crazy amount of poop, I imagine, the guy with the ball cap and shades turned around and got right up in my face. The man that I'll only refer to as Angry Dave was all red and puffed up, asking what my problem was, and saying that a Bigfoot tour wasn't some place for some close-minded college kid. I tried telling him I wasn't close-minded, that I'd read a bunch of literature on the topic and I wanted nothing but the truth. But Dave replied that I knew nothing about the woods or real life and accused me of trying to ruin the tour for everyone else just so I could feel like a smarty party. Now I get why he was mad, and Josh had already suggested how joining an actual tour might lead to something like that. Brandon had insisted that we do just that, probably because the presence of a TV camera made him look all newsworthy or whatever. And I guess he felt his share of the blame too, because he stepped in fast to say, "It's okay, I invited the guy," offering a more private tour at Angry Dave's convenience. But Dave didn't want to hear it. He stepped closer, got louder, and even looked like he was about to swing for me at one point. Between myself, Josh, and Brandon, we managed to calm him down enough to continue the tour, with Dave doing nothing but glaring at me every time I spoke. Now, I kept the questions to an absolute minimum following the confrontation, as in addition to the nighttime stuff we were about to shoot, Josh and I had more than enough footage to put together a 30-minute segment. Now, once we had all of our tents set up, Brandon had got a little campfire going and conversations moved away from Bigfoot, and the tension started to lift. Even Angry Dave started to lighten up a little, even if he did roll his eyes or shake his head at pretty much anything me or Josh came on with. Now, after we all retired to our tents, Josh and I shot a little more footage, basically saying that we'd started shooting again if we heard any creepy noises. Now, we didn't expect to hear any. In fact, I was convinced that if we did hear any noises, it'd be Brandon out there faking them to play a friendly prank on the skeptics. But as it turned out, on that point, I was dead wrong. I was pretty tired from all the walking, and me and Josh had to get up super early that morning to check our gear. So once we shot our tent footage and lay down in our bedrolls, I don't think either of us lasted even a minute before we were dead to the world. I guess we were out around 3 hours or so, because the next thing I know, Josh is shaking me awake at like 1 a.m. while whispering, Dude, listen." We stayed quiet for a second, and then I suddenly heard this loud, sharp thwacking sound in the distance, like someone was hitting the trunk of a tree with a large branch. It might sound strange, but it was such a clearly identifiable sound, but it was also one with some very sinister connotations. Now, for those of you that don't know, Bigfoot is supposed to hit trees with sticks as a form of communication. Some say it's how Bigfoots talk to each other, and it is Bigfoots, not big feet, but others say that they're a warning to humans, and the people who've ignored these warnings have then mysteriously gone missing. Now, I didn't think it was Bigfoot at all. I thought it was Brandon. But when we got out of the tent with the camera, I saw Brandon and another tourist standing there all wide-eyed and looking spooked. I guess it was sort of a nervous reaction on my part, but I whispered a joke to Brandon about how I figured the noise would be him trying to play a prank on us. I thought he might see the funny side, but he didn't. He just shook his head like he well and truly believed it was Bigfoot out there, and then shushed us so we could keep on listening to those spaced-out thwacking sounds. Now, Brandon had already explained what we were hearing during the tour, so as all the other tourists got out their tents to join us, each of them had that same look of fear and wonder on their faces. I started whispering to the camera to explain the sounds, and then out of nowhere, we all heard this blood-curdling scream from off in the distance, about the same distance the dull thwacks were coming from. Everyone's like, "Oh my God," and even Brandon looked terrified. And I won't lie, Josh and I got pretty spooked too, and I remember thinking it was some type of prank, and then it was a damn good one. But then, one of the other tourists realized that Angry Dave's tent was empty, and I watched Brandon's head just spin around, terrified. He asked if anyone had seen or heard him, and one of the others said that they'd woken up to hear him walking off somewhere like he went to pee, but evidently he hadn't returned. Someone else then asked if Dave might have gone looking for the source of the sound, and since that scream sounded like it came from a man of Dave's age and size, Brandon went into full-on crisis mode, thinking that this guy was hurt. Now he grabbed his flashlight and then went tearing off into the woods, yelling Dave's name. The rest of us followed like we were programmed to, with the tourists close behind, and Josh and I at the rear with the camera. We ran for about a minute or two, all yelling out Dave's name, and when Brandon stopped, we stopped too. He asked us to fan out and look around, as Dave might be so hurt that he actually couldn't respond. Now, one of the other tourists then asked if he thought that Bigfoot had outright killed Dave and might have dragged him off someplace after attacking him, but Brandon said he didn't know, and it was like that answer made things worse for everyone. They wanted him to have answers, so when he didn't, it frightened everyone all the more. Now, I didn't think we were about to encounter a Bigfoot. I thought Dave had walked off and taken some tumble in the dark, or worse, maybe gotten himself attacked by an animal or something. Now, just because he hadn't been attacked by some mythical creature didn't mean that he wasn't in danger, and the same applied to us, too. Walking through those dark woods was seriously scary, and it's crazy how much fear can make you doubt yourself. And by that, I mean I was scared that I actually started wondering if I was about to be proved wrong about Bigfoot, and in spectacularly horrifying fashion. I didn't fully start to believe or anything. I just struggled to compute how nightmarishly ironic it'd be if I was torn apart by something I didn't even believe existed. Brandon had his gun with him, but no one else was armed, so I had to go walking through the dark forest with nothing but a big stick in my hand and a camera in Josh's. The whole time I'm yelling Dave's name, asking him to call out to us to let us know where he is. But I'm also spinning on the spot to face every little noise, like I was expecting Bigfoot to come rushing out of the darkness into our flashlight beams before picking us up and bashing us against the trees. I had my head on a swivel, and Josh had to do everything in his power to keep a steady shot, and he still couldn't keep his hands from shaking. But when it came too quickly for either of us to do anything about it, and I barely even saw that giant stick before it smashed into my head. I went down like a ton of bricks, while Josh was so startled by the sudden presence that he fell back on his butt and dropped the camera. But even if he hadn't, and he kept on filming as that stick smashed into my ribs, and then hips, and then legs, he wouldn't have recorded me getting attacked by a Bigfoot, because the only person attacking me was Angry Dave. Mine and Josh's yelling attracted the attention of the others, and to his absolute credit, it was Brandon who showed up seconds later with his gun drawn, telling Dave to put the stick down or he'd shoot. Now, I guess there's no love lost between me and Dave at this point, but while I appreciate that some of you might think I'm exaggerating to make him look bad, I'm definitely not. And so when I say he looked so out of his mind with rage that it appeared that he might charge at Brandon at any second, I'm not just saying that. and for a moment or two I was legitimately scared that I was about to watch him get his head blown off. He looked at Brandon, then down at me like he wanted to just keep on hitting me. But right as he raised the stick up again, Brandon yelled out that he'd shoot if he hit me again. And that sort of brought Dave back to reality, I guess. He stepped back, dropping the stick while still red as a beet. Then I guess when he realized what he'd done and how we might have had it all on camera, we didn't, Dave turned and went running back to the camp to grab his stuff. He left just as hastily as Brandon and the other tourists yelled at him, saying the cops would be informed. I remember feeling a little smug, knowing that he'd given me all the ammo I needed to get his ass thrown in jail. But he hit me so hard that I had blood running down from my hairline, and it hurt so bad that I knew I needed to get to a hospital right away. Dave had obviously faked all the stick sounds and the scream, and according to the cops, his original intention was only to scare me. But when he saw me and Josh with our camera, especially me being lit up like a freaking Christmas tree, the red mist descended, and he attacked me with the same stick that he'd been using to hit that tree. He ended up spending about 6 months inside, which was better than nothing, I guess, whereas I got myself a nice little hairline scar as a souvenir. It sucked having to get stitches and stuff, and for a while, the doctors were worried that I'd have a pretty bad concussion. But to me, the worst thing was that Brandon revoked his permission for us to air the footage. He'd already signed a waiver, but Josh and I didn't much feel like going to war with him over it, so to speak, and he'd been so nice and welcoming it wasn't his fault that he accidentally brought along some fanatical psycho. Airing the footage would have the opposite effect on his business, so when he coupled his revocation with a polite request, I couldn't find it in myself to just ignore it. I guess that's about the end of the story, though. But don't worry, I'm not going to try and end on some poignant line about lessons learned, because I think the lessons here are obvious to all who wish to learn them. So, my mom was originally from Russia, and she lived up there during the Soviet years, but she never really talked about it while I was growing up. I learned this was because you could divide Soviet immigrants into one of two categories: those who talked about their old lives back in the USSR, and those who didn't. And those who talked tended to complain about it, saying things like, "We had equality for all, equally empty shelves and equally long lines," or my personal favorite, "The future was bright, the present was gray, and the past was whatever the party said it was." But those who didn't talk about it, you learn not to pry. Some people escaped communism with nothing but nightmares and the clothes on their back, and thankfully, while nothing too terrible ever happened to Mom, she had a few stories of her own. Now, back when she was still a student, Mom volunteered to work at a pioneer camp for the summer, which was exactly the same as an American summer camp in almost every way. She was a guardian there, which is basically what they called their counselors, and in addition to all the games, activities, and fresh air, guardians served up generous doses of Soviet propaganda. Mom said the camps were like paradise on the surface, but in this one place, beneath the smiles and the slogans, there was a kind of tension in the air. From what she could gather, the head guardian had been selected by this one committee. Almost everything in Russia at that time was run by committee, so the decision of the guardian appointing committee had to be ratified by this other committee. Now, once their approval had been secured, the head guardian was approved. But then the head of the other committee suddenly changed his mind because his spoiled, bratty-ass son wanted to be head guardian. Now, the guy goes about trying to reverse the decision, first by bureaucracy, but when that failed, he turned to threats. No one threatened the head guardian, not directly anyway, but there was talk of having him removed, even closing the camp down completely. Mom said this went on for like 2 weeks, getting a slow drip of information, partly fact and partly rumor. And then one day, the head guardian announced the whole thing was over. A decision had come down from on high, guaranteeing his place at the camp for the next couple of years, and since the guy was a pretty beloved figure, everyone was happy about it. Every person except one. Mom said a few nights later, after all the kids had been put to bed, She was doing her rounds on the second floor of a dorm. She remembered checking in on this one group when suddenly this deep feeling of unease came over her. Russia's a place of extremes. Super cold in the winter, but then depending where you're at, it can get super hot during the summer. Now that night was no different, so the air in all the dorms was very warm. But in that one, the air felt just like a little too warm in places. And then suddenly, she started to smell the smoke. She could tell right away it wasn't just campfire smoke. A smell she was very familiar with by then because the smoke that night had an artificial, chemical sort of scent to it. Then, when she ran to the window and saw flames licking up the walls from the ground floor, she realized fire was spreading fast. So Mom hit the dorm's alarm and in doing so, unleashed total chaos. The alarm scared the kids half to death, so they were almost blind with panic as they came tearing out of their rooms. Things would have been way worse if Mom and some other guardians weren't bunked in the same building and they were able to restore a little order once they came out of their rooms. But then when a guardian discovered the stairwells were full of smoke, they realized that to escape, they had no choice but to basically throw the kids from the second floor windows, and they had to do it fast. Smoke was building up, people were coughing, and as the kids were starting to panic. Mom said that at first some of the older ones tried to help the little ones, but it wasn't long until panic took over and the guardians lost control. And then not only did she watch kids literally climbing over each other, but kids as young as 6 or 7 were pushing open the windows and then just leaping out into the dark before hitting the ground with these sickening thuds. Now, it was only the second floor, so the kids who jumped didn't get hurt too bad. But they were landing on concrete, so Mom said it was still pretty horrifying to hear their thuds as they landed awkwardly, followed by their screams of pain as they broke bones or sprained ankles. And outside on the ground, camp guardians were running around with buckets of water doing anything they could to at least slow the spread, but Mom said those buckets were all but useless against those flames. More adults poured out into the scene from the staff quarters while Mom kept on herding the kids towards the windows. One little disabled girl she was carrying went limp in her arms from the smoke, and Mom had to fight through the crowd to get her to a window. She said things were starting to look really bad, but right when the kids needed to, the bus showed up. The camp's groundskeeper, this big burly guy whose name was Grigor, ended up driving the camp's bus right up to the burning dorm, so it was running lengthways alongside it. It meant the kids had something to break their fall while jumping from the corridor windows, of which there were many. So as soon as the guardians realized what was happening, they told the kids to jump, and they came pouring out to land on top of the bus. Guardians were on the ground too, helping them down when they landed. Some of the kids hit the bus pretty hard and got hurt that way too, but even the ones who bounced or fell had something there to catch them. Mom said that Grigor's quick thinking saved dozens of lives, her own included. And then once the last few kids had jumped on top of the bus, Mom and another guardian jumped too, and just in the nick of time because Mom said that once she had her feet on solid ground, she turned to see the bus was starting to catch fire itself. By dawn, the dorm building was a soaking wet ruin. It took the fire department a while to make it out there, so by the time they arrived, the dorm was pretty much done for. Their trucks were still there by sunup, as were the medics treating injured kids, and the worst of which were laid out on blankets not far from the ruins of their dorm. Parents started showing up worried not long after because you could see the smoke for miles around. But here's where things started getting even darker, because a lot of those parents showed up to a police perimeter with cops telling them to go home and wait for news there. Mom said they wanted to control the flow of information coming in and out, so they showed up fast to stop panic from spreading. Mom helped with the cleanup and then helped set up makeshift hospital tents. But as she worked, she found herself fixated on this one little detail she'd overlooked that previous night. When she ran to the windows and saw the fire for the first time, she remembered seeing someone running for the tree line off in the distance, but then seeing the flames sent her into action, so the image of that figure running off didn't return until later. But even then, it was pretty obvious the fire was no accident. The firefighters found signs of gas or some flammable liquid, which explained the chemical smell Mom had caught early on. And then once it became clear it was arson, the police took over completely. Mom said it was obvious who did it and that the only person with any ill will against the camp was the son of that committee head, who was bitter about not getting his way. And so when the police announced that they'd found the arsonist and that it had been some hermit living a few miles away in the woods, everyone was very surprised. No one even knew that the guy had been living out there, not in all the time the camp had been running, so he'd obviously kept to himself. And then when they said they caught him with a ton of stolen gas cans, the kind used at the camp depot, things made even less sense. We hadn't noticed any fuel going missing, and why would a hermit steal gas if he didn't have anything that ran on it? But as was custom back then, when authorities spoke, people didn't talk back. The hermit was just the raggedy old loner with no one to speak up for him, and so to authorities, it was an open and shut case. They hauled him in, gave him a closed-door trial, and then announced he was going to be executed for 50 counts of attempted murder, with the aggravating factors being that his target was a dorm full of little kids. Not even a month went by. That poor hermit was executed, and then all these bigwigs went around patting themselves on the back, telling everyone the children were safe again. But Mom said that's just what they wanted them to think. The Guardian started hearing rumors about the hermit. Stuff like how he was half blind, could barely walk straight most days. How does a guy like that sneak into a guarded camp, set the dorm on fire, and then run off before anyone could apprehend him? He doesn't, because whoever really set the dorm on fire was running at full speed when my mom saw them, meaning that they were young, fit, and healthy, and not some old hermit. And the cover-up stank, and Mom said the mood got so bad that party officials came around to the camp to personally remind the Guardians that spreading false rumors meant losing their jobs or worse. Mom kept her mouth shut and her head down, but said that inside, she was boiling. After the camp closed for the season, Mom went back to her regular life, but the anger and the nightmares both stuck around. The kids mostly recovered. A few had scars from burns or falls, but all were traumatized by what they went through. Mom carried her own scars too, mental ones, in the form of the knowledge that sometimes justice gets buried under politics. Before she moved to America and once the Soviet Union started collapsing, Mom thought about digging into it more, maybe finding old records or talking to other survivors. She'd always believed it was the committee's head kid who lit the fire and that the hermit was just a convenient scapegoat. Some poor soul who made the perfect patsy, whose secret trial ensured nobody could ask any serious questions in open court. Hearing her tell it like that hit me hard. This wasn't just some story in a book that we read in history class. It was my mom's life, something she lived through and that shaped her into the tough, no-nonsense woman she was. She always made sure that I knew the value of speaking up, even when it might seem scary, because, as she so correctly said, staying quiet lets the bad people get away with things. Many years ago, I got home from work to find my girlfriend, now wife, having dinner in front of the TV. We talked about our days as I made myself some coffee, and then suddenly, the news guy said something about a murder that had taken place close by. A local man had been found dead in his home, having been stabbed just shy of 100 times. The sheer number of wounds had us thinking, Jesus Christ, that poor man. And it was very shocking to have something like that happen in the quiet, relatively crime-free area we lived in. But then they flashed the victim's picture on screen, and as I looked at him and heard his name, I felt the color and blood drain from my face. When my girlfriend asked if I knew the guy, I nodded. I said his name was Ryan. Now, it's not his real name, and he was a counselor at a summer camp that I went to as a child. Now, she knew that I'd been to a camp as a kid, but I'd never told her the story of Ryan and how much he'd affected my life one summer back when I was a child. And then over the next hour or so, I laid it all out for her. And this, in so many words, is what I said. When I was 11 years old, Mom and Dad decided that I was going to summer camp again that year. We moved across the country not long before, so while I wasn't psyched about going to a new place, I was way past the tantrums and I don't want to go phase of my life. And they showed me some pamphlets for this place called Camp Choctaw. Now, it's not its real name, but I thought it sounded cool. And the kids looked like they were having some huge amounts of fun, and the theme was all things Native American, with plenty of archery, making teepees, and weaving dream catchers. During the final week, the camp held a big powwow where all the kids got to make their own headdresses, and the counselors cooked on a barbecue instead of in the cafeteria. I thought it looked awesome, and while making new friends was always nerve-wracking, I was stoked to be heading to Camp Choctaw for a month come summertime. The camp was in a giant clearing out in the middle of the woods with these cool log-style cabins with big porches scattered around. A big open pavilion thing sat in the middle with picnic tables, and further back I could see the cafeteria and what looked like some sort of activities lodge. Now, there were also a couple of brightly colored teepees set up near the pavilion, but we were told that they were just a display piece and that no one got to sleep in them. Now, that didn't matter to me, though. But even without getting to sleep in an actual teepee like a Native American, the place looked awesome. There were already tons of kids running around by the time me and my dad showed up. I could see the counselors too, mostly college-aged guys, but a couple of older men also. And apart from the cook, who seemed kind of grouchy, they all seemed like really fun dudes. All the younger guys were wearing bandanas or beads and stuff like that, and I remember this blonde dude came over to my dad's car with this big smile like, "Hey buddy, you ready for the best week ever?" Then as we're getting out of the car, he asked, "What's your name?" "My name's Ryan." That was my first meeting with him, and never in a million years did I imagine things would end the way they did. But life is strange sometimes like that, I guess. Now, after I said goodbye to my dad, I joined the other kids, and then eventually I heard my name being called by one of the counselors. I joined a big group of boys and being herded over towards the main lodge where the head counselor, a taller, older man, told us that we were all in cabin 4, and that our group name was the Wolves. Now, we followed him down this little path through the trees where we were met by an awesome log cabin with a big wooden wolf carved over the door. Now, it smelled like bug spray and cleaning fluid. And then as we all piled in and started picking bunks, I remember this skinny kid with messy brown hair and a dinosaur shirt coming up to me and asking if he can take the one above mine. Now, I told him, "Sure, dude," trying to sound nonchalant even though I was pretty nervous. And then over the next half hour or so, we got to know each other a little. Now, by the time the counselor came in to give us a little orientation speech, Tommy and I were already sitting on the floor together, sharing snacks while laughing about how this one kid looked like a burrito when all zipped up in his sleeping bag. Now, that first night, we all stayed up way too late, planning out all the cool stuff we were going to do in these whispers. And then for the next 3 weeks or so, Tommy and I became best friends. Now, whether it was making clay pots, being partners in 3-legged races, or finding sneaky ways to help ourselves to some extra s'mores, Tommy and I did it together. It felt like it was going to be the best summer of my whole life, and that me and Tommy were going to be best buddies till the day we died. And then one day, about midway through the second week, I woke up in the middle of the night to find Tommy gone from his bunk. I needed to use the bathroom, really bad too, so my first thought after my eyes opened was bathroom. But as I got up, that's when I noticed Tommy's bunk was empty. I figured he'd also gone to take a leak, so I walked out of the cabin thinking that I'd bump into him or see him on the way or whatever. But on the walk to the bathroom, I didn't see Tommy, and neither was he in the bathroom when I walked inside there. Now I'm thinking, that's weird. And then after taking a whiz and washing up, I walked out into the night again to sort of whisper Tommy's name, like, "Tommy! Tommy!" At first, there was nothing but silence, and so I kept going towards the pavilion near where the teepees were and kept on calling out for Tommy. Now, it felt creepy as hell being out there all alone after dark, then right as I'm thinking I should maybe just go back to my dorm, I hear this low, eerie whine, almost like an animal, but different. It sent literal chills through me, and While I somehow managed to keep quiet, I sprinted back to my cabin and jumped in my bunk, waking everyone up in my cabin in the process and severely pissing them off. They asked me what was wrong, but when I said, "There's something out there," they listened for just a second before being like, "No, there isn't, dumbass. Go back to sleep." No, it might sound weird, but being shamed like that actually did calm me down. If my cabin mates weren't freaked out, then it was most likely just my imagination getting the better of me. I also realized I was scared Tommy was headed home early for some reason. Like he'd gone off to the nurse with some illness in the middle of the night and was on his way to the hospital or something with me none the wiser. But then in the morning, and much to my relief, there was Tommy, lying in his bunk like the previous night's strangeness was nothing but a weird dream. I was majorly relieved to see him, but since the other kids had also noticed he was missing, it wasn't just me who wanted to know where he'd gone. But when asked, Tommy told us that he'd gone over to the counselor's bathroom for a dump, instead of using the gross one that we all shared. I didn't just buy it. It was like, that boy's a genius, because that shared outhouse thing was nasty as hell. But after we were all done being like, the hell didn't we think of that? I told Tommy about the weird noise that I heard outside. I said it sounded like an animal, but that it also had this kind of creepy familiarity to it. And Tommy just looked at me blankly for a second and then said that he hadn't heard anything during the walk to the counselor's place, or on the way back again. But then, and I know this might sound weird, I couldn't tell if he was serious or not. Tommy had pulled a few pranks on me over the previous few weeks, enough that I'd got an idea when he was lying or not, and when he told me that he didn't hear anything, he couldn't hold eye contact. And I asked him once if he was sure, and then when he insisted, I changed the subject and jokingly suggested that there was a vampire or werewolf running around camp after dark. Tommy played along and laughed, but something just felt off. I figured maybe he was tired and hoped that he wasn't coming down with something that would result in him going home early. We kind of dawdled behind as we're talking, with all the other kids filing past us on their way to breakfast. And then just after I cracked the joke about the vampires or werewolves, a counselor I called Todd came over to usher us along. Now Todd was friendly enough, but you know when you just sort of get a bad feeling about someone when you're a kid? Yeah, that. He just seemed kind of fake, like he was always right on the cusp of his patience wearing thin, at which point he'd drop the cool counselor act and revert to his natural douchebag-like state. Now he came over saying, "Hey guys, everything alright?" But before I could even answer, Tommy was making a beeline for the cafeteria. Now I remember thinking, dude, wait up, in my head, but while I didn't strictly like Counselor Todd, I couldn't exactly just go walking off without answering him. So I was kind of glued to the spot thinking, damn it, now I gotta talk to him. I basically lied and told him everything was fine, and then he told me to catch up with the others. But then as I'm walking off, Todd asked if I needed someone to take me to the bathroom. I was 11, dude, not like 4. No one had asked me if I wanted them to take me to the bathroom since I was back in diapers. But again, this dude's an authority figure, so I'm not rude to him. I'm just thinking, no thanks, Todd, I'm good. I was actually kind of mad when I caught up with Tommy. I mean, not like mad, but I was still saying, dude, why the hell did you just leave me with that weirdo? He told me he was hungry and just wanted to get to the cafeteria, but I could tell that wasn't it. I got so frustrated that I asked him pretty loudly what the hell had gotten into him, only to be immediately warned by one of the counselors to keep my cool. I ended up apologizing to Tommy after breakfast, saying I didn't mean to yell at him, but that's when he offered his own apology and told me how I was kind of right. Something was bothering him, so much it was making him feel sick, so sick that he didn't want to eat. And it was true, all he'd done was push his food around on his plate, and this was after telling me he was so hungry he abandoned me to Todd. But when it came to telling me exactly what was bothering him, Tommy wouldn't say. I had to assume it was some kind of medical thing, because why the hell else would he just be going to call his mom and dad and ask if they'd come get him the next morning? I practically begged him not to go, and to wait and see how he felt later that day. But Tommy was adamant. He felt awful and he needed to go home. I was devastated, but after going through the stages of grief over the course of about an hour, I just landed on acceptance. I put on a happy face and then tried to make sure Tommy's final day at camp was a good one. And while I was kind of successful on that front, the rest of that day was still kind of awkward. Tommy never did get his spark back. He was just too preoccupied with something, and I figured it was my job to just be a good friend and distract from it as best I could. But since Tommy was down, I was down too, so it wasn't long before Counselor Ryan, the guy who first greeted me when I arrived at the camp, came over to see what was up. Ryan was pretty much everyone's favorite counselor and had this total big brother vibe about him. He was good at sports, definitely had that jock feel about him, but at the same time he was warm, approachable, and made sure no one felt left out or ignored. I really looked up to the guy, so when he came around and asked if everything with me and Tommy was okay, he'd also seen me yelling at Tommy, I basically poured my heart out. I said he was acting weird, that he wanted to go home and that something was bothering him, but he wouldn't tell me what. Ryan then gave me what could have been a movie monologue saying I was a good friend. Tommy was lucky to have me and that everything would turn out just fine if I acted with integrity and always told the truth. Now, 11-year-old me ate that up, especially coming from Ryan, and then the rest of the days seemed that little bit brighter. And like I said, Tommy was much quieter than usual. So after dinner, there was no staying up late and whispering between bunks. But then for a second night in a row, when I woke up in the middle of the night to go take a pee, Tommy was not in his bunk. Now that time, I knew that I wouldn't see him on the way to the bathroom. That's not where he was going, but as I was creeping through the darkness outside, calling out Tommy's name somewhere between a yell and a whisper, I heard that skin-crawling, high-pitched whine again. It scared the hell out of me, but I didn't run that time. I stayed silent and still, waited to hear it again, and then realized it was coming from the teepees near the pavilion. I crept towards them, then heard the whining sound a third time, only on that occasion, I heard a grown man say something like, "Shush." It was definitely coming from inside one of the teepees, and although I was scared out of my mind, my desire to help Tommy spurred me forward. I almost wasn't surprised to see him when I opened up that teepee, but I was surprised to see Counselor Todd in there with him, and I was especially surprised to see Todd standing there, wearing nothing but socks. I was so shocked I dropped the tent flap, and then went running off towards the counselor's cabins, only to find that none other than Counselor Ryan was headed towards me. You can imagine how relieved I was to see him, right? How he might as well have been Superman walking over to save the day. Well, imagine that feeling and double it. When he asked me what was wrong, I told him Tommy and Counselor Todd were in the teepee together, and at first Ryan was just like, "Okay, and?" But then I was obviously like, Todd is naked in there. But instead of being horrified or even asking me to clarify what I'd said because he couldn't believe his ears, Ryan just said, "That's cool, buddy. Me and you can go have some grown-up fun too if you want." I'd never smelled alcohol on anyone's breath before. Not like I did then, anyway. My dad only ever drank beer, and only after me and my sister had gone to bed. But even today, that smell brings me back to that dark night at Camp Choctaw, and the horror I felt after Counselor Ryan asked me to join him. It was me who couldn't believe what I just heard, not just because of what it entailed, but because I'd never had anyone talk to me like that before. All I could do was stand there, dumbstruck with horror, until Ryan reached out and tried to take me by the arm. And that's when my soul returned to my body, I guess, and his touch had me recoiling like his fingers were made of hot coals. I couldn't bring myself to scream. I don't know why, but I just couldn't. I felt like I was in a dream. I didn't want people to know what had happened, and I mean, not at first anyway. So I just ran back to my bunk, curled up against my sleeping bag, and just laid there for hours. Trapped in this waking nightmare of reliving what happened over and over in my head. and by the time morning rolled around and the head counselor came over to speak with me about that previous night, I couldn't bring myself to talk about it. I couldn't even look at Tommy, who by then had walked past me with his bag towards the counselor's building, where he was due to be picked up by his parents. And I couldn't bring myself to look at Counselor Ryan either, not as the head said he heard that I had a bad dream. I just nodded along. Yeah, sorry for scaring everybody. And it was twice as horrific because I suddenly found myself where Tommy was, or still was, trapped in this cage of not being able to talk about it for what were a bunch of different reasons. Fear, shame, disgust, you name it. I then did the same thing as Tommy and lied that I was feeling so sick that I needed my parents. And I had to wait until the afternoon for Dad to get there, but he didn't need much convincing when I talked to him over the phone. I guess he could hear it in my voice, that fear and shame and disgust that I mentioned. Fathers know their sons like that. Then, almost as soon as we're on the highway and Camp Choctaw was in the rear window, I broke down crying. Telling my mom and dad about what happened was easier than I thought it would be, I guess because of that safety I felt. But the thing that had me bursting into tears over and over was the thought of Tommy having to tell his parents what happened, because he was obviously in a way worse situation. Now, we had swapped phone numbers long before we both left camp, so I was able to give Tommy's number to my father, and he contacted Tommy's parents immediately, and I remember feeling as if everything was going to be fine. Dad was going to fix everything, and in that omnipotent parental way that seems like magic to kids who don't know how the world works yet. I remember Mom hugging me, and the mute sound of Dad's voice while he talked on the phone in his office. He was in there for a while, but when he came out, I figured everything had been fixed. But I was wrong. Dad came back into my bedroom and in so many words asked me, tactfully, if I made the whole thing up. He didn't outright accuse me of lying because I think he knew that I believed something had happened to Tommy, but when he put the same thing to Tommy's parents and they asked their son, he denied everything. I couldn't believe it at the time, and now it makes all the sense in the world to me, but in the moment, I couldn't understand why Tommy would be cool with the counselors not being punished for what they did to him. I tried telling my dad that it was Tommy who was lying, which made everything all the worse because it was like me versus him by that point. I knew he'd hate me for trying to tell the truth when all he wanted to do was move on and pretend it never happened, but I couldn't just stay quiet. Sometimes I wonder if I should have just moved on and forgotten about it instead of turning a whole year of my life into this slow nightmare with no end in sight. But as they used to say to knights back in the day, always tell the truth, even if it leads to your death. At least that's what I tell myself to keep the doubt and regret at bay. Dad didn't give up. He and Mom believed me, and they even said years later that what Tommy and his parents said didn't wash. They said it was that classic sort of victim in denial thing, whereas I was able to talk about it because I hadn't actually been violated. Dad was the one who adopted the whole thing as like his own personal cause, one he'd fight to the bitter end. And while that might sound like a nice thing to say, the reality of that bitter end left an even more bitter taste. Regardless of whether Tommy was going to tell the truth or not, Dad got in touch with the cops and relayed everything I'd said to them. That kicked off this whole investigation side of things, and I had to go talk to some police lady for hours in some cozy, colorful family room, which was supposed to make me feel safe and comfortable. Well, it didn't work, and I had a major panic attack when I got to the part where Ryan made a move on me. I only cried when I described seeing Tommy in the teepee with Todd. It made me feel sick to my stomach, but I was able to talk about it with her. But then once I got to the Ryan part, it was like I was right there again, standing in the dark and smelling the booze on his breath, and all I wanted to do was run. When it was all over, I'd given my statement in full. Everyone kept telling me how brave I'd been and how everything was going to be just fine. But, and just like with Ryan's little movie monologue speech, that was a lie too. I didn't know what was coming, and no one took the time to warn me either. I guess because how the hell do you even explain a thing like that to an 11-year-old? Sit them down and say, oh, by the way, no one's going to believe you, and there's going to be a huge campaign to make us out to be crazy liars to try and scam a summer camp out of their hard-earned cash. Nah, they wouldn't understand, and so no one tried. The first I heard of any pushback, Dad was screaming at Mom in the kitchen one day when I got home from my friends. Their mom gave me a ride, and when I walked inside, I thought Dad was mad at Mom for some reason, but he wasn't. He was mad at something he read in the paper. According to some reporter, Camp Choctaw had conducted a full and thorough investigation of their counselor's conduct and had concluded that no wrongdoing whatsoever had taken place. They welcomed any kind of police investigation and claimed they'd fully cooperate, but when push came to shove, there just wasn't enough evidence or testimony without Tommy. And the more my dad pushed them to change their mind, the harder they pushed back. Then in the end, the cops said if he didn't leave them alone, he'd be charged with harassment. We had to basically hold out hope that Tommy was going to change his mind, tell the truth, and allow us to bring both a lawsuit against Camp Choctaw and charges against its counselors. But while we're waiting, the wave of negative stories hit. Someone wrote into one of the papers claiming to be a relative of an accused counselor and basically saying we were liars trying to extort Camp Choctaw. The story even made it on the air when some talk show host ran a phone-in about it. Some people fought in our corner, saying the police ought to do more to encourage victims to come forward, but others said all kinds of crazy stuff about us, like how my dad had only taken a dislike to Camp Choctaw because it revered native culture and taught respect for those that came before. I cannot overemphasize what complete nonsense that was, and I also can't overemphasize how furious it made my dad. But not just furious either. He got legitimately depressed over it. He drank more, he took time off of work because of the stress, and it was a terrible time for everyone involved, but I guess none more so than Tommy. He ended up moving out of state with his family. We got no warning. Me and him never spoke again after we climbed into our bunks on that last night of camp. And we heard it through the newspaper when someone wrote about how the silent witness, as they called him, had moved on for good. My family ended up moving too, mostly because Dad had his reputation absolutely shredded in the media, with a pretty prominent columnist calling him a racist who'd ruin his own son's life in the hopes of lining his pockets. He's had a personal prejudice against reporters ever since, at least certain kinds, and to be honest, I can't blame him either. If the media had taken our side, things might have ended up way different. I think that's what would have pushed Tommy to make the right decision and made sure the people that hurt him got what's coming to them. But whatever chance he had of changing his mind will have been snuffed out the first time he heard about the counter-accusations, saying how we were being coached by our parents so they could pocket some cash. Now, the whole thing probably marks the sorest and lowest point of my entire life, and although me and Tommy might not be able to get justice anymore, it doesn't mean no one can. I guess the whole point of telling this story all these years later is to tell people how, if stuff like this happens, you need to talk about it. Even if you get called a liar and people say the worst stuff imaginable about you, you can't give up. Not just because you owe it to yourself, but because you owe it to the other victims too. The ones who weren't able to get justice for themselves and punishment for their abusers. Keep talking. Time is on your side, and as the old saying goes, lies run sprints, but the truth runs marathons. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and there are super fun live streams on Sundays and Wednesday nights. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email, letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and you might even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories and big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. I also have a true crime channel called Saturn Soul. All links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And remember to cake fart on your birthday. I grew up in Bushwick during the 70s, and as a kid, it was my whole entire world. Everybody knew everybody back then, and the streets were full of us kids either playing stickball or jumping double dutch on the sidewalks. It was mostly Italians and Puerto Ricans, with a couple of black and Cuban families too, but everyone was getting along by then, and all that community tension you heard about was mostly a thing of the past. Kids of every color and creed would all hang out at the corner of the bodega, grabbing candy bars or sodas after school, and then I'd run home and be greeted by the smell of my grandma's cooking wafting out from the open kitchen window. Life was good back then. It was simple, but I remember around the time that I was 10 going on 11, things started to change. There was some kind of oil crisis over there in the Middle East, and that messed with a lot of people's money. And then when the Rheingold and F&M brewery shut down in 1976, it was like a meteor hit us. People lost their jobs, stores around the neighborhood started to close, and friends of mine had to move away from the block because their parents couldn't afford the rent anymore. Kids like me still dreamed about making it big, even as the neighborhood was starting to show cracks. But man, by the time I turned 13 in 1977, things were starting to get really rough around Brooklyn and the city as a whole. Crime was creeping in, and I remember waking up to sirens blaring outside on more than one occasion. More and more good people started to leave, not even by choice sometimes either, because some of them were getting blockbusted out of their apartments by shady real estate guys offering easy cash. And then to make things worse, the Son of Sam killings had started up again. And that rotten son of a bitch, who'd already killed a bunch of people, shot 2 kids dead in their car over in Queens, and then he wrote letters to the cops and the newspapers bragging about it. It was terrible. But me and my buddies stuck together and watched each other's backs, and back then, my best friend in the whole world was this Puerto Rican kid named Oscar. And since it was summer break, Oscar and I were hanging out almost all day, every day, and while the summer started off nice and warm, it reached 104 in the shade by July, and it was brutal. The AC in our apartment was just a fan that moved the muggy air around, so you had to go outside and bust open a fire hydrant if you wanted even a chance of keeping cool. People were already tense from the Son of Sam shootings, and then pile on all that economic pressure, and with the heat making sure that nobody was sleeping good, and the whole freaking city was getting cranky. And then one Wednesday night, July 13th to be exact, I was getting ready to walk home from Oscar's place, where the AC actually worked, when something spooked the hell out of us. Things were different back then, I guess, and my mom didn't mind if I stayed late over at Oscar's place. She worked afternoons and evenings, so she didn't even get home until about 11 and sometimes midnight. And Oscar's dad worked night shifts, so he left the apartment at about 7:30. I used to leave around 9:30 to 10 because Mom always wanted me washed up and in bed by the time she got home. But then just as I picked myself up off the living room floor, the TV suddenly flicked off, along with every single light in the apartment. At first, when the lights went off, Oscar said something along the lines of, "Oh, but maybe Mom didn't pay the electric bill." But then when I looked outside, I saw all the power had gone out everywhere else too, and the only lights were those shining out from passing cars. And then it clicked. It was a blackout, just like the one back in the 60s that we'd heard so much about, meaning the entire city of New York was without electricity. Now, it was kind of exciting at first. It felt like something special was happening. We lit some candles, and then Oscar went looking for the small battery-powered radio his mom had stashed somewhere, probably for occasions just like that. And then once he found it, we tuned into WABC and then listened to George Michael, not the singer, another guy, to try to figure out what was going on. They were being powered by the generators they had over there, as were a whole bunch of other buildings, so they were able to talk to each other and relay information. And that's how we started getting advice, like turn off any appliances, and that we shouldn't use the phones, which were still working unless it was an absolute emergency. Both airports have been shut down and closed to air traffic to prevent crashes, and certain highways have been closed down too. We were all advised to stay indoors, stay safe, and wait it out. It seems crazy looking back on it, but I mean it when I say that there was this sort of block party atmosphere at first. People were coming out of their homes with flashlights, asking each other what was going on. Cars were cruising to a stop and doing the same thing. But all while kids were playing with their flashlights and people were laughing at how crazy it all was. Once we figured it was safe, Oscar and I stepped out into the street to get some fresh air. It was still pushing 80 degrees even at night, so it felt good to get out there feeling safe among Oscar's neighbors. I figured the best thing to do was to just stay put, like the radio said, so that's what I did. I was normally ready to hit the hay by around 11, but that night, the clock was coming up on midnight and I was just feeling wired. The street outside had already started to quiet down as people figured the best thing to do was just try and get some sleep. We had all the windows open and were still listening to the radio while we were wondering if we should also just try and get some sleep as well, and that's when we heard it. We heard the sound of someone yelling, and then glass breaking somewhere down the block. We got up and looked outside and saw people running around with their faces covered holding baseball bats and hammers and all sorts of stuff. And we couldn't really see them, not unless a car drove past with its high beams on, but you could sure as hell hear them as they shattered the glass on the storefronts and yelled stuff like, come on, let's go. We saw some people hauling away pieces of furniture, big bundles of clothes that they'd stolen, and even big hunks of frozen meat from where the meat market on Broadway got looted. It was all pure chaos out there. Sirens started wailing nonstop, and from every direction too, while cop cars and fire trucks raced by. But no matter how many we saw or heard, it didn't feel like there were enough of them, or like there could ever be enough of them for the job that they had at hand. It wasn't even like it was just looters anymore. There were all kinds of people down there, people drinking or people just out to break stuff just for the hell of it. I mean, it was scary to watch, you know, almost like watching society fall apart right there in front of your eyes. And I remember we were looking down at this one group of guys, and one of them looked up and caught us staring. He yelled something about how we should have been in bed, and then he threw a glass bottle so hard it only missed us by a couple of feet. And after that, Oscar wanted us to stay inside, and I couldn't blame him. The radio was saying it too, that people in areas where there was violence should stay inside and stay away from any windows as well. We couldn't just sit there and listen to the radio, so we went up to the roof and looked up, and we saw flames licking up buildings along Broadway and other orange glows that dotted the skyline. It looked like the end of the world, honestly, and it sounded like it too. We heard gunshots echoing every now and then the sound of people screaming. The looting went on for hours too, and I later heard that a stretch of Broadway got hit hardest, with like 30 blocks of stores completely gutted. After we got bored of being on the roof, Oscar and I went back downstairs, but although we tried to get some sleep in his living room with the radio on, all the noise and the smell of smoke coming from outside kept us awake. The radio was crackling with reports about looting on Myrtle, riots breaking out in Bed-Stuy, and how the cops were completely overwhelmed in both areas. I remember how the radio man's voice got louder as he announced that they were smashing up the A&P on Broadway and setting whole buildings on fire. Oscar asked if I thought that they might come our way. I tried to act cool and shrug it off, saying that I didn't know, but my heart was thumping thinking about what would happen if the mob came towards us. We'd been smelling burning for hours by the time 2:30 in the morning rolled around, but I remember there being this moment where the smells started to get really intense, like whatever was burning this time was much closer than the other fires. And that's when it got thicker, not just drifting in from down the block, but like it was coming from inside the building. And then suddenly, someone started banging on the apartment's front door so loud it seemed like they were trying to break it down. Both me and Oscar heard someone yelling "Fuego, fuego" at the top of their voice, and the panic hit us both like a damn freight train as we ran for the door, and then as we rushed out into the hallway, the air was thick with black smoke hanging in the air. We made our way to the fire escape, joining the other folks as we tried to keep as calm as possible. Oscar was right behind me, and I remember hearing him coughing as he took in a lungful of smoke. Oscar's neighbors were pouring out of their apartments, and I remember seeing one guy on the first floor hauling his mom, who could barely walk, outside towards the escape. He was yelling for her to hold her breath, and then his yells were joined by babies crying and a bunch of other yelling too. It was complete and utter chaos, easily the scariest memory of my whole childhood. But I remember how brave people were too, and how some people took control of the situation to help save lives. And there was a guy Oscar knew, this Mr. Ortiz, who he later said was a cop back in the day. He was the one who led us down the fire escape with the metal groaning underneath us. I was terrified it was going to break under the weight of everyone and we'd be smushed against the alleyway concrete, but it didn't, and it held. And at one point there were so many people on the fire escape that it got clogged up as some older lady struggled to get down on the concrete below. A younger mom started to freak out, worried that her baby was going to inhale smoke, so we ended up passing it down the stairs from person to person like we were a freaking bucket brigade. And I ain't never been so scared to drop something in my whole life, and I was so scared to take it from Oscar that he had to say, "Come on, man, don't punk out." I remember that, and I took the baby, passed it on, and then got a miniature round of applause with the folks above me saying, "Attaboy, you did great, now let's get it moving down there." Now we soon got moving again as people made their way down the fire escape, but it was a mess. Everyone was yelling in Spanish and English and every kind of accent you can imagine, but we managed to get down into the alley, and then from there, we went spilling out into the streets, gasping for air. We stumbled around the corner, far enough to turn and look, and saw how flames were licking up the back of the building, and then before long, they came shooting out the front windows, orange and angry, while they ate their way up to the third floor where Oscar's family lived. We watched his kitchen curtains catching as the living room where we'd played after school all went up in flames. Oscar just stood there staring before he finally said, "Everything's in there," in this voice that made him sound so much younger. And after what seems like forever, a fire truck finally showed up and then started hosing down the houses, but it was obviously too late. People were drinking water like it was champagne from a hydrant someone had cracked open and slapping each other in the back like we'd won something just by getting out. And I guess we were lucky to get out with our lives before the whole building burned down around us. But the look on Oscar's face, watching his childhood home burn, that just stuck with me. When morning came, there was still no power and the sun lit up the mess. Oscar and I had to walk all the way back to my place after the fire, to where my mom almost threw a fit because she'd heard about Oscar's block and was scared that I'd been burned to death. But we slept there for a few hours before Mom walked us back to Oscar's place to try and find his parents. Walking toward Broadway was something else, man. It was like a movie, an end-of-the-world kind of movie with glass everywhere, burned-out storefronts, and smoke still rising from spots that had only recently stopped burning. The cops were out in force by then, the National Guard too, I think, and people tried to put brave faces on, but you could see that people were broken, especially when Oscar found his mom and dad, and they burst into tears of relief at having found him. Oscar and his parents might have been reunited, but the block was gone. It turns out some idiot down the street had torched a car, and the flames jumped to the trash piled up against the building. In an old tenement like Oscar's, it was dry as tinder in that heat. The lights came back on late that next night, but Bushwick wasn't the same after. It felt like something broke that could never be fixed, and as a kid, that was as scary as it was confusing. But I guess that's life. You roll with the punches, and if you're skating on thin ice, my friend, you might as well dance too. My name is Mariana, and although I live in Argentina these days, I'm from Venezuela, and I grew up there during the 2000s. My family and I lived in a district of Caracas, a place that was very loud and a lot of people very cramped together, but it also had a lot of passion, love of life, and amazing food cooked by our friends and neighbors. My father ran a small pharmacy on the corner of our street, and I didn't really realize it growing up, but that pharmacy was almost like the beating heart of our community. My father knew everyone, and I mean everyone, because everyone came into the pharmacy whenever they got sick and needed medicine. He knew all the young mothers and their babies who stopped by to pick up formula and diapers. He knew all the abuelas too, the grandmothers and single seniors who came to him for their monthly medication. He cared for them deeply and they cared for him too. He gave his best advice and helped keep the community healthy year in and year out. He'd listen to their stories, recommend remedies from everything from a stubborn cough to a broken heart, and sometimes even extend credit to families who couldn't afford to pay right away. He was quiet, a kind man in his white coat who always smelled faintly of antiseptic and mints. Sometimes, before we went off to school, he'd sneak me those little candies from the counter when no one was looking. Being his daughter meant that I spent a lot of afternoons there after school, watching him dispense as much advice as he did medication. On Sundays, when the pharmacy would open late and close early, he would often take us to the beach, and that was our escape with him. Those afternoons that we'd spent at Playa El Agua or Choroni, and we'd pack our arepas stuffed with cheese and avocado, and we'd laugh as we played with our cousins until the sun dipped down low and it was time for us to go home again. And music was everywhere. Life was good, and we had a sense of possibility, like the country was alive with energy, even if it wasn't perfect. But underneath it all, things were tough, especially as the decade wore on. Around the time of my 14th birthday, Maduro changed the country's energy policy, meaning they had to squeeze the average person harder and harder. Then, inflation hit us hard, with prices skyrocketing overnight and making things which cost a few bolivares one week cost double the next. And it felt like an invisible thief was robbing us, and I remember my parents arguing at the dinner table for the first time in my life. They had to stretch their savings, and sometimes goods became so scarce that my mother had to line up for hours every morning to ensure that we got basic essentials. Poverty crept in, crime started to rise, and there were riots, there were deaths, and I remember the first time my father told me not to wander too far after dark, because the streets I played on so freely as a child were no longer safe. For my father, running the pharmacy became a battle. He was proud of it, but with the economy tanking and heavy government regulation creeping in, it became harder and harder to get certain medicines. Instead of being excited to see us and spend time with us, he'd finish the day exhausted and unhappy, telling stories of patients who couldn't afford their prescriptions anymore. He never stopped helping, slipping free samples to neighbors or staying open late for emergencies. But in 2019, something happened that meant for the first time in his life, my father considered a life outside of Venezuela. On the afternoon of March 7, 2019, at around 5 o'clock, the lights went out. All over Venezuela, from my home Caracas to the smallest town, the electricity suddenly died. We had blackouts all the time, and power usually came back on after an hour or two, but this time, it was different. The power stayed off for hours and hours, then around 9 p.m., the government broadcasted a radio message to the people who could listen on these battery-powered devices we had. And they said that the power had been caused by the CIA and the U.S. military, who performed a sabotage attack on the Guri Dam. And next to the dam is a massive hydroelectric plant that powers most of Venezuela. But no one believed them. The power had failed just like everything else was failing because of years of neglect, no maintenance, and a system that was rotten from the inside out. We heard news reports too, and I can remember to this day how frightening they were. The hospitals were by far the worst affected because they could only afford to keep enough fuel stocked up to keep the generators running for a few hours at a time. And when they ran out, babies in incubators were at risk and surgeries halted mid-procedure. They had to rush people out into the parking lot to hook machines up to car batteries just to keep people from dying. And as you can imagine, people were understandably very angry about this and demonstrated the next day for the government to do something. They sent in riot police, but also promised that they would do something, that power would return within 24 hours. But yet again, this was nothing but a lie. Over the next few days, food rotted in fridges and the water pumps stopped, so we had no running water until the power came back on. The metro shut down, but people still had to work as best they could, so in the mornings and afternoons, the streets clogged with people walking miles home. And this dragged on for days, turning into the worst blackout we'd ever seen, with parts of the country in the dark for a full week. But the worst part was the looting. By the third day, people were getting more and more desperate, and in places like Maracaibo, it was like the end of the world. I heard a crowd of almost 1,000 people storm a shopping district, looting supermarkets and bakeries and even hardware stores. They weren't just looking for food either. They had furniture, electricals, anything they could trade for daily essentials from those hoarding supplies. People guarded their homes with whatever they had to keep looters away. Sticks, machetes, hammers, anything. Here in Caracas, it wasn't as bad, but still, on Avenida San Martin, groups broke into shops at night, smashing windows and grabbing what they could before the police showed up with tear gas. We heard gunshots echoing through the streets, and families like mine locked the metal concertina gates on their homes and shop fronts. We prayed it wouldn't spread to our block, and for the most part it didn't. But then on the fourth day, something terrible happened. Our pharmacy was on the ground floor with our apartment right above it, and they were connected by those smooth stone stairs inside. My father had always been prepared to be robbed, being that we sold medicines which actually got a high price in the black market, but never in my life had we ever been robbed or had anything stolen. And so when my father heard that a local gang was planning on targeting his store, it was proof of just how much things had truly changed. But he didn't dwell on that, not for long anyway. He just simply began his preparations. We knew we couldn't rely on the police, who were too focused on protecting the wealthier and more industrial areas of Caracas, along with government facilities which held food and clean drinking water. But the gangs knew that too. And so when my father heard that he was their latest target, he took the rumor very seriously. And he thought that they might hit us on the third night once things had started to become really bad for people, but they didn't. And yet on the fourth night at around midnight, we were all woken up to the sound of banging against the metal shutters downstairs, as 5 or 6 men worked silently to gain entry into our home. My father said they must have been rough, desperate types, probably from the barrios, who were robbing to make money and not to survive, but he didn't panic. He rigged up defenses days before, so instead of losing his head, he simply put his shoes on and went to work. He grabbed this big slab of steel that he'd salvaged from an old construction site, one that he'd welded straps to create a sort of makeshift shield. He said it was heavy as hell, but he trusted it to block bullets if need be. Now he carried it to the landing on the stairs because from there he could see all the way through the pharmacy and to the shutter which kept the robbers out. It was kind of like a cage, in that there were large diamond-shaped gaps through which he could see the robbers. And so after planting his metal shield down and crouching behind it, he gave the robbers their one warning that they should leave. I remember hearing them shouting in reply, telling him to go back upstairs so they could work in peace. If he didn't, they would hurt him. And in reply, my father said only in Spanish, "So be it." My father hauled his metal shield down the rest of the stairs and planted it in the gap in the counter we used to get behind it. He then reached for something that he'd been keeping under the counter, something of his own creation. He'd mixed it up in the back room using over-the-counter stuff, ammonia from cleaning supplies, chili powder for extra burn, and some vinegar to react and create a nasty gas, all stuffed in a glass jar with a fuse from fireworks that we'd saved. And what it amounted to was a homemade tear gas bomb. And as the robbers kept hammering at the lock holding the shutters closed, my father lit the fuse, let it burn down a little, and then tossed it across the pharmacy towards the shutters. And then boom, it exploded near the robbers and surrounded them in a choking cloud that had them coughing and cursing with their eyes watering like rivers. A couple backed off right then, but the others, tougher or maybe more desperate, kept at it. And one of them fired a shot towards my father which bounced off the metal shield that he was holding. It saved his life, but he knew that it might not hold if it was weakened, and so after a second shot bounced off the thick metal surface, he began backing off to the stairs for his next phase of the plan. After my father retreated upstairs and abandoned his huge metal shield, it wasn't long before the robbers finally broke open the gate and entered the pharmacy. I remember hearing them laughing with glee when they finally got inside, and my heart was pounding. My mom and I went upstairs, locked in the bedroom, ready to climb out of the back window and jump if that gang got past my father and tried to get into the room. We could hear as the gang started ransacking the shelves below, grabbing painkillers, antibiotics, whatever they could stuff into bags, but when they were done, they still weren't satisfied. They spotted the stairs and started climbing, probably figuring that we had money or food up there, and since it was dark, they couldn't see what my father had done to the stairs. As they advanced upward, one of the robbers slipped and fell and then screamed. It was like a triple scream almost, one at the pain of the impact, and one when he realized why it had hurt so badly, and a third when he slipped and injured himself again. My father said another man tried to push past the fallen man and he too slipped and fell before screaming in agony. You see, The smooth stone stairs were covered in cooking oil, but not just oil, because after dropping his shield, my father covered them both in oil and broken glass. As the group of robbers tried to retreat back down the stairs, the two men at the lead came down again as they tried to get up, and as their feet slid out from under them, they tumbled back into the others. They all went down in a pile, slipping and crashing and slicing themselves in the broken glass, so they had deep cuts on their hands and arms and legs with blood everywhere, and their screams echoed up the stairs, and since I didn't know what was going on, I was terrified. My mom, on the other hand, knew exactly what was happening, which is why she was reassuring me that everything was fine. Dad said that he looked down the stairs and he saw one guy's face gashed open and another limping with the shards in his foot, and I imagined him standing there like some warrior, shouting for them to get out or he'd do worse. But in reality, he didn't say a thing. He didn't feel triumphant because we knew how close that we'd come to potentially being murdered by these people. But we were alive, and all the robbers had done was leave empty shelves and these trails of blood. And the aftermath was a mess that I don't think I'll ever forget. The pharmacy was almost completely trashed. The shelves were empty, there was broken glass all over, and bloodstains on the floor that took days to scrub away. We lost a lot of stock, and were completely cleared out of any foreign medicines, which cost a lot of money to import, but that was only the half of it. My father feared the robbers would return to carry out some revenge for resisting their robbery. He said he slept with one eye open for the next few days, and even when the power came back on, he knew that we were no longer safe here in Caracas. Now, neighbors came by the next day, helping board up the door and sharing what little food they had left before it spoiled. And the whole community knew of what had happened, so everyone was very much on edge. Now, we all had heard about the number of deaths being reported at the hospitals, and we all knew my father could have been one of them, maybe even myself and my mother too. We rationed candles and batteries, boiled river water to drink, and waited. All while the air was thick with the smell of rotting garbage because the trash trucks couldn't run. It was horrible, truly horrible, and there was a bright, shining silver lining that my father was a hero. At long last, on the 14th of March, power began to return to Caracas. It was sporadic at first, with some districts getting power before others, but then slowly but surely it crept back to the towns and villages, and soon power had been completely restored. People celebrated like it was a miracle, unaware that we'd have another big blackout in late March and then another that summer in July. But on those occasions, the community came out to create a human wall blocking any potential thieves or robbers from hitting the pharmacy. It was an incredible show of community spirit, but for my father, it was too little too late. He loved his friends and neighbors. He didn't feel as if they had let him down, and we all missed them very much. But those 3 blackouts showed just how fragile our country was and how weak and selfish our leaders were. Those days changed my father. They changed me too, so that when he announced that he was going to flee the country and in the middle of the night so we could not be stripped of our possessions for illegally migrating, he found no argument from me and my mother. And as I said at the start, we've lived in Argentina ever since, and although I miss my homeland very much, I know that we will never return until there are some big changes. Growing up in Rio made for a wild upbringing. I was born and raised in Babylonia, which overlooks a neighborhood called Leme. Leme is a very wealthy place, but Babylonia is a favela, which roughly translates into English as slum or ghetto. While the rich lived down there in their mansions and luxury apartments, they looked up to see us living in stacked hillsides that looked like colorful puzzle pieces. But they did not look up to us, as you say in English, and we could not look down on them, even though that's all we do from our high perch above them. We are poor people, but we are rich in spirit. Football was a big part of our lives too, and while I'm sure to many of you this is an apt cliché for us, football was, and is, life. Whether it be the organized futsal, which took place on colorful concrete pitches, or the volley games the kids would play under flickering streetlights while they laughed and chased each other, football was everywhere. And since it makes us happy, and happiness was everywhere too. Babylonia felt alive, full of so much joy that could light up the whole city. But let me tell you, and this is the same for all favelas, and poor places across the world, things could turn dark very, very fast. The favela is a place with two governments. In the daytime, politicians and the police are in charge, and people go about their business as normal. But after the sun goes down, the police rarely visit, and the politicians are all safely back in their expensive homes, and it's then that the gangs take charge. On a bad night, you'd hear gunfire popping off like fireworks, but it could happen in the daytime too, if the police decided to raid a gang hideout or carry out some other kind of operation. Entire streets could be shut down for hours with police and gang members sniping at each other, and sometimes the fights only ended when someone died, be it a gang member or policeman or even an innocent person caught in the crossfire. You learned early to keep your head down, trust your instincts, and never walk to different neighborhoods after sunset. But sometimes, avoiding trouble in the favelas was impossible, because even if you try to dodge it, it has a way of just finding you anyways. And to me, there is no greater example of that than the blackout of 1999. And I remember it like it was yesterday, and I'll remember the date of March 11th until I'm old and senile. I was just a teenager back then, 14 going on 15, and it was a Thursday night, so just about as quiet and regular as a night in the favelas could be. I was at home looking after my little sister when suddenly, all the power suddenly went out. I later heard it was caused by a lightning bolt slamming into a big substation in Bauru, but that strike tripped the circuits and like dominoes, the whole grid collapsed. Generators shut down one after another. Even the massive Itaipu Dam couldn't hold it together. And suddenly the entire southern part of Brazil went pitch black. Sao Paulo, Rio, all of it, and all without warning. It was exactly 10:16 p.m. when everything went dark, and while my little brother was asleep upstairs, it was my job to watch him while my mother was at her friend's place. I went upstairs and out onto the small balcony we had, which looked over the city, and all the buildings were dark, and all the streetlights were completely out. Everything but the roads were plunged into darkness, even the traffic lights were dead. It was an amazing sight. It was exciting, but also frightening too. People called out in the confusion as candles started to flicker in windows all over the favela, and you could also hear the sound of generators starting up too, because while blackouts were a regular thing, they tended not to last very long. But this one was different, and the longer it lasted, the more the atmosphere around the neighborhood became more and more tense. Whenever anything happened like that, be it a blackout or anything else which might cause unrest, the police usually sent patrols around to keep the peace. But on that night, a whole hour went by and I didn't see a single light or siren anywhere around the favela. They were all headed either downtown or what looked to me like Barra da Tijuca, where all the high-end fashion and electrical stores were. Some people were listening to radio stations on portable radio sets thanks to the station's backup generators, and when they heard there was looting and other chaos going on all over the city, people started getting worried. Because if the police were overwhelmed, there was no telling what the gangs would do. I got scared, and I was only a kid, so I forgive myself for it, but I got so frightened that I went looking for my mom. I know I shouldn't have left my little brother alone up there in our bedroom, but that night had been really quiet up until then, so I figured that it wouldn't do any harm if I just ran over to my mom's friend's place and brought her home with me. And the streets were buzzing like a party at first. It seemed like people were laughing and cracking open beers by flashlight. Music blasted from people's radios as they danced by candlelight and battery and turning the blackout into a sort of carnival. Now, I found it reassuring because there was none of the looting or violence that I'd heard about elsewhere. But that fun didn't last, and by the time I made it to my mom's friend's place, the atmosphere in that favela had changed dramatically. When the gangs heard that all the police were all tied up downtown, guarding the commercial districts from looters smashing windows, they got together and began planning their attacks. Rival crews, the ones who'd been eyeing each other for weeks, saw their chance, and no cops meant no one to stand in their way. I'd been happy to see my mom, but I don't think more than 5 minutes had passed before I heard the first shots ringing out. She'd been mad at me for leaving my little brother at home and had been preparing to take me home again so he wasn't alone, but when the first bang started and we realized that they weren't some firecrackers, she said that we had to stay put. I blame my age for how foolish my thinking was, but I felt so guilty to leave my little brother alone in that blackout, with gunshots now going off, that I couldn't bear to just stay put and wait until it died down. And so I ran. And what I saw while running will stay with me for the rest of my life. As I ran, I heard automatic weapons rattling off in bursts, and then the sound of the bullets echoing off the concrete walls, and it sounded like thunder as their shots lit up the night with these muzzle flashes. I saw it all as the party turned to panic. Groups of guys charging down alleys, spraying bullets wildly and dropping bodies after suddenly coming across a group of rivals. Sparks flew as bullets hit metal roofs, and I heard the sound of women and children screaming as they got caught in the crossfire. I remember seeing one guy I knew from school, an older boy who was just running for cover when a burst hit him in the back, cutting him down and turning the front of his white shirt black. In another incident, I saw two gangs clashing at a corner, shooting each other with these rifles and barking at each other from behind barricades of wrecked cars. I ducked down behind a wall as bullets whizzed past and chipped the concrete near me, and I remember how the air reeked of gunpowder and how the gunshots made my shadow flash in front of me. It was all so engraved into my young mind. It felt like I was suddenly in the middle of a full-on war, with bodies piling up and the wails of the wounded mixing with the non-stop shooting of machine guns. And my heart was pounding, and I knew I should have been scared for my life, but all I could think about was my little brother, all alone in the dark of our bedroom and probably terrified. I had to get back, and in the moment I didn't care if I died trying. I remember weaving through this madness, dodging groups trading fire with rifles. Bullets zipped overhead as people crumpled like rags, and I remember tripping over someone moaning on the ground. It was hell. It's all I can really say, pure and simple. The blackout had turned our home into a war zone. And I remember stopping to take cover and suddenly hearing someone calling out to me. I turned and saw a man standing at his doorway, offering to give me shelter. And I was so scared that I couldn't say no, and I was certain that I'd be shot if I kept going, so I figured that it might be a good idea to take shelter for a few minutes and hope the shooting died down. And so I ran to the man, and he shut the door behind us. Now, he seemed all right at first. He talked calmly, said that he'd seen me around the favela and that he knew my family. He gave me some water and then patted my shoulder from behind as if to comfort me. But then I noticed how he was patting them a little too long, and when I tried to get him to stop, he started to grip tighter. She pulled me closer and one of his hands began to wander, whispering how I should relax and stay put. Now, I should make it clear that I'm a man and was a boy around this time, so this is the last thing I expected him to do. And when I realized what his real intentions were, panic hit me like a speeding truck. I shoved him off, bolted out the door into the night again, and this time with tears in my eyes as bullets flew past me. And I just ran completely blind, with my heart in my throat, dodging gunfights as gangs unloaded clips into the dark, screaming and laughing as they did. And I ran, until I finally reached my home. I burst through the door and ran upstairs to the bedroom me and my little brother shared, and there he was, huddled under a blanket, having cried so much that he'd gone quiet again, and I pulled him into a hug, and we cried together as he asked me, "Where did you go? Where did you go?" All I could say was, "I'm sorry," over and hugged him as hard as I could. That night stayed with me, and as long as I live, I don't think I'll ever forget the lesson it taught me. In time of crisis, it's the children that need our protection the most, the little ones especially so, because the world is so much more frightening when you don't understand it. My name is Praya, and I live in America now, but I grew up in New Delhi in a slum, and as the name suggests, it wasn't easy. Our home was a very modest 2-bedroom home, and I shared it with my parents and my little brother, Arjun. My father worked as a rickshaw puller and suffered from severe back pain after years of pedaling through busy traffic, while my mother stitched garments in dimly lit workshops for just a few hundred rupees a week. And when times were bad, they were really bad, and my least favorite time of year was monsoon season because our home flooded with filthy water and forced us to sleep on uncomfortable elevated pallets. But there were also joys that kept my spirit alive. India is a place of many vibrant festivals, and some of my fondest childhood memories are of lighting diyas and sharing sweets with my brother. And then there were the kite battles on Independence Day where you could watch rival kites cutting each other down as these operators, we called them, either cheered in victory or cursed in defeat. We ate rice and lentils most days, and power cuts were so frequent that we'd joke about the electricity being so unreliable. But then came one power cut that wasn't at all funny. In fact, it terrifies me to think about it even all these years later. I was still a student back in 2012, but I also had a part-time job at a local garment factory, not the same as my mother's. At least until one day when a boy named Rajesh proposed to me. Now, he was the son of a factory supervisor, a smug older boy with a slicked-backed hairstyle and a gold chain around his neck. His family lived in a proper apartment block on the edge of the slums, not quite middle class, but worlds above me and my family. I remember how he cornered me after work one evening, grinning as he asked me if I had plans to marry. When I said no, he asked to meet my father, the implication being so they could arrange my marriage to Rajesh. And when I refused to arrange the meeting, he turned nasty. He didn't shout, but he got very angry as he recommended I reconsider. And I told him to leave me alone, but he stood there in front of me, seething as he told me once more to reconsider. And I told him if he didn't leave me alone, I'd tell his father what he was doing. Rajesh said that I'd regret my decision, and then walked away so angry it looked like he was shaking. Now that was June, and then just over a month later, a large blackout hit. Now I don't know how it happened, but at around 9 p.m. the lights suddenly started stuttering and then died completely. Street lamps blinked out, fans just ceased, and the only sounds were of distant traffic and the uneasy murmur of voices wondering how long it'd continue for. Our parents were still at their night shifts, so it was just Arjun and me at home. Now he was only 10, playing with his toy cars by the glow of our only emergency lantern, and I was in the kitchen boiling water for some tea when I heard a knocking on our front door. And when I called out for them to enter, it was the brother of a friend from school, and he had some terrifying news for me. Now, Rajesh and his friends were coming to do something unspeakable to me, and he knew this because they were just minutes away and he'd heard them talking about it with his own ears. My friend's brother sprinted all the way over to us as fast as he could, and I mean it when I say that he saved my life that night. I grabbed Arjun, snuffed out the emergency lantern, and then we ran upstairs to our bedroom and barricaded the door shut with a wooden dresser that we shared. And then we waited, scared and silent, until we heard the sound of someone kicking the door open downstairs. I heard Rajesh shouting, "Find her," before people began searching downstairs. I don't know exactly how many of them there were, but there had to be at least 4 of them searching for us, so it wasn't long before they found the stairs. I heard Rajesh shouting for me to come out, and I knew our little barricade wouldn't last a second once he'd found our bedroom. I could hear him muttering about teaching me a lesson, about making me beg for that proposal. Arjun trembled beside me, clutching a small kitchen knife that he'd snatched on the way up as footsteps thudded up the stairs. I pressed a finger to my lips to keep him quiet, but every creak of the floorboards only made my fear worse and worse. They began probing the rooms as they reached the top of the stairs, and their flashlight beams were slicing through the cracks of the doors as they got closer to our hiding spot. And I remember Arjun whispering, "They're coming," and I realized the window was our only escape. It was already open, so I didn't have to risk alerting Rajesh to our presence by prying it open, but I hoisted Arjun through first and then followed, scraping my knees on the sill as I clambered out onto the flat stone roof. The night air was cold, I remember, but fear made it feel suffocating as I quietly directed Arjun to climb up onto the roof of our bedroom and out of sight of its window. Seconds after we reached it and flattened ourselves out, we heard the sound of the dresser scraping against the floor as someone pushed open our bedroom door. I heard one of them shout, "She was in here," before several of them ran for the window. I could hear them talking as they looked out of it, and then, in my infinite relief, I heard Rajesh suddenly ask, "Where is she hiding?" We didn't move, and we didn't dare speak as seconds stretched out to feel like eternity. We lay there in silent agony, and my mind raced with visions of them spotting us, dragging us down, and doing things worse than murder to us. But then thankfully, and to my indescribable relief, I suddenly heard Rajesh say, "She must be hiding outside somewhere." We heard them running off, but we didn't dare move, not until we heard the sound of our mother screaming at the sight of her ransacked home. We cried as we told her what happened, and he helped her clean up, but it took 2 whole days for power to return to all the affected areas. My father ended up going to the police, who rounded up 2 of the invaders, and they turned out to be small-time criminals with records who were recognized by our neighbors having kicked our door in after banging on it. They confessed to being hired for what was basically a scare job, but clammed up on who paid them, meaning Rajesh, and he went untouched. I saw him swaggering through the neighborhood days later, smirking as if nothing happened, and that turned out to be the only advantage. He didn't want to talk about it and try anything else because he didn't want anyone to know about not one of his failures, but 2 of them. What happened was truly horrifying and traumatic, but strangely Arjun and I grew closer from it. I was so proud of how brave he was, and I wanted to be there for him always, just like he was with me on that roof that night when Rajesh came looking for me. Sadly, our paths took us to different places in life, but I sent him money every month to ensure that he and his children have a better life than our own family did. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and there are super fun live streams on Sundays and Wednesday nights. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email at letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and maybe even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories in big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. And I also have a true crime channel called Saturn Soul. Go check it out. All links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, keep your loosh loose. I never intended to be an undercover cop. My plan was to work enough time as a beat cop to make detective, and then work my way into financial crimes or something equally cushy. Do the full 25, make it out with a pension, and then hey, presto, I can play golf for the rest of my days. But life, as they say, had other plans for little old me. I was still in uniform when the city had a string of overdoses among high school kids in the early 2000s. Kids were dropping like flies, and the department was getting crushed in the press, so Brass needed someone who could blend into the streets without looking like a cop, and they needed them quick. Now, I was still young, kind of skinny looking, and having grown up on the streets, I knew how to walk the walk, not just talk the talk. And not only did the job come with automatic promotion to detective, but the bonus pay they were offering was better than anything financials were about to offer me. I was also really sick of working uniform, clocking in and out like a regular Joe, and getting disrespected on the daily by just about everybody. And so, after weighing it up, I thought, screw it, and took the job. I worked Friday as usual, then come Monday morning, my lieutenant pulled me into his office and said that he was sad to see me go. He knew where I was headed, so he wished me luck and told me to be careful. And then up I went to the 3rd floor, where my history as a police officer was officially expunged from the record. There was no big fanfare or anything, no pep talk or welcoming ceremony. They gave me a pager, a beat-up Civic with hidden compartments, and about 3 weeks of crash course training on how not to die. I grew my hair and beard out as they taught me how to build a legend, as they called it, and now I had to remember every single lie I ever told, because the streets have a long memory and a short fuse for liars and cheats. And then once I was ready, they dropped me in at the deep end. I became Mickey, a junkie from upstate who moved to the city for a regular fix. I spent the first couple of weeks scoping out all the high-intensity drug trafficking areas, learning who the players were, brushing up on the more contemporary street talk, and making sure no one recognized me as a cop. I obviously wasn't working the same neighborhoods as my days as a beat cop, but it's a small world, and I didn't want to get too close until I was sure that no one would clock me. But then once I'd established a presence, mostly by walking around pretending I was boosting and scoring, I was able to start making some moves. I was looking to get in with the local dealers, right? To figure out who was pushing bad dope onto good kids and causing this spat of overdoses. Now, I needed an angle, and together the team behind the scenes, this is what we came up with. I'd tell one of the corner guys that I had a solid connection for his boss, one that'd land them high-quality product at rock-bottom prices. And then when they inevitably showed interest, I'd tell them my Marine Corps brother was in charge of the mail over there in Kandahar, and he was shipping kilos upon kilos of Afghan heroin back to me in all these specifically marked packages that didn't get scanned. I was Mickey No Needles, with my legend being that I wasn't a total scumbag, so when I met with an underboss and made my proposal, he told me to come back with a sample. And then when that sample was satisfactory, I made a second proposal. I could get them a steady stream of that cheap Afghan dope, but I wanted into the organization so I could learn the tricks of the trade. When the dope ran out, they were free to kick me to the curb if I wasn't pulling my weight and my money wasn't right. And with that, they agreed. I spent the next 6 months deeply embedded in one of the state's biggest dope-dealing networks, slowly earning more and more of their trust until I was able to start passing on information that would lead to arrests, without making my new friends suspicious. Things went tremendously well in that time, and I learned a hell of a lot during that time as well. But probably the most important thing that I'd learned during that first stint that I spent undercover was not to fly too close to the sun. Not too soon, anyway. Because even when you think you've got a crew cracked and eating out of your palms, it only takes a touch of paranoia to put the entire operation in jeopardy. And in this case, it was a stroke of bad luck. The same day my info led to the arrest of one of the group's cash couriers, one of their stash houses was raided by the DEA. The raid was completely unconnected to my own department's UC ops, as the agents had been working on their own intel. But to my new friends, it looked an awful lot like a concerted effort, and that the info had come from an informant in their organization. Well, they were right. The leaks were coming from me. Just nothing which led to the raid on that house. But obviously that didn't matter to us or them, and the reality was that my days undercover were numbered. The backroom team didn't just pull me out, not even with the increased danger, because even with them being wise to my general presence, the presence of an informant or undercover meant the organization would be under pressure. And if they were under pressure, they'd make more mistakes, which in turn would lead to more arrests. They only wanted to pull me out once a kind of tipping point had been reached, when the threat to me outweighed the good all that paranoia was doing, and for a while, that tactic worked exactly as planned. And then one day, I got the call that pretty much ended my stint undercover. About the same time my character Mickey No Needles started to make serious money, the department rented an apartment for me. It was a crappy apartment in a crappy building, but that lined up with my character not giving a damn because he'd been homeless. To him, even a crummy apartment felt like a palace, and I didn't care if the plumbing was a little shoddy. Now anyways, one day a guy that I worked with called Pete had buzzed my apartment with 2 of his boys. This was a pretty regular occurrence, so it didn't raise any alarm bells, but then once we were sat down, Pete told me the good news. His bosses had found the rat. Moments like that either make or break you as an undercover. And I know guys who have talked their way out of trouble whose performances would have won an Oscar had they been put to film. And so instead of so much as flinching, I kind of sighed with relief and said, "Finally," and then asked Pete who it was. But when he said the rat turned out to be some nobody who worked at a corner store somebody was slinging dope outside of, I didn't need to hide my surprise. No one was stupid enough to talk to the cops about the crew I'd infiltrated, especially not some Indian kid who worked a corner store for his uncle. They had a bad reputation and based themselves in a real see-nothing, know-nothing kind of neighborhood, so right away the story didn't sound right to me. But Pete was insistent, In fact, the bosses had the kid tied to a chair in some basement downtown, beating the crap out of him while they got him to recount everything he told the cops. And they wanted everyone above street level there to see it. I just had to go with it, man. I knew that there was a chance that it might be a trap and that it'd be me that had ended up tied to that chair, but coming out with some excuse as to why I wouldn't go would also look suspicious, so I had no choice. I carried a gun with me, so if things got sketchy, I could always try defending myself before they got the straps on me. But my character would want to see this guy that was out to put him in jail, and he wouldn't be squeamish about seeing him get hurt either. And so I just went with it, put on a jacket, and got into Pete's car. Nothing he did or said made me think that I was about to get whacked. And, ironic as it may seem, criminals tend not to be the best liars. Those that are end up becoming defense attorneys. Am I right or am I right? And so by the time we got where we were going, I was fairly convinced that I was in the clear. And I was. Because there, sitting in the middle of this grimy old cabin, is some Indian kid. Could have been no older than 20, and he'd been beaten to a goddamn pulp. It was a tough thing to see, knowing that there was a good chance this kid was there for next to no reason. Maybe he said good morning to a cop and some extra paranoid dealer got it into his head that it was him who had been feeding them information. There was no way of knowing for sure. I never found out for certain if my new friend's hunch had been correct, but the fact remained, it should have been me in that chair, and just standing in that room with those guys felt like holding a loaded gun to my head. The bosses had figured that the rat was someone on the inside, but even if he wasn't, they still wanted all the underbosses and captains there to get a first-hand look at what happened to traitors. The things they did to that poor kid will haunt me for the rest of my life, and the hardest thing I ever had to do was act like I was enjoying it. At least until the kid's inside started showing on the outside. And then, and only then, could I let a little of what I was really feeling shine through. They tortured that poor kid to death. There was no quick execution, no bullet to the head or blade to the throat. They beat and burned and tasered that kid until his body gave out, and he didn't wake up again. He passed out a whole bunch during, but they were always able to bring him around again with a taser and some kind of smelling salt someone had with them. But then one time he passed out and he just didn't wake up again, and that was all she wrote for that kid. Only in the movies do people do the right thing in those situations. Only the hero stands up and says me when their skin is on the game. Because in real life, only a gun to my mother's head would have pushed me to stop what was happening and tell them that it should be me in that kid's place. Because while it might have been hard to watch him die, the easiest thing in the whole world was keeping my mother effing mouth shut. When they were done with the kid, the bosses gave some speech about how we should expect the same thing to help us if we ever talked to the cops. And if our dealers or corner boys did the same, we were expected to do the same thing to them and make sure no one stepped out of line who didn't have a death wish to begin with. And then after that, when all was said and done, they sent us out on our way again. Pete was so shocked and grossed out by what he saw that he declined my dinner invitation when we drove back into the city. I wasn't feeling particularly hungry myself, but that wasn't the point. It was to make it look like I was, when I knew damn well that I'd say no to everything except a strong drink and a cigarette. I acted as cool as possible given the circumstances, much more of a someone finally took out the trash attitude than that poor kid attitude. Because even the guys Pete brought with him had these looks on their faces saying, why didn't they just shoot the kid already? That was disgusting. Pete dropped me back at my place, saying that he had stuff to do, and then after lazily walking up my steps and giving him a wave to say thanks for the ride, I just about sprinted up the stairs to my second-floor apartment and called time on the whole operation. I was out in the field by the end of the day and debriefing with my backroom team about all the crap that I'd seen, heard, and done when I wasn't wearing a wire, all stuff that I could provide personal testimony for in a court of law. The operation was a huge success, and we managed to put away a grand total of 23 criminals on the back of the work that I'd done. And that felt good, but it didn't do anything for the guilt that I felt. Because even though I'd helped put his killers behind bars, I still feel like I had that kid's blood on my hands, and no matter how much I try, I'll never be able to wash it off. In the small farming town of Skidmore, years of fear and resentment had settled like dust over the streets. Then, on a hot summer day in 1981, something happened in broad daylight that no one seemed willing to explain. When the silence that followed proved stronger than any testimony, the town's name became bound forever to a mystery whispered more than spoken. Listen to the full story over on my true crime channel, Saturn Soul, linked down below. My name's Rowan, and I live here in the Netherlands with my wife and 2 young children. I have a nice life and I'm grateful for it, and to look at me, you might never suspect that I went to prison for 8 years on charges of drug trafficking and brandishing a deadly weapon. But I did, and since enough time has passed that I don't mind telling the story anymore, I figured you and you viewers might like to hear it. Now, I never planned on being a trafficker. I didn't need it either. I only started after a friend named Hans talked me into it, and because it brought a little bit of excitement to my very meaningless existence. Hans, myself, and a friend of ours named Wim were all university graduates and had settled into the 9-to-5 routine for a few years already. And then one day, Hans's girlfriend called us with some bad news. He'd been into asset trading for quite some time, we just didn't know how deep he really was. And so when we found out that he'd lost almost €250,000 when the stock markets crashed, we were shocked. Hans fell into a deep depression and had to take some time off of work. Now, he wasn't himself for this whole period, and it was very sad to see, but then one day, he came back. And at first he said he was just feeling better and that the medication that he'd been taking had done its job, and he wanted to return to work. But I didn't believe it, and neither did Wim. It didn't seem like Hans was better so much as his symptoms had changed. He got very busy and became very secretive, so much that his wife thought that he was having an affair until he let her in on his little secret. I don't know how he talked her into it. Maybe all she was interested in was the money, but after a little more planning, Hans let me and Wim in on his secret too. He was going to make his money back by selling ecstasy tablets. We thought Hans had gone completely crazy, but he hadn't, and far from it, in fact. The thought of making all that money back dragged him back from the brink of sanity, and then since Wim was chronically unemployed, despite his qualifications, he didn't need much convincing either. It was me that needed the most convincing, but not only had Hans laid out what seemed to be a foolproof plan, but it all just seemed so incredibly exciting. Now, I might not have been struggling for money, but I was very much struggling with a lack of excitement in my life. I had a very demanding job, and fortunately one that paid very well, but exciting it was not. And being confined to this very gray and flavorless lifestyle, it sort of nurtured a kind of rebelliousness in me. At the time, I didn't recognize that rebelliousness for what it really was, a desire to self-destruct. But along with a sense of camaraderie between myself, Hans, and Wim, there was a real sense of all these bankers broke the rules, ruined lives, and got away with it. Why shouldn't we make a little money selling pills to the English? In comparison, selling ecstasy was infinitely more honest to me. And the work went like this. Me and Wim would take turns driving from Amsterdam to the Czech Republic. It was a 16-hour round trip, and there we would pick up shipments of raw MDMA organized by Hans before driving back into Holland for sorting and pressing. And then once we'd turned the powder into pills, we'd work with one of 2 fishing vessels and smuggling the packages into English waters, where it would be met by local distributors and packages would be exchanging hands. We kept things simple, discreet, and very profitable. Then, with Hans and our fishing boat doing all the hard work, all Wim and I had to do was go on a road trip every 2 weeks and bring back some nice Czech lager along with 10 kilos of product. 16 hours in a long drive, but we got to collect obscene amounts of cash for one day's work every 2 weeks, which, as you can imagine, we were very happy about. It was all so simple, at least until one day when things got complicated. Wim was meeting with the captain of the fishing boat that we were working with, and so the captain could hand over a shipment of cash from England. Now, they were followed by a group of Moroccans who were targeting drug dealers, beaten very badly and then relieved of almost 60,000 euros worth of British currency. It was a disaster for us, a huge setback. But not only had we all lost that money, we had to change all of our routines and find another fishing boat to work with, which was not easy. We also had to expand the organization somewhat and find somebody who was capable of preventing a similar recurrence. What we needed was a criminal security guard. And as you can imagine, this was also not easy to find, and Hans had to do a great deal of interviewing in order to find the right guy. He obviously had to be very discreet, but he wasn't simply there to fight off any robbers. He also needed to be intimidating enough that his presence would deter any robbery attempts. And it was by this logic that he decided on a man named Dennis. According to Hans, Dennis was an ex-con, well known in the criminal underworld and most importantly, a former weightlifting champion. But it was his reputation among Dutch criminals which drew Hans's attention. Because for some reason, anyone who ever crossed Dennis or worked against his interests ended up dead or in prison, making him an asset worth paying for even if it did put a major dent in our profits. We managed to find another fishing boat crew to work with, captained by a man named Nils, and for the next 18 months or so, everything ran smoothly again, until we ran into two quite concerning problems. The first occurred when two little upstarts decided to try and rob us again. Now he figured that they were connected to the Moroccan crew who robbed us the first time, but that second time, it did not go well for them. They used a fake pistol and a kitchen knife and tried to corner me as I came out of a public toilet at a service station. Dennis was standing some way away smoking a cigarette, and I think maybe the boy thought that he'd left and it was their time to strike. Well, it was not, and recognizing the gun to be a decommissioned replica, Dennis knocked out the knife wielder and began stomping on him. And he did it so much that I had to get him to stop, because while I too was angry at the threat to my life, murdering this boy would just bring way too much attention down upon us. However, since this was simply Dennis doing his job, and ensuring the boy was in no position to come back at us for revenge, for a while at least, this was only my secondary concern. The first involved Niels, our new fishing captain. I was conducting a cash collection one day when Niels asked about getting out. He'd been involved with us for 18 months or so, like I said, and having made a sizable amount of money from it, he wanted to quit while he was ahead. He wanted to know how that would work, and since I had no idea, I told him I'd ask Hans and relay back to him what was said. It seemed like a very considerate thing to ask, as it'd give Hans time to find alternative forms of transportation. Hans had also been quite reasonable in the past, so I expected a reasonable response. But when I asked him, Hans was not pleased. He said if Niels wanted to quit, then he needed to leave Amsterdam, maybe even the country. Now, we already had a load of loose ends hanging around in terms of the two fishing boats we used to work with that quit after the attack, so if Niels wanted out of the job, he needed to make himself disappear. And this was obviously not the answer I was hoping for. We'd always been gentlemen thieves, if you will, but Hans was now talking like a gangster, saying Niels should shut up, keep taking his money, and stop making problems. When I told him Niels wasn't going to like this answer, he told me to make him like it, but not with violence or anything, but by raising his share. I agreed that might sweeten the deal, so to speak, but when I told Niels what Hans said, he was equally unimpressed. He accepted the pay raise, but no matter how much I tried to dress up what Hans said as a positive, "You're great at what you do, we need you," etc., Niels understood a threat when he heard one. He kept calm during the exchange. He didn't want to alert his crew that anything was wrong, but I remember how he almost simmered over when he asked me if he was trapped and if Hans was threatening his family or not. Now, I told him it wasn't like that, how Hans was just stressed and how I'd even try and up his share even more if it smoothed over the misunderstanding, as I put it. I did my best, but my best wasn't good enough, and from then on, our relationship with Niels started to deteriorate. I did my best to shield Hans from it, and I suppose that shielded Niels too, but he became almost impossible to deal with at times. He kept asking for an increase in his share, which Hans wouldn't grant, And then whenever I had to give him the bad news, he'd stop answering our calls, sometimes when we needed him most, too. It didn't hamper our operation, but it added a layer of stress that was clearly designed to force our hand and find a different boat captain. If we wouldn't let him go willingly, he was going to make us get rid of him. The only trouble was, he still had to be very good at his actual job in order to not get himself caught, meaning no matter how displeased he was, he always delivered and kept Hans happy. Now flash forward to just over a year after Niels said that he wanted out, and I honestly thought things had smoothed over. He was still very much cold with me, but he'd stopped complaining and being difficult and was very much more proactive in keeping up with dates and times, etc. Amazingly, Dennis was still with us too and had managed to keep himself out of prison despite being in a lot of law breaking. And honestly, he refused to even park his car correctly sometimes. It was like every law he encountered was a direct challenge that he had to defy. He was a constant source of worry for us, and we were terrified that something he did would attract attention to us. But at the same time, he did his job fantastically and somehow kept trouble at bay. It was almost like a tornado. We were right there in the center of it. And things went on like that for some time until one day, when the storm finally hit. I remember Hans texting me one day asking if I wanted to go for coffee. I told him sure, but when he came back to pick me up, he drove me to an abandoned warehouse near the docks and walked me inside. I knew then that it must have been business related and that the added discretion means that Hans was worried about something. But then, and out of nowhere, Hans pulled out a gun and pointed it at me. He kept asking, "Is it you? Is it you?" over and over. And what else could I say but, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. He told me to pull up my shirt, pull down my pants, take off my shoes, and give him my phone. And with the gun pointed at me, I did everything he said while shaking like a leaf. I realized very quickly that there was an informant somewhere, because what else would Hans be looking for? But it was only once he was happy it wasn't me that he confirmed it. He didn't know if it was an informant or a full-blown undercover cop, but someone inside our organization was talking to the police. It was, as you can imagine, a very surreal situation. There I was, pulling up my pants in a cold, dark warehouse on the edge of town, while one of my old university friends, turned gangster, was explaining how our lives as we know it might well be over. Now, he wouldn't say how he knew, just that he knew. But if we didn't get rid of the mole was going to get rid of us. It had been a no-wire operation, meaning the police hadn't risked their operative by strapping a microphone to him and were planning on getting a conviction based on the mole's testimony alone. The gears were in motion, and the hammer of justice was bearing down on us. But if we could take out the mole and stop all that testimony from reaching our courtroom, we might just skirt the charges if we weren't found with any product in our possession. And then since he wasn't the mole and I wasn't the mole, there were only three possibilities: Wim, Niels, or Dennis. Now, it obviously wasn't Dennis. The prospect was almost comical to us. In fact, when Hans did have the temerity to ask if he was working with the police, Dennis said that if he asked him that question again, he'd kill him. Now, he also suggested that we torture Wim so we could really be sure that he wasn't the informant, but I knew from the start that it couldn't have been him. The trafficking operation was the best thing to ever happen to him, and even having found a full-time job and a girlfriend, he'd never have given up and betrayed us. Now, Wim also acted very offended when Hans asked him the big question, but once we'd ticked him off the list, that left only one person who could have been feeding information to the police: Niels, our fishing boat captain. And at that moment, it all made perfect sense to us. No wonder Niels had stopped complaining and asking for raises. No wonder he seemed way more interested than usual in where the shipments were going and where we produced our product. He was talking to the police. It made sense that they couldn't put a concealed microphone on him either, because the guy used to wear about 7 layers and be out at sea for long stretches. He might well have been relaying information to some kind of handler, but without his personal testimony, the police wouldn't be able to submit what they'd learned as evidence, meaning he was the one we needed to disappear if we wanted our own imminent problems to do the same. Naturally, Dennis volunteered on the spot, saying he'd see to it personally if we raised his share. Hans agreed, but he also wanted one of us to be there, partly to make sure Dennis didn't go overboard and draw unnecessary attention to our dealings. It might sound crazy to some, but I put up my hand right away. Having been the one to deal with him for the most part, I took Niels's deception personally, and I also felt responsible, and felt if I paid more attention to him, I might have noticed his betrayal somehow before it became a threat to us. There was also a self-preservation aspect to it too. Hans was clearly feeling murderous, enough that I believed that he'd have killed me in that warehouse if he'd suspected me of being the mole. So what better way to prove my loyalty to the operation above all others than deal with Niels personally? We bought a gun after that first robbery 2 years prior. I knew how to shoot it, just not accurately, but I wouldn't need to be accurate when I put it to Niels' head, and if it jammed, well, that's what Dennis was there for. And so off we went, at a time that we knew Niels would be alone at the docks doing paperwork after his crew went home. We'd set it up as a meeting, so we knew that he'd be there, but he knew we were coming too, so there was a chance the police might take the opportunity to snatch us before we could go through with the hit. But that didn't deter me. I was quite literally furious beyond reason. I'd done everything I could to keep him happy and on board, and he repaid us by ratting us out to the cops. So when I walked through the door to his office, I had no problem pointing the gun at him and demanding to know when he started talking to the police. And that was all I personally wanted to know. When. I wanted to know which time he'd told me, okay, I'm good, everything's fine, and it was all a lie. Which time he shook my hand and then went right to the police to rat us out. There was still a sliver of doubt in me, a kind of hope that it was all a terrible mistake and there was no mole at all. But to my horror, Niels admitted it. I told him if he told me the truth, I'd let him leave. Drive him to the airport and put him on a flight to Brazil or something before his family followed. And he believed me and asked me what choice we had given him. The implication was that he was trapped, that his family was at risk, and it gave him no other option than to work with the police. And while Nils's eyes kept on darting towards Dennis, I mistook the look for fear, and what it truly was expectation. Once I decided Nils truly had to die, that he had betrayed us, I tried to pull the pistol back so I could shoot him. But no sooner did I grab the slide than I felt something cold and rigid against the back of my head. And then I heard the voice of Dennis in my ear saying, "Drop it." I tried to argue with him, but Dennis moved like lightning, sending the grip of the pistol in the back of my head, and he hit me so hard it felt like he cracked my head open, and then said he wouldn't tell me again. I thought the only explanation was that Dennis was working on behalf of our supplier, and that fearing our imminent arrest might put them on the radar of Interpol and had ordered us to be liquidated. It was like a triple crossing or something. Very confusing to be in the middle of, especially when Dennis wouldn't answer any of my questions. And things only went down after dragging me back to the car and he told me I was under arrest. Within minutes, the whole place was swarming with police cars, one to take me into custody and one to take Nils off to safety, and maybe half a dozen filled with officers who searched the entire site for anything incriminating. The same thing was happening at our homes too, with officers emptying closets, drawers, and cabinets for anything they could use to prove we were traffickers. And they found a lot. Enough to put us away for quite some time, and the only reason I got out after 8 years was because I was a model prisoner who paid a lot of money in restitution to the state. When I got out, I had to enroll in all kinds of post-release programs, and one of the conditions forbade me from reaching out to Wim, who was out himself by then, or Hans, who got a lot longer than Wim and I thanks to him being the ringleader. I ended up going back to university and starting my own business, and then a few years after that, I met my girlfriend, now wife. Meeting her was like a rebirth, and I felt like I'd been handed a second chance. I wasted my first one, and as I tell her every day, I won't waste the second. Not for all the money in the world. I spent 8 years undercover in the New Jersey Mafia, and as you can probably guess, it wasn't pretty. Now, it sure ain't the Sopranos there anymore. All the wisecracking, lovable rogues are either dead, in jail, or consulting on the next Scorsese movie. The smart ones got out too. Investments, stocks, all that Wall Street crap. And now they're just living off the interest and waiting to die so they can hand it off to their doctor, lawyer kids and Guido grandkids. And when they left, they took it all with them. All the shell companies, all the scams, all the connections with New York, it was all gone. Only a handful of families stayed together, and the ones that did found themselves competing with the Russians, the Albanians, and a 1%er motorcycle gang called the Pagans. It got real ugly up there for a while, and the DeCavalcante crime family was bringing in military-grade hardware from out of state just to take back what they considered theirs. And since I was already working undercover with a couple of DeCavalcante associates, I started working the weapons angle to try and figure out who their connection was. I was hanging out with this guy called Tony, because that's one thing that definitely changed after The Sopranos. Every third guy was named Tony, and it was a nightmare. Tony D, Tony S, or in this case, Tony V. But anyway, Tony's an asshole, a real piece of crap. But he was close to the weapons shipments, so he's who I attach myself to. We used to hang out at this bar which paid them protection money. I used to play like I was Tony's driver so he could get drunk. That way, he kept me around because I was useful to him. He could get sauced and I'd be his sober proxy doing pretty much whatever he asked me to. And since that meant that I was a shoo-in to get info on the weapons they were bringing in, I didn't mind being some a-hole mafioso's gopher. One night, he gets a call saying he needs to go make a cash delivery, which I assumed was connected to the weapons sales. Tony then finishes his drink and tells me to drive him to his girlfriend's place, which turned out to be this cramped one-bedroom in the Ironbound. Tony was married already, and he had a couple of kids too, but he also had this Colombian side piece that he used to visit sometimes. He used to tell her she was his girlfriend and made all kinds of promises to her about taking her on vacation to the Bahamas one day, but it was all nonsense. He was just using her to get off, and so he could turn her apartment into a goddamn stash house. Now anyways, we show up at the apartment building and somehow Tony's able to get us in without buzzing because the block's buzzer is busted. We walk up to, I think it was, the third floor, and then Tony starts banging on our door like, "It's me, let me in." And there's this moment of silence before we heard her saying something like, "Hold on a second." But then we both heard it. There was fear in her voice. Something was going on behind that door. I knew it, and Tony knew it, so he started hammering his fist against the door, saying, "Open this door right now." Now there was another cry of, "Okay, okay," before we heard the chain and key locks being undone. And then Tony shoved his way into the apartment while asking what the F was going on. Now the first thing we both see is this girl's bra just lying there on the couch while she's wearing nothing but a towel. Tony then rushes into her bedroom and sees an open window leading to the fire escape. He then found a guy's shoe under her bed, and that's when all hell broke loose. He moved fast, grabbing her by the hair and yanking her into the room while yelling and still holding the shoe, saying, "What the F is this?" I said nothing at first, but then he started hitting her. Not slapping her either, like straight up punching her. He hit her in the stomach, and then once her hands weren't covering her face anymore, he started slamming his fist into her face so hard she was bleeding from the first blow. I stepped forward, my hand reaching for the piece I kept hidden under my jacket. I told him this wasn't the play, keeping my voice low and steady, trying to cool the situation down without sounding like a cop. But Tony whirled around towards me. His knife was already out, and then he lunged forward and pressed it to my throat. Not so hard that he'd cut me, but hard enough for me to freeze up and raise my hands in the air as in to surrender. And he warned me, in no uncertain terms, that this was his business, his woman, and if I knew what was good for me, I'd back the hell off. Now I knew the one wrong move in my cover would be the least of my problems, so I raised my hand slowly, eyes locked on his, and told him it was none of my business. Tony's girl was screaming and pleading, but I forced myself to stay in character. I was a loyal foot soldier, someone who sympathized with what Tony was doing, and so that's how I played it. But at the same time, I told myself that if he tried to kill her, I'd drop him. No hesitation. My Glock was ready under the jacket and my finger itching on the trigger. But he hadn't crossed that line. Not yet, anyway. Tony turned back to her, shoving his girl against the wall before he started ranting about how she'd betrayed him, how she was going to be sorry, and how he'd make sure that she never did it again. He called her all kinds of terrible things, and how he'd make sure that she was back in Bogota by the end of the week, because he had friends in high places. That last part was bullcrap, something he used to scare her, but even though they weren't directed at me, his words cut deep. I could see her flinching every time he raised his hand to her while tears were streaming down her face, and then he backhanded her so hard it actually echoed around the sparsely decorated apartment. I remember shifting my weight uncomfortably, ready to intervene as Tony grabbed her by the throat. He then slammed her down onto the worn carpet and then started beating her again after putting the knife on a nightstand. He humiliated her verbally the whole time, telling her how worthless she was, how she'd pay for disrespecting him. She curled into a ball, sobbing and trying to shield herself, but he wasn't done. He kicked at her legs, yanked her up again by the arm, and continued to assault with open palms and closed fists, all like I wasn't even there. All I could do was stand there, jaw clenched so tight it ached, with every instinct screaming at me to end it. Life undercover means buying your sense of right and wrong under layers of deception. I'd seen Tony rough up rivals before, but this was ugly in a way that made me sick to watch. I wanted to shoot him, but my mind kept going over the consequences, how killing him then would have blown months of work, as well as endangering the larger operation. Shooting him might even get me killed, but I told myself that if he started to strangle her, or if his hand found that knife again, then the rules had changed. I kept on watching, feeling my trigger finger burning, but finally Tony stepped back. He was sweating and breathing heavily while his girl was laying on the floor bruised and whimpering, with blood trickling from a split lip. He spat on her, told her what would happen if she ever crossed him again, and then, as if flipping a switch, he turned to the nightstand which had the knife on it and went back into business mode. He took out bundles of cash that she'd been holding for him and then tossed them at me to hold. Then we left her there, broken on the floor. I glanced back once as we stepped into the hallway, trying to memorize anything I could so I could write it down later. I felt disgusted with myself for not stopping it, but that's the job right there. Become the monster, so you can catch the bigger ones. Outside, we climbed into the car and Tony lit a cigarette. I could see how his hands were still shaking from the adrenaline, but he started talking about the drop we were headed to like nothing had happened. I nodded along, playing my part, but in my head I was already drafting the encrypted notes that I'd send later. Details on the cash, the drugs, the violence, all of it. As we headed toward the warehouse district, I kept my eyes on the road as my mind replayed the beating. I hated myself, but this life doesn't let you save everyone. Sometimes you just watch, practice patience, and wait for the net to close. Undercover work was the hardest thing I ever did as a cop. It strips you down and makes you question how much of yourself you lose to the character you're playing. But Tony V trusted me more than ever after that, and saw me as someone who knew when to shut up and back his play. By the time we reached the drop point, my resolve had hardened. Tony V was going down one way or another, and when he did, I made sure that I buried him for good. I'd been deep undercover for nearly 18 months, worming my way into the East Midlands drug networks that fed the streets of Nottingham, Leicester, and Derby. My name was Gilly, a pale, unreliable smackhead who'd been brought up on the estates. The handlers back at the station had spent weeks getting my look right, including the movie makeup track marks that were convincing enough under scrutiny, and the clothes which smelled of stale sweat and damp. I was slow and I didn't talk much. Being a man of few words was your best bet around those sorts of people that I'd infiltrated. On the night in question, we ended up in a rundown flat on the edge of Northamptonshire, one of those pebbled dash 2 up 2 downs that smells like damp plaster and old cigs. The windows were boarded up on the ground floor and the only light came from a bare bulb swinging over the kitchen table. The top man, who everyone called the gaffer, had called what I thought was a routine meeting about the next shipment coming in from the coast. I was there because I'd earned a fragile place on the fringes of their operation, doing things like fetching wraps, taking the fall on small dumps, and proving that I was too much of a junkie to be anything other than harmless. At least, harmless to them, anyway. When the gaffer walked in, the atmosphere shifted completely. His face was tight, his jaw clenched like he was chewing glass, and then he told us why we were really there. Word had gotten out that someone was talking to the police, and this was all off the back of a big seizure the week before, which had cost them serious money. I knew they chalked it up to bad luck at first, but now the paranoia had set in hard. The gaffer didn't raise his voice, he never needed to. He simply told us that there was a grass in the room and that he was going to find it. 3 of us were pulled forward, me and these other 2 low-level scroats who were paid in junk, not cash. I was positioned against the cracked kitchen room wall between a quiet lad from Derby who'd been moving gear for him for years, and another face I only knew from drops, a twitchy-looking toe rag with prison tattoos creeping up his neck. My heart was hammering in my chest, but I kept my face slack and my eyes half-lidded, with my shoulders slumped like the only thing on my mind was the next fix. And that was the trick to everything, stay in character even when every instinct screamed to run. The gaffer pulled a gun like it was nothing, this grubby, dark thing that looked like it changed hands a lot while seeing plenty of use. He checked the cylinder in front of us just to prove it was loaded, and then he stepped to the first man, and I watched from the corner of my eye as he pressed the barrel against the lad's forehead. The room seemed to shrink for me as the adrenaline started to kick in, and the air seemed to get thicker as he laid out the situation clearly. He either told him the truth or one of us wasn't leaving on our feet. The first man stood rigid, breathing fast and shallow, but had nothing that satisfied the question hanging over us. They say time is an elastic concept, and it's true, because in those types of situations, entire minutes stretched out to feel like 5 or 10 at a time, like the rules of time and space don't apply to you anymore. And that's what I meant about the room shrinking too. So much in life is about perception, undercover work included. The gaffer lowered the gun after what felt like ages, though it was probably only minutes, and then moved along. The second man tried to keep still, but his hands twitched at his sides. When once again the barrel went to the lad's head, it was like I could smell the fear in the room. But since my own shirt was practically soaked through under the ratty hoodie, that might have just been me. I focused on breathing, keeping it slow, shallow, and disconnected. Any twitch of real panic, any sign that I wasn't as high as I was supposed to be, and I was finished. But then came the biggest test, because then it was my turn. The barrel was still warm from being pressed against the skin of the other lads, but I kept my gaze fixed on a stain on the opposite wall, letting my body sway slightly as though the withdrawal still had a hold of me. I acted strung out and dopey, but inside, my mind raced through every mistake I might have made, every slip in the cover that could have caused my luck to run out. I could feel the gaffer studying me, looking for the tell that would mark me as the informant. Then just as the tension reached a breaking point, the lad to my left broke. He started stammering about a rival dealer operating out of a lockup in Leicester, and how he'd only bought it from him once or twice. He swore he hadn't said anything to him, not on purpose anyway. I stayed exactly as I was, detached and distant, even as relief washed over me like a wave. The barrel lifted from the head and the gaffer stepped back, seemingly satisfied with the information he'd been given. He hadn't been looking for an informant, he'd just been looking for the dickhead who'd been speaking to the people they shouldn't, because even a breach of discipline as small as that needed nipping in the bud before it got worse. He pocketed the revolver, then told the 3 of us to F off, and then as far as I know, the meeting moved on to business as though nothing had happened. Later, I made the long, careful journey back to the safe house. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. I debriefed the handlers over the encrypted line, describing every detail while the adrenaline still coursed through me, and how 18 months, a year and a half of work had nearly ended against the wall of Northamptonshire. But even with all I'd gone through, the operation had to continue. You learn to live with that gun to your head, and some nights I still feel that warm metal against my temple. I wonder how long it's going to be before it happens again, but the job continues. The criminals don't rest, not while there's lives to be ruining and money to be made while doing it. And so neither can we. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell down below to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and there are some super fun, goofy live streams that I do every Sunday and Wednesday night where I record the stories. So, if you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email, letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and you might even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories in big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. I also have a true crime channel called Saturn Soul. As you heard earlier, there's a new video out right now. All links are in the description below. Thanks so much, friends, and I'll see you again soon. Hey friends, thanks so much for all the support from patrons and members of the channel. There's new bonus content out right now, but also be sure to check out my newest review of the film Obsession over on Patreon. It's about 2 hours of analysis and yapping with some friends for your enjoyment, so be sure to let us know the next film that we should check out. Thanks so much. I'm a very average, normal-looking girl, I'd say. And even still, I've had a few weird guys become obsessed with me over the years. Nothing to write home about, really, although now that I think about it, maybe there is another story that I'll send in. This story, though, is about someone I'll call Pizza Hobo. His real name was Jacob, and I don't really care about doxing him because A, he was a pest, and B, he's almost certainly dead by now. And the thing with Pizza Hobo is that I loved him at first. I worked at a small mom-and-pop pizza restaurant. You know, one of those hidden gem places with an insanely loyal customer base. One such loyal customer was Pizza Hobo. Every Tuesday, he'd come in for the Tuesday special, a stuffed crust margarita at half price. Now, he always got a medium with jalapenos as an extra topping, and I remember his order very well because it never changed. He was genuinely an interesting guy. He'd seen action in Vietnam, he'd studied anthropological folklore and marine biology. Strange combinations, he admitted himself. Just courses he'd taken on the internet without any qualifications at the end. Just things that interest me, he'd say. I joked that he should look into how to cook pizza, given how regular he was, and then I quickly added not to do that because we didn't want to lose a valued customer. And this seemed to really cheer him up, and he left me a particularly generous tip that day. Now, I should add that we call him Pizza Hobo. He wasn't actually a hobo. It was a sort of style thing. From the clips of cash I'd seen in his wallet, the guy was packing. He certainly wasn't homeless, but he dressed like a homeless person, and I kind of wondered if he was one of those millionaires who got so rich that they just dressed like they couldn't even give two hoots. And I think I'd probably be one of those guys too. I never missed a shift in the 4 years that I worked at this pizza place. But one week I had some issues that, well, let's just say that it really wouldn't have been great to come into work. In fact, I didn't make it in until my Monday shift the following week. Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, they were always mine. Now, one of my colleagues, an Asian kid called Andrew, who I kind of had a situationship going on with, took me to one side. Now, he was laughing, but in a way that made me think that he wasn't actually amused, but just thought that I might be. He told me that Pizza Hobo had gotten absolutely furious last Tuesday when he found out I wasn't on shift. He demanded to know why and if I'd switched shifts, and, most weirdly, if it was because of him. Andrew had to make a genuine effort to calm him down and explain that I was off sick. Now, he had to explain it so much, in fact, that he was forced to give details to Pizza Hobo that made me a little uncomfortable. I didn't really want this customer knowing intimate details about my food poisoning-based bowel movements, as I'm sure you can understand. Now, the next day, this Pizza Hobo came in as normal, and as soon as he saw me, it was like he'd seen an angel. Andrew was on shift too, and Pizza Hobo apologized profusely for his behavior. He explained that a few years ago, there had been an incident where a service worker he considered a friend had secretly been uncomfortable with his friendliness and had left the job entirely to avoid him. Now, he seemed so sad about that, but it was a little weird, right? Either the girl in question was kind of nuts or there was more to the story. You really don't leave your entire job because a customer being friendly makes you uncomfortable, especially not any time in the last 10 years. Now, things continue as normal with this guy for a while, but I spoke to the manager and Andrew and made sure that Andrew could always be on the Tuesday shift with me too, just in case there was something I wanted him to witness. The manager assured us that the Pizza Hobo was almost certainly harmless, but there was no reason not to be careful. A few months later, my grandma got sick. Nothing serious, it was gallstones, but she was in surgery during my shift, and the manager let me make an exception and keep my cell phone on me, usually a big no-no, so I could just keep an eye out for a call. Now, just after Pizza Hobo had been and gone, I got the call. Before I was even out the restaurant door, I could hear the crackly, broken-up voice of Dad saying that Grandma was fine. The restaurant itself was a bit of a blind spot, so I had to step outside to hear him actually. And that's when I noticed that Pizza Hobo had his back to me in the alleyway a few stores down from ours, and he was dumping the entire pizza that he just bought into the dumpster. Now, it wasn't the case that he'd somehow scarfed it down. As he tossed it in there, the box came open and I saw the pizza spill out. Now, I told Dad that I'd speak to him later, not wanting Pizza Hobo to know that I'd seen him, and then went inside and told Andrew what had gone on. Now, my idea was that maybe that guy had just decided that he wasn't hungry that day, although throwing the entire pizza in the trash was a little extreme. Andrew was a little more suspicious. He decided to wait an hour every Tuesday after Pizza Hobo had left and check the dumpster, as it belonged to a Turkish restaurant, I believe. Now, every single week he'd been tossing the pizza away. Now, this could really mean only one thing. This guy was visiting the store to talk to me, and I tried to convince myself that it was harmless, but Andrew was certain that there was clearly more to it. He decided to tell the manager everything, who agreed that this was definitely a very weird situation, but at the end of the day, we were getting the guy's money, and unless he did anything strange to me, it was up to him what he did with his pizza. Now, that evening, the area manager, Chris, happened to be visiting the store. He asked if we had any security footage of this guy, which, of course, we had plenty. We showed the area manager this guy, and his face went completely white. He recognized him. A fair bit older and more disheveled, of course, but he had a story to tell us that sounded eerily familiar. After 2 years, 2 whole years, Pizza Hobo began to act creepy with an employee that he'd been friendly with for a long time. The area manager was the local store manager at the time and remembered it vividly. This guy spent over 2 years gaining this woman's trust, and then one day he started following her home. Now, the worst part was, back then, this didn't legally count as stalking. Now, he defended himself by saying his own house was on the same route, which it was, and the fact that he spent an hour smoking Camels outside the employee's house, well, that was just because it was the most well-lit area on the route, quote-unquote. And there was nothing the cops could or really would do. And to the point that it was almost seemingly that they were protecting Pizza Hobo, maybe because he was a veteran or something, who knows. The employee, whose name was Molly, was refused a restraining order, and eventually she just left her job, broke her lease, and moved somewhere that this Pizza Hobo couldn't find her. Now, we did the quackalations. It was coming up on 2 years since Pizza Hobo had befriended me, and the hair stood up on the back of my neck. I just knew that I was going to be the next Molly. But what should I do? It didn't sound like there was any legal recourse, willingly or not. Well, thankfully, the area manager had an offer I really couldn't refuse. The pizza restaurant was opening a 3rd joint in the next town over. Now, how would I like to be junior shift manager over there? And of course, I took it. I had a bunch of savings put back, and I was living with my parents, so I could afford to move to a new city. And Jesus Christ, I'm so glad I did, because Andrew called me a few weeks later and asked how squeamish I was. Well, not at all, I said, and he said good, because check the photo he was dropping in the group chat. "I'll find her one day," had been written on the exterior wall of the restaurant in what appeared to be human feces. It was vile. But it's been 8 years. That pizza hobo hasn't found me, and even though it really wouldn't take a genius to scope out the third restaurant in the chain, my guess is something happened to him. I tried to Google that Molly girl, and all I could find was an obituary from 6 years ago, which could have been her, and every year there's a message posted on her memorial page saying, "I still miss you." But this year, the message simply said, "I couldn't let it happen again." And I think there's a lot more to this story and Molly and maybe Chris, the area manager, than perhaps we'll ever really know. And given how much I think Pizza Hobo deserved what he got, I'm just glad that I'm gone, and I think that's for the best. Now, I'm sure you've been in high school, Joel, being the virile young man you grew into, but Jesus Christ, young love is more like torture, especially when you're all naive teens and people won't believe that sometimes girls genuinely are completely oblivious to the hidden, mysterious feeling that their male friends have for them. It all began with someone named Brian. Brian was my friend from the year we started high school, and within just a few weeks, I realized that I had a pretty big crush on him. You know, the kind of teenage nonsense. Writing his name in your notebook, getting him to take photo booth pictures with you, doing all sorts of just goofy stuff. Now, I really thought that the more we hung out, the more I made it clear to him that I wasn't hanging out with anyone else, and he'd get the hint. But he didn't, so there was only one conclusion I could draw. He didn't like me in that way. And so after a few months of just moping, I moved on and eventually found another boyfriend. His name is Paul. Now, I liked Paul, I really did, but I didn't feel the same about him as I did with Brian. And Paul was very possessive. I didn't really get to hang out with my female friends that much, let alone Brian, so I guess from Brian's perspective, I just ditched him. And then I started getting the note. Well, essay, really, and it was like 15 freaking pages in my lockers. They were anonymous, but Brian had made no attempt to disguise his handwriting, and they shocked me to my core. They were all about how I'd friend-zoned him, that I'd been happy to drag him along as a friend, but any time he made a move, he never once had made a move, I'd just brush him off. Now bear in mind that this was a guy that I would have given my heart and soul to. Up until that essay, I probably still would have ditched Paul if Brian had asked. But now he was saying all sorts of awful things to me, that I'd let him on, that I surely knew that I owed him something and that I was a trashy human being. And then, here was the real kicker. There was an entire page about how he could forgive me and make sure that the rest of my school days were safe and normal if I agreed to orally pleasure him so he could get me out of his system. Now, immediately, whatever I believed about Brian was just out the window. Paul wasn't perfect, but this guy contained an inner predator, and I was honestly genuinely scared. Now, the worst part is, I couldn't talk to Paul about it because I knew that he'd make that situation worse. And also, Paul had succeeded in isolating me from the majority of my female friends too, so I was really alone. All I could do was confront Brian myself, and I did this by posting a letter containing 2 single words through the slit in his locker, and it said, "Hell no." It took a few days to get his response, but it was as petty as it was chilling. He threatened that if I refused his kind offer, he would make sure that it got spread around the school that I was having an affair with our young, attractive English teacher. Even though there was no truth to that, I knew how that could ruin a teacher's life and also a student's. All I could think to do was take everything to the guidance counselor. She read it all and placed it on her desk. I expected her to look more concerned about the whole ordeal. And instead, she confided something in me that I hadn't shared until now. That same day, another student had discovered a manifesto in Brian's desk detailing how the entire grade would suffer, and that their suffering would be on my conscience, and their souls would haunt me forever. So while I was in the meeting with the guidance counselor, my once crush, once bestie, now obsessive stalker was being marched away from the school in handcuffs in front of all the other students. Needless to say, back in the 2020s, a student who had implicated themselves in a plot to commit something like that was not treated lightly. And as far as I know, Brian is still in some kind of judicial system due to increasingly violent behavior. As for Paul, I can thankfully say that I kicked him to the curb, and going forward, I'm going to try developing better taste in men who don't either isolate me from friends or invent a friend zone that I would have quite happily dragged them out of, kicking and screaming, into my loving arms. Did you know that girls can rot max too? They can be as gross, if not grosser, than dudes, and there's something about a stinky girl that takes things to the next level. And one of those girls developed a major crush on me as soon as I started college. Now, her hygiene was abysmal. Her face was covered in acne sores, and she washed her hair so infrequently that you could regularly smell it. She was one of the first late 2000s internet kids who thought being a total C-word was the coolest thing you can possibly be. The more unpleasant this girl could be, let's call her Izzy for the sake of the story, then the worse she'd get. I remember one time she'd bragged to a bunch of us about how in elementary school she'd persuaded a Down syndrome girl to smash her face against the wall because it would fix her. Even worse, some of her weird incel acolytes laughed along with her. I'm pretty sure I would have gotten a regular tongue whipping from Izzy if she didn't, and I hate to say this, one to jump my bones. The idea even now makes me feel sick. There were so many stories that she shared, and from how she'd hurt and alienated people from elementary school to the end of high school. She cost a teacher his job by stripping off her top just as she knew another staff member was about to enter, and they did not side with the teacher. When they were kids, she persuaded her sister to let her hit her between the legs so hard that her sister could no longer have children. Izzy found this hilarious. In high school, she and some of her weirdo friends waited until the shy Christian girl had gotten out of the shower and then grabbed her and shoved her fully naked into the boys' locker room. Just terrible, disgusting individual behavior. And did I mention that she stank? She one day came to me and told me, as if I'd be sad about this, that one of her roommates, Ari, had a crush on her. She wanted to cook up revenge on Ari so he knew never to lust after her again. I forget her plan exactly, but it involved leaking a dick pic all across campus. Now, I was having none of it, and I told her so. She stormed off, and I didn't hear from her again until late that night. And then I heard her banging on my door. Well, not exactly banging, but stabbing. She was stabbing at my door with a knife, crying, saying we were destined to be together, and how could I do this to her? That we'd always been together. I pointed out that we'd never even dated and I had zero interest in doing so. And the next day I reported everything to campus security and various other authorities, and I was told that actually I didn't need to worry about it. Izzy was already being expelled at the end of the semester in just a week for not having attended a single lecture in the 2 semesters of junior year. Impressive. If I had any advice for the younger people looking to get into the dating game, it would be this. Do not trust anyone who claims they love you and are obsessed with you. If they've known you for 1 week and they're declaring you're the one, then they probably have an ulterior motive. I know this makes me sound cynical, but about a decade ago, I had a horrific experience with a very horrific person in every way, and for the most part, I only have myself to blame. I'm a minor public figure in a few fields, so I won't go into details about this woman or how we met. It was an industry that I worked in before the one I work in now. This woman contacted me out of the blue to tell me that I was her favorite non-fiction writer in a certain field, and that something I'd made after that career was her favorite thing of all time. Now, don't get me wrong, I was proud of this thing I'd made, and I appreciate anyone who enjoys it. But immediately, to claim it was her favorite thing ever made, alarm bells were ringing. It wasn't even 99% as good as most other things, and again, I say that I am proud of this piece or work I had released, but already I was fairly certain that I was being love-bombed and this woman wanted something from me. Unfortunately, due to a mixture of naivety and idiocy and really neurodivergence, I wasn't willing to actually say so. What followed next was a day or two of Snapchat flirting, followed by some of the most unflattering, unsolicited nudes you ever did see. I pretended that I was impressed because I don't want to crap on anyone's self-esteem, but I've seen more flattering autopsy photos. And the next day, and if this seems quick, it's because it was, she asked if she could come down to visit me because there was clearly chemistry between us, and she had a feeling that maybe we were designed to be together. That I was her dream guy and I was some kind of super genius. LOL. Now I said no, I'd just come out of a relationship, a really bad one, and I really didn't want anything more than casual fun for now. And that's when the first temper tantrum happened. Suddenly, I'd be making her feel like a lady of ill repute if I'd seen nudes of her without then allowing her to come and visit and at least see how things worked out. And I was so taken aback by this logic. Like, literally, how am I supposed to just give everything to you because you just showed yourself to me unsolicited? I still said no, but she spent days and days and days sending me voice messages, crying about how I'd made her feel like a, well, some words I shouldn't say on here, all because she'd sent these unsolicited nudes. And so eventually I just said yes, come visit for 4 days and we can see how things went. I knew how they'd go. I'd had no interest in being in a relationship, and I wasn't attracted to her. Maybe in person I could just let her down gently. And when I met her at that station, it was even more obvious that I was deeply, deeply unattracted to who she was. And not only that, but within 10 minutes of getting to my house, she wanted to engage in physical activity, if you know what I mean, and I tried everything to put her off, and eventually she kind of pushed herself onto me and started doing things that I was in no mood for and had no attraction to do. And the next day I told her that, as she'd promised, we'd give it a try, but I really wasn't feeling any chemistry between us, and I didn't think a relationship was a good idea. Cue tantrum number 2. This time I lured her down here with the intent of intimate activity, which I had texts to disprove even, and that the only way she could possibly be comfortable with herself is if we started dating. But not just that. To prove my devotion to her, I had to allow her to move in. Now I should add that I was staying with my parents at the time. That night, without even consulting me that this would happen, she told my parents that I'd invited her to move in for a while. And then she kept encouraging me to tell them that she was the one. I don't know why I went along with it, other than in my defense I'd suffered some very severe psychological and physical issues over the last 10 years, which she had known about in advance and, in retrospect, had quite clearly manipulated these things. It became clearer what her end goal was when she started suggesting things like having my dad provide her with a weekly allowance so she could come off of disability benefits, which to this day, I still have no idea what those benefits really were for. Now obviously my dad said no, but my parents were also ridiculously kind, and they converted one of the larger rooms into a double bedroom for us. Now one event that sticks out in my mind is when we went to buy a bed. There were 2 possible sizes, one that was perfectly large and one that was ridiculously huge. I said that we should go for the large one. Now she demanded that we have the largest and most expensive bed possible, which, I note, my parents were kindly paying for. Now from the start, if I didn't want to engage in certain activities with her, she'd throw a tantrum, saying I was making her feel undesirable and that I had to let her do things to me that I really, really didn't want to, and she'd feel unwanted. On the other hand, whenever she did browbeat me into agreeing, she'd quickly descend into the tactic of negging, intentionally playing on my own insecurities of making me feel even worse about the interactions between us. And I took to avoiding her as much as I could. I pretended to keep falling asleep on the couch so I didn't have to share a bed with her, and things just got worse from there. She wasn't contributing a single thing to the family financially. Myself and my parents were paying for everything. But here's possibly the worst thing, and may explain a little more as to why I allowed this to continue happening for 6 months. After the first few days of her being present at my house, she revealed that she had a 4-year-old boy who she was no longer allowed custody of. And when I expressed the fact that I wasn't particularly happy with having this fact hidden from me, and wasn't emotionally prepared to be in a relationship with someone who had a child, under extremely complicated circumstances no less, she said something that chilled me to the bone. She said that if her son ruined her chances at happiness again, she had no idea what she might do to him, that any subsequent actions would be my doing. She would use this for the duration of the relationship, that if we weren't together and if she didn't get what she wanted, then her son could be at risk. Eventually, I traveled to another part of the country and met her son, who was living with his father and stepmother, and it was pretty clear that she wasn't allowed unsupervised visits with her son, and so her threats had been somewhat empty. This was the same trip where she invited her disgusting mom with orange hair to come stay with us for Christmas. I was taken aback and said that perhaps this was something we should discuss with my parents first. Her response? They'd be fine with it, and needless to say, they were not. Things came to a head a month later. It turned out that she'd been using my mom's expensive shampoo and cosmetics without even asking, and that was the final straw. We told her that having a fourth person living in the house, contributing nothing to groceries, rent, household items, etc., while spending literally thousands of dollars on herself, wasn't really feasible. And the next day, she decided that she should go back and stay with her mom for a while. Fine by me, even if it meant that I had to pay back my mom for the $300 that my ex had borrowed from her. There was one final desperate attempt to use her obsession with financially conning my family. She emailed me from her hometown saying that things could go back to normal if she was less stressed, because her mom was struggling to pay her mortgage, and if we could pay $500 a month to help her out, she could go back to being the one and we could maybe get married. I should add here that I knew for a fact that her mother did not have a mortgage, and when I said no, that wasn't doable, she sent me one more text saying that she couldn't handle the drama of the relationship, and I never heard from her again. This is someone who acted so obsessed with me that it scared me. This is someone who used the threat of harming her own 4-year-old child as a way of keeping me and my family financing her lifestyle while she happily bought designer clothes and MacBooks. And to this day, I don't think she was obsessed with me, but was someone who she thought she could scam with her feminine wiles and her charm. Unfortunately for her, she had neither, and all she had was a heart full of hate, an obsession with laziness, and a complete inability to tell the truth. Now, I'm sure there are scarier stories of obsession, knowing that a lot of her claims were BS, but at the time, the idea that she could harm her kid if I didn't continue to fund her lifestyle was one of the creepiest, most hateful, laziest, most obsessive behaviors I've ever encountered. And so yeah, my tip to you younger people, don't fall for someone who treats you like the second coming, and more often than not, they're fixated on an imagined version of you, one who will give them everything they want and get nothing in return. And that is a true psychopath. I won't name the office or its functionality, but I've been working there for around 4 months when I started to notice undue attention from the boss. It's hard to explain. It was just like he looked at me more than he did the others. And then, the emails started. They were anonymous, but sent from the company internal network, something that only a few people are able to do. They described me as angelic, perfect, my body divine, etc. Now, for one, this is absolutely not true, and secondly, obviously not appropriate. Every time I checked my emails, I felt a spike of panic as a new anonymous love note appeared. It ramped up even further when my car was in the shop and I was forced to walk the 3 blocks from the office to my apartment. I could hear someone following me. I know I could. Heavy-set, shallow breathing, just like the boss, but whenever I turned, I never caught a stalker. Now, I scurried forward a bit and ducked into an alley, certain that nobody had seen me. A figure burst into that alley, and they were heavy-set and heavy-breathing all right, but it wasn't the boss. It was his direct assistant, Jan. Now, what the hell, I thought to myself. I asked Jan if she was okay and if she needed help with anything, and she went full-on Karen on steroids. I was absolutely blasted with shrieks and accusations and yells about how I knew what I'd done. Then she grabbed me, uncomfortably by the breasts of all places, and dragged me into the alley. She said that it was such a tease at work, so maybe she'll leave me stripped and exposed for everyone to find and have their way with me. I was screaming, crying, shaking, and calling for help. I barely even noticed Jan, and I certainly was not a tease at work. I have a husband for one thing. Jan began to tear at my clothes, trying to expose me, and I managed a vicious rake of my nails down her face. And then I heard it, the blissful sound of a police siren and a flashlight. It didn't take the officers long to work out what was going on, and once I explained my story, as little sense as it even made to me in the moment, Jan was soon in handcuffs. The next day at work was full of gossip. It appears that Jan had been the one who thought that I was teasing her, and on her work PC they found numerous fanfics about me and her, all in an inappropriate nature, and it was as if she couldn't discern these fictions from reality. And the boss told me that he'd been keeping an eye on Jan to see how she behaved towards me because he suspected her of driving out another female hire but couldn't be completely sure. It was a relief to know that he wasn't constantly staring at me anyway. I guess sometimes the obsessive and the perverts are the least likely suspects. When Grandma died in the 80s, I don't think my grandpa expected to find love again, let alone 20 years later. And yet as we drove him to the nursing home, this was his choice by the way, we joked about how he might meet a hot octogenarian who could be his life partner for the rest of it. Now Grandpa poo-pooed this idea, but I could tell that he kind of liked it too. Of course, not that I was a real expert, but at 23 I didn't really imagine that real old people's parts worked anymore, and so I pictured older love as something beautiful. Jigsaw puzzles with a morning cup of coffee, walks by the lake, watching the sun go down from a beach. And you know what? That's exactly what Grandpa found with Edith Beaton. I saw her giving him the eye on the day he moved in. After we'd unpacked Grandpa's meager belongings, I was in the rec room making Grandpa and Dad a drink. Edith sidled up to me, introduced herself, and told me that my grandpa was a bit of a dish, wasn't he? I laughed, blushing a little, because what do you say to that about your own family member? Instead, I changed the subject to try selling him to her as a friend and companion. He was smart, funny, well-read, and hadn't come to the nursing home to just give up on life. Now, these all seemed to be the right things to say to Edith. Her eyes lit up at the idea of Grandpa wanting a new lease on life, and she told me that what she'd been looking for, too. I promised that I'd introduce them over dinner, and I did. Now, it was soon clear that they would become fast friends. The residents were encouraged to communicate with their family via letter or email rather than telephone, to keep their minds sharp, so for the first few weeks we received gushing, almost teenage messages from Grandpa about his time with Edith. They had soon become the nursing home's trivia night champions, and they'd lost entire days to walks around the lakes and the grounds, and they even shared a kiss or two as the sun went down. Then, Grandpa's emails changed. They became, well, creepy, to put it in the best way that I can. Instead of the paragraphs of gushing text that he'd send us, we'd started receiving emails of one sentence that said things like, "There's something wrong with this place. I see a shadow at the door. She scratches in the night." Naturally, we reached out to the nursing home, and Grandpa's mental faculties had always been sharp as a knife, but this screamed dementia. They called us all in for a meeting with him, and we discussed the emails. Grandpa explained that he was having night terrors and was deeply apologetic, but that the only way he seemed to be able to break out of them was to email the people he loved and snap himself back to reality. And it all felt very strange. More emails arrived and became clear that they were written by a very scared, very unsettled person. They spoke of a spirit that roamed the halls, searching for its next victim. Then during the day, he'd be full of apologies. And then he told us that he'd spoken to Edith about the night terrors in the emails and that she suddenly became strangely angry with him. None of this was adding up, and I was starting to become a little scared. And so I booked an appointment with the head of the nursing home by myself without telling my parents or Grandpa, making sure that it fell on a day when he was part of a residential day trip. I didn't get many answers from the head nurse, but the lack of answers told me plenty. Whenever I mentioned Edith, there was sort of a wince or a cringe, and so I started grilling Grandpa. Grandpa wasn't the first man Edith had befriended, and Grandpa wasn't the first man who, upon befriending her, had started sending strange correspondence. In the end, that guy who'd been with Edith, his family had transferred him from that nursing home, although they were unsure why. And it was just chalked up to some coincidence, but now Edith was involved in both of these events. And so I began to ask about their night staff, and it turned out that they were severely short-staffed at night. And so if something were to happen, it might actually get overlooked. Now, I was starting to get an idea, a narrative really, and it took quite a bit of persuading to let the head nurse allow me to stay overnight in an empty residential room, but it's truly amazing how far dollary dues will go. I wanted to test my theory. Now, sure enough, around midnight, as I crept into the corridor that housed Grandpa's room, there was no staff to be seen. But there was instead a person stood outside of Grandpa's room. This person was running her fingernails slowly down the door, no doubt the scratching that Grandpa had heard. She was dressed in this nightgown, and I could tell immediately that that was Edith. I bumped against something and almost let out a yell, expecting Edith to turn and spot me, but instead she reacted differently. She burst the door open to Grandpa's room, which of course wasn't allowed to be locked from the inside. I could hear him screaming within the darkness, and it took me a minute or two to reach the room and slap the light on. Now by this time Edith had stripped her gown off completely, and I was horrified to see that her naked body was now slathered in some type of oil. I'm so tired of waiting, she was screaming at my grandpa, "Take me, take me." I was mortified. What could I do? All I could do was tackle that slimy, naked old lady off of my grandpa before he had a heart attack. Now, it was really a tragic tale, if I'm being honest. Edith had some form of dementia. They called it sundowning, and as night fell, the kind, loving Edith essentially became some crazy 84-year-old witch with Grandpa as her pent-up target. Now, sadly, Edith had to be transferred to a more secure unit where she could receive the treatment she required, and there was far too much danger of developing an obsession with another patient, even if they managed to cure her of this fixation on my grandpa. And so, my poor grandfather lost the best friend he'd had since Grandma, but like he said the next day, there were new residents all the time. Maybe one day there'd be a new Edith who didn't turn into a nymphomaniac witch when the sun went down, and that sounded like an altogether more promising friendship. So I'll start out by saying that I used to be homeless. Now, they were rough years, and I can't say that I'm not to blame. I had a wife and kids, I had a good job, and I threw it all away thanks to a gambling addiction. I soon learned that gambling with your own life and safety is a pretty bad idea, though, and after years of nights spent on the streets in sub-zero temperatures and 3 to 4 days without food and barely any water, I really regretted my life choices. When I found the Eastman soup kitchen, it was like an oasis in a storm of poop. It was one of those secrets where you only found out about it from another homeless person that trusted you, and this meant that almost everyone who you'd meet there was one of the good ones. Occasionally you get a bad egg come in and try and ruin it for everyone, but they were soon sent packing by the community that we built up. And perhaps the linchpin of this entire community was someone named Angela. She was a pretty, really beautiful young woman in her early 30s, and she didn't run the soup kitchen, but she was certainly the face of it. And so you can imagine my surprise when I picked up on the signs that Angela was maybe possibly into me. Now, I won't lie. Even back when I wasn't a bad-looking dude, I never touched substances, just gambling, and I kept myself as healthy and fit as possible living in those streets. I was maybe a few years older than Angela, but, you can just imagine someone like that would be taken. But apparently not so, as she'd always dish me out a little extra portion and tell me to look after my body and remark how fit I was and things like that. The kind of thing where someone who's been with a few women can just kind of pick up on as flirting, I guess. Now, this carried on for a few months. I wanted to be absolutely sure before I made any move, and the last thing I wanted to be was the weird homeless bum who was hitting on the pretty girl just doing her job. It turns out I didn't need to wait. Angela approached me, only it wasn't quite the romantic movie moment that I'd been picturing. I was staying at a homeless shelter at the time, one of the very rare instances where I'd been able to get in, and I get this message, right, saying that my wife is downstairs and she'd forgiven me, and she's here to bring me home. Now I knew 100% that this was not my actual wife because we were divorced and she'd remarried, and so I went downstairs with the most burning curiosity, as you can imagine. Now picture my surprise when it was Angela standing there, who then rushed into an embrace, planted a kiss on my lips, and then told me it was time to come home. Now the guy at the front desk quickly looked through my file and remarked that I'd registered as single, and he said that he was just doing his job, but he had to check that everything was kosher here. And I mean, it was pretty odd, but I was hardly going to say no. Angela isn't my wife, and if she wanted to bring me home and play at marriage as our first step, well, let's just say that it had been a while and I wasn't really thinking with my brain. We drove back to Angela's place in silence, and every time I tried to ask her what was up, she'd just make a sort of shush sound and give me this knowing smile. Now, the first thing we were doing, she said, was having a drink, and she had the most amazing blend of tea she wanted me to try. Now, I wasn't arguing with that either. It did smell and taste amazing, and I remember thinking that even as I felt myself drifting under, like the time that I'd taken anesthetic for the injury that crippled my work, I remember thinking what a waste of tea as I fell to the side and spilling that liquid onto the carpet. And the next thing, I woke up in a basement with the most painful pinching on my pectoral muscles I could ever imagine. Now, as a homeless person, you're trained to wake up as quickly as possible, and I forced myself to do so, and that's how I discovered so quickly that my chest was hooked up to some type of clamp or car battery. I was naked, and Angela sat in a chair opposite me, still sipping her drink and still smiling gently. I opened my mouth to speak, to ask Angela what was going on, but before I could even get a word out, she shocks me, sending searing electrical current through my body. I waited, and then I tried again. Another shock, and then another. And then blissfully, Angela said that was enough, that she didn't want to injure my beautiful body. She just wanted to shock me into remembering again. Remembering what? I asked. Another shock. I stayed quiet. She told me I was meant to remember who I am. But I knew who I was, and Jesus Christ, sometimes I wish I didn't. I'd effed up my entire life. I'd ruined my relationship with my wife and kids and my parents, and a part of me wished that Angela could just fry me into being a different person. Now, who am I? I asked again. Angela's hand hovered over that battery and then stopped. She told me I was Patrick. She was right. That was my name. Patrick McKirk. I told her so. Another shock, and this time longer and stronger. She began to scream at me about this McKirk nonsense, that I shouldn't lie. I was Patrick Carson, husband to Angela Carson. Her husband, killed in a hit and run 3 years ago, who 3 years later would look like me, just like me. And somehow, his spirit had possessed me. She told me that if it was a car that killed me, then a car battery could bring me back. I told her it didn't work like that, not at all. Electricity as reincarnation is the subject of science fiction. And the shock was so strong this time and went on for so long that I screamed and soiled myself. Angela chastised me, then headed upstairs to acquire some cleaning materials. Now, I waited no time in trying to take my chance. I used all my strength not to snap the rope that I was tied with, but to break apart the wooden chair that she'd mistakenly used on which to seat me. And it worked like a charm. The first thing I did was unclip the electrodes from my chest, and then I grabbed the hefty car battery. I needed something as a weapon, and I hid under the basement stairs and waited for Angela to descend. I felt terrible, absolutely terrible for doing this, but trying to hold back my swing, I hit her square in the side of the head with that car battery. Angela crumpled to the ground, and I was out of that house and running down the street, blood streaming from my chest, asking for help. Eventually, I was stopped by a cop car and taken to the station, and I told them everything. The cops looked into Angela and everything I said rang true, and the next step was to go and pay her a visit. Unfortunately, this is where things take a sudden and terrifying turn. Angela was gone. Hastily packaged luggage had been thrown together, and that had disappeared too. This was 8 years ago now, and I've never heard from her since, not directly anyway, but sometimes I get a spam email